Chapter 201, The Second Spirit Jade is in Hand. Lin Tian returned to his room. A massive amount of information quickly flooded into his mind. Half an hour later, Lin Tian had digested the god-level feng shui skills. Holy cow, this is some serious feng shui. Lin Tian muttered to himself. When he had Grandmaster level feng shui, he needed to use the existing feng shui buildings there to stop the typhoon. Now with the god-level feng shui, he can stand there and directly activate the power of the dragon vein as long as there is a dragon vein there. However, this ability cannot be used indiscriminately. The power of heaven and earth is so vast that communicating with it will affect him. I wonder what the other golden treasure chest is. Lin Tian arrived in Luo Bingning's master bedroom. Luo Bingning was lying down practicing, just like last time. She was wearing a swimsuit, and a large area of her snow-white skin was exposed. Lin Tian was a little jealous of her long legs and her slender waist, and he had the urge to reach out and touch them. Suddenly, Luo Bingning's breathing became unstable. Lin Tian had just opened the door and came in. She was affected by it. Bingning, stay calm. Lin Tian exuded a special aura. He stood there as if he were one with the surrounding world, and the surrounding world would be affected by him. Lin Tian was using his god-level feng shui skills, but the effect was only small-scale, and it was fine for him to use it often. Luo Bingning immediately felt that her internal strength was much more obedient. She quickly regained control of her inner strength. Bingning, you still need to train your internal strength control ability. Let me help you improve it. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning was curious as to how Lin Tian could help her improve. The next second, Lin Tian sat down next to her, and he reached out and touched Luo Bingning's waist. Luo Bingning's body shook. The internal force in her meridians was about to get out of control again. Control it quickly. Lin Tian stretched out his hand, and Luo Bingning immediately tried her best to control it. Bingning, your legs are so white. Do you mind if I touch them? Lin Tian said as he put his hand on Luo Bingning's calf. And slowly moved up. Luo Bingning's face turned red, and her body was also dyed with a red glow. The internal strength in her body was once again out of control. Steady. Lin Tian opened his hand. Time passed by minute by minute. Every now and then, Lin Tian would move his hand. At first, Luo Bingning's internal strength was easily out of control, but later it became much more stable. Bingning, your control ability has improved a lot. I'm going back to my room first. You keep practicing. Lin Tian touched Luo Bingning's head and quickly ran away. Ding, the legendary treasure chest is opened. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine level feng shui skill for the second time. The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind. After a while of fiddling, the golden treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head was upgraded. Ha! Lin Tian froze. A flood of information once again poured into Lin Tian's mind, still feng shui information, but more in depth than before. The second treasure chest for the dragon and phoenix twins? Lin Tian muttered to himself. After analyzing it, it wasn't a bad thing. If the two treasure chests are the same, and the first one is very good, he can raise the second, still weak treasure chest. Then he could develop it into a legendary treasure chest. He could even wait after developing the legendary treasure chest. Maybe the third child will be the same. He thought that martial arts would reach the level of a god in the future, and it would be very difficult to improve. This method might be able to break through to the level of a god. Two legendary treasure chests, the feng shui is a bit too strong. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In the master bedroom, Luo Bingning opened her eyes after finishing a week of cultivation. She looked embarrassed and annoyed. Honey, come here for a moment. Luo Bingning called out. She didn't move. She still had many silver needles on her body. No, I'm practicing. Lin Tian replied, I'm not going over there now. It's not a good time to go over there. Hubby, come over here. I need to talk to you. You're fine. Luo Bingning. You rotten bastard, I'll deal with you when I'm done practicing. Luo Bingning said angrily. Bingning, I'm giving you a boost in your control abilities. Haven't you noticed that your control has improved a lot? You're welcome. Lin Tian shouted. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes. She could only continue to practice. Lin Tian didn't come to help her with the second show Tian. 2 hours later, Luo Bingning finished her second cycle of training, and Lin Tian removed the silver needles from her body. You're a bad guy. You just know how to bully me. Luo Bingning grabbed Lin Tian's arm and bit it. Ah! Bingning, you're a dog. You are my wife, who else would I bully if not you? Am I going to bully the neighbors upstairs and downstairs? Lin Tian cried out in pain on purpose. No. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, upstairs is Su Anna, downstairs is Zhao Shanshan, and they have not given up yet. After the incident in Dongying, they will not give up easily. Master Lin's energy is too strong. For their family, they would be happy to be Lin Tian's lover, let alone his wife. Husband, am I in the late stage of dark energy? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian shook his head, not yet. You need to practice for 9 cycles of the sun before you can completely refine the ice-cold energy that has been introduced into your meridians, and only then can you reach the late stage of the dark energy. Luo Bingning nodded happily. It's not difficult to practice 9 cycles a day. She can practice 3 cycles a day without any problem, and it will take 3 days. Honey, when I don't use my inner strength, I feel like I have less strength, said Luo Bingning. Lin Tian smiled, that's normal. Didn't I say that when you don't use your inner strength, you're just like Lin Dayu? When you use it, you're a fool. Lin Tian was interrupted by Luo Bingning, who covered his mouth. Don't say it. Luo Bingning glared at him. Lin Tian stuck out his tongue and licked Luo Bingning's palm. Luo Bingning quickly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Let's go out to eat. Your uncle called while you were practicing. We're going to dinner tonight, at the same restaurant as before. Lin Tian smiled. They set off for the restaurant. Su Yongjun arrived first. He had already ordered the food, and it was all there. Lin Tian, take a look and see if this is it. I spent 600,000 yuan on this. If I buy the wrong one, I'll be a fool. Su Yongjun took out a velvet bag from his bag and took out a piece of jade from the velvet bag. It was slightly different in size and color from the previous spirit jade. It was slightly larger and darker in color. It is the spirit jade I want. Lin Tian took it in his hands, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. This spirit stone contains even more spiritual energy. That's good. Su Yongjun let out a sigh of relief. Lin Tian smiled and said, Uncle, as we discussed before, I will pay 10 million for a spirit jade of the same size. I'll give you 15 million for this one, which is bigger. Su Yongjun shook his head, this one is not much bigger, you just gave me 10 million, don't take more than that. Chapter 202, Parents' Blood Bag Stolen. After Lin Tian persuaded him for a while, Su Yongjun still only accepted 10 million. Uncle, then this piece is 10 million. If the next piece is still like this, it will be 15 million. Lin Tian said. With brilliance. Chapter 203, The Bloodline Tudor Family. Gerald. Lin Tian quickly hacked into the target's phone, and all kinds of information about the target was quickly obtained by Lin Tian. Ha! Lin Tian found a video on the target's phone. Father, I'm in China. I got Lin Tian's parents' blood. I'm going to drink it now to see if it will make me stronger. If I confirm that their blood is effective, I will find a way to bring them to Europe to bring them to you and Grandpa. Gerald said to the camera. He opened a blood bag and poured most of the blood into a goblet, then he leisurely sipped it. There's nothing special about this blood, it's just a little better than the blood of an average middle-aged man. I still prefer the blood of an 18-year-old girl. It's silky and refreshing. Gerald shook his head in dissatisfaction. He finished the first glass in no time. Father, I don't think their blood has any special effects. This trip to China may have been a waste of time. Gerald frowned and said, Lin Tianwu was very talented, but it's a shame that his parents' blood is of such poor quality. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with cold light. Gerald quickly opened the second blood bag. He poured out most of the blood in the bag and tasted it, and while he was tasting it, he was also giving various comments. Father, I don't feel any breakthrough. Their blood is no better than that of an ordinary middle-aged person. I will bring the rest of the blood back for you to taste. Gerald turned off the video. Lin Tian frowned. If the bloodsuckers were real, then the possibility that werewolves and lizard people existed was not small. Earth has existed for billions of years, and Homo sapiens have only been around for 200,000 years. It's not particularly surprising that there are other intelligent creatures on Earth. There is no problem with everyone living in peace, but they should never have plotted against my parents. Lin Tian's heart was filled with murderous intent. If the effect is good, Gerald wants to bring his parents to Europe. This guy has a lot of guts. Lin Tian thought to himself. Gerald was still in Star City. Let Shandong and the others go after Gerald? But he doesn't know what kind of power the bloodsuckers have. Shandong and the others have guns, but if Gerald is very powerful, Shandong and the others may not be able to defeat him even if they have guns. After much consideration, Lin Tian did not let Shandong and the others take action. He knew too little about the bloodsuckers. My parents were just ordinary people, and even if they took the elixir, their blood would not have any special effects. It is very likely that the blood of the ice crystal has special effects. Lin Tian thought to himself. Knock, knock. Lin Tian knocked on Luo Bingning's door. Luo Bingning opened the door. She had just finished taking a shower, was wearing pajamas, and her hair was still a little wet, looking very attractive. What's wrong with my husband? Asked Luo Bingning. Lin Tian said, Bingning, you haven't donated blood, have you? No. Luo Bingning shook her head. I often have pain, and I have long known that there is something wrong with my body. Giving blood may harm others. Lin Tian nodded slightly, that's good. You must never donate blood in the future. Your current physical condition is not suitable. Luo Bingning nodded. Okay, you can dry your hair and practice. If you work hard, you can reach the late stage of the dark energy sooner. Lin Tian smiled and said. He didn't tell Luo Bingning about the discovery of the blood clan. If Luo Bingning knew, her cultivation might be affected. It's not too late to talk about it when Luo Bingning becomes a martial arts master. As long as she has the strength of a martial arts master, Lin Tian estimates that the average vampire will definitely not be a match for Luo Bingning. I will work hard at practicing, husband. Luo Bingning smiled. Lin Tian smiled lightly. You work hard at training, and in about a week you should be able to reach the level of dark power. After you absorb the second spirit jade, you will probably reach the early stage of martial arts master within half a month. Luo Bingning's eyes showed excitement. She was still very interested in martial arts, otherwise she would not have studied with Tang Yan so seriously before. Husband, when I become a martial arts master, will we get engaged? Luo Bingning said shyly. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, it's about time. After so long, my parents should be able to prepare the jewelry. Their engagement is not just a meal between the parents. His parents have already found a top master to make the jewelry. His parents will also prepare for the other ceremonies. What they need to do is decide which guests to invite. Unlike a wedding, you don't need to invite as many guests to an engagement party, but you still have to invite the right people for an engagement party in a wealthy family. The Luo family is a wealthy family, and the Lin family is a wealthy family now. Although the Lin family is a sudden rise, Lin Tian has Grandmaster Lin behind him. Who dares to say that the Lin family is not a noble family? Honey, I'm going to practice. I want to become a martial arts master sooner. Luo Bingning closed the door after she finished speaking. Lin Tian went back to his room and continued digging through Gerald. Gerald's father is the Earl of Karen. They are from the Tudor family. The old patriarch of the Tudor family is a duke. The Tudor family is not well known, but Lin Tian found out that they secretly control assets of no less than 100 billion euros. This is what I found out in a short time. There must be many assets that cannot be found on the internet. This Tudor family is quite powerful. Lin Tian thought to himself. Knowing the strength of the Tudor family, he instantly felt that the 30 billion yuan of the Carey family was much less. Not to mention other families of the bloodline, just the Tudor family alone, if they launch an economic attack, the impact will be huge. He has little to attack economically, but the Luo family does, and the assets of the Chinese people at home and abroad are also huge. Many things cannot be solved by sheer force. A conservative estimate of the Tudor family's assets is over 150 billion euros, which is close to 1.2 trillion yuan. Lin Tian was secretly amazed. Vampires don't know how long they can live, but they have a long history of inheritance, and each family is really rich enough to bleed. Perhaps the martial arts world in China knows about the existence of vampires. Lin Tian thought to himself. Thinking of this, he sent a message to Ouyang Fei. Ouyang, you and your dad should bring your brother over. My medical skills have improved, and I can help your brother recover faster. Ouyang Fei saw the message soon. His eyes lit up. We'll be here tomorrow. The next day, Luo Bingning went to work, and Lin Tian arrived at the villa that Zhao Shanglin had sent him. He had refined a dozen or so of the elixir of youth that morning. Neither Luo Bingning nor her father Luo Hongchuan had eaten any. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and it was Ouyang Fei and the others. Xinga, you look in good spirits. Ouyang Fei and the others came in, and Lin Tian smiled and said, Brother Ouyang, you look in good spirits. Ouyang Qing was still in a wheelchair, but his overall appearance and mental state were different from before. Lin Tian, thank you. I feel great now. Ouyang Qing said gratefully. He can practice now. He practices hard every day, and his internal strength is recovering. His knees are recovering very quickly. Chapter 204, The Origins of the Three Alien Races. Xing, it's nothing. I'll give you a treatment later. My medical skills have improved recently. Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang De and the others were secretly amazed. Lin Tian's medical skills were already amazing, and he was able to improve them even more. Lin Tian was probably being modest, and his actual improvement was even greater. Uncle De, let's eat first. I didn't have time to cook this morning because I had something to do, so I had the hotel deliver it. Let's just eat takeout. Lin Tian said with a smile. Okay. Ouyang De nodded. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. Ouyang De smiled and said, Lin Tian, this takeout meal must have been expensive. The takeout boxes are all very exquisite, and Lin Tian spent a total of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan on this takeout meal. Uncle De, you and Ouyang should have a drink. Xinga, don't drink anymore. It will affect your recovery. Lin Tian took out 2 bottles of Moutai from the cabinet. The guest follows the host's wishes. Ouyang De said with a smile. After the wine has been drunk for 3 days, Lin Tian asked, Uncle De, I have a question for you. I don't know if you know anything about it. Just ask. Lin Tian said, Uncle De, do you know anything about the bloodsuckers, werewolves, and lizard people? Ahem, ahem. Ouyang Fei was choked. After coughing, he said, Lin, you're asking the wrong person. My father only reads traditional martial arts novels. Ouyang De's expression became solemn. Lin Tian, did Grandmaster Lin say it or did you know it yourself? Ouyang Fei was stunned. Dad, don't tell me that these things really exist in this world. Ouyang De looked at him and said lightly, there are so many species on Earth, why can't you understand a few more? Ouyang Fei opened his mouth. He said in disbelief, is it really true? I thought it was just made up in novels and TV shows. Lin Tian said, Uncle De, I have made a little discovery. I thought you should know about it, and Xingu can come over to treat it. Ouyang De drank a sip of wine and said, vampires, werewolves, and lizard people all exist in real life. Ouyang Fei and Ouyang Qing listened carefully. They should be the same as the ancestors of ordinary humans, but they chose different evolutionary paths. The werewolves evolved physically, the lizard people evolved mentally, and the bloodline chose to evolve their bloodline. Ouyang De said. Lin Tian said, Uncle De, please explain in more detail. Ouyang De nodded, each choice has its own reason. The population of the land of Kyushu was greater than that of the rest of the world, and the chances of giving birth to a wise man were much higher. The wise created the martial arts, and we practiced to become stronger. As we became stronger, the humans in other places naturally felt the pressure and they also wanted to become stronger. There are many wolves in the north, and the wolves are in good condition in all aspects. Human-wolf hybridization gradually led to werewolves. Lin Tian and the others listened with great interest. Ouyang said, Europe used to have all kinds of viruses, and the blood of the strigoi contains a certain virus. If bitten, it can infect. After a long period of evolution, this became a good ability. The blood virus allows the blood clan to control the blood servant. Ouyang Fei muttered, it turns out to be a virus. Ouyang De continued, slavery has existed in the Americas for a long time. Slaves need to be controlled by their masters, so they chose to evolve mentally. Ouyang Fei asked, Dad, what about Africa and South America? How did they choose? Ouyang Di shook his head. Not all evolution is successful. As far as I know, only these 3 types of evolution have been successful. The rest were eliminated. Lin Tian said, Uncle D, what about their lifespan and fighting power? And what about their numbers? Ouyang Di said, human aging is closely related to blood, and the bloodline has a longer lifespan. The longest can reach more than 300 years. Werewolves don't live long, only 50 or 60 years, which is much less than the lifespan of normal humans. The lizard people have a lifespan similar to that of normal humans. They have strong mental powers and are relatively strong in scientific research. Ouyang Di's face showed signs of anger when he said this. In terms of combat effectiveness, the 3 alien races were previously only the werewolves who were stronger, and the blood and lizard people were average. The blood clan can only infect a limited number of people. The lizard people can only control people with weak willpower. Lin Tian froze for a moment, and he thought of something. Has there been a change after the War of Aggression? Ouyang Di took a big gulp of wine. The land of the 9 provinces has always been the Celestial Empire. These foreigners simply didn't dare to enter. It became more and more difficult to practice, and the appearance of guns and cannons changed everything. Not only were treasures taken, but also various training methods. The blood clan and lizard people have become much stronger, and the martial arts are less effective on werewolves, so their improvement is smaller. Lin Tian Dao, how do they compare to our martial artists? Ouyang Di said, the Grand Duke of the blood clan is a Grand Master of Martial Arts, and the Duke is a Grand Master of Martial Arts. Marquis Martial Arts Master, below the Marquis is the Dark Power and the Light Power. They don't have a Grand Duke anymore, and the ridiculous thing is that they've also created a Prince rank. Ouyang Qing asked curiously, Dad, what level do they want to correspond to us with the Prince? Martial Saint. Ouyang Di Dao said. He shook his head, martial saints are already legendary beings in our Kyushu. Not to mention the martial arts saint, even the martial arts Grand Master. At this point, Ouyang Di froze. He was about to say that the martial arts Grand Master was also gone, but Master Lin Tian, Grandmaster Lin, might be the martial arts Grandmaster. He knows that Lin Tian has the cultivation of a Grandmaster. Uncle Day, how many foreigners are there on our land now? Lin Tian asked. Ouyang Di shook his head, very few. After all, there are still some martial arts families in our country. And we have an agreement with them. If they enter in large numbers, we will expose them. If they are exposed, they will have to think about whether humans can tolerate them. Ouyang Fei said, why not expose them directly? Ouyang Di said in a bad mood, use your brain. Whoever exposes them will have to bear their wrath. If we expose them, we will die together with them? Ouyang Fei smiled sheepishly. Little Fei, can't you learn from Lin Tian? Ouyang Fei pouts, Dad, this is not my fault. The difference in intelligence between him and me is probably even greater than the difference between me and a dog. The responsibility is yours. Ouyang Di. Go back and deal with Ouyang Fei. Lin Tian Dao, Uncle De, the blood clan can live for a very long time. They have a long training period, and will gradually gain the upper hand. Ouyang Di nodded slightly, who says it isn't? But now the lizard people still have the advantage. This is the age of technology. In recent years, technology has begun to stagnate, and in the future, the advantage of the long-lived blood clan will gradually become apparent. Ouyang Fei smiled and said, don't worry, we have Master Lin. P.S. Immortals, vampires, werewolves, and lizard people are all urban legends, their strength will not be out of this world. Chapter 205, Luo Bingning's company has an accident. Ouyang Di said solemnly, Lin Tian, you must not expose this secret. Even if you have Grandmaster Lin behind you, this cannot be exposed, otherwise there will be extremely serious consequences. At the least, it could trigger a world war, and at the worst, mushroom bombs would fly everywhere and the whole world would be reduced to a scorched earth. Ouyang Fei said in disbelief, Dad, if this news is exposed, it will cause a world war? Ouyang Di nodded. It's not a big deal if you come forward and expose the problem, but we'll all die. After all, they've made all kinds of movies and TV shows to cover it up, so you can't expose it. Lin Tian is different. Ouyang Fei. Lin Tian said, Uncle D, don't worry. I know the importance of this. The impact of this exposure is really too great. Their hands reach far and wide in all walks of life. Ouyang said with concern, in the past, they didn't dare to stretch their hands to us, but now the strength of the Blood Clan and the Lizard People is constantly getting stronger. Except for Grandmaster Lin and you, the two exceptions, the strength of our martial arts world is gradually declining. Their courage will gradually grow. Lin Tian, you must protect yourself. You and Grandmaster Lin are very important to the entire country. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Ouyang let out a breath of air and smiled. You don't have to worry too much. After all, the power of our country is completely different from before. Our country has the ability to turn the tables. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Those big weapons of the country are not just for show. Let's not talk about this anymore. This topic is annoying to talk about. Ouyang said. After dinner, Ouyang Qing lay down on the sofa, and Lin Tian inserted silver needles. Soon, Ouyang Qing felt an itch in his knee. Lin Tian, my knee is itchy. Is this normal? Ouyang Qing asked. Lin Tian said, the acupuncture I just gave you is to speed up the healing of your bones. They are healing 10 times faster than normal. It is normal for you to feel itchy bones as they heal quickly. At this point, Lin Tian took out a pill that could prolong youth. This thing can preserve youth, it can also provide powerful vitality, and it can accelerate Ouyang Qing's recovery. The medicinal ingredients he has now can be used to make 400 or 500 pills. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't be stingy about giving Ouyang Qing one. The Ouyang family took out all the ancestral spirit jade. Qing, you take this. Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang Qing nodded, and Ouyang Fei poured the water over it. He didn't ask any questions and took the pill directly. Uncle De, you can stay here for 2 days. Qingga will be able to walk without a wheelchair the day after tomorrow. He still needs to be nursed, but he will be able to walk normally. Lin Tian smiled. Ouyang De and the others were overjoyed. Lin Tian, we can't stay here, we'll go to a nearby hotel. Please go to the hotel when you arrive. Ouyang De said. Lin Tian looked at Ouyang Fei. He wanted Ouyang Fei to persuade his father. Ouyang Fei smiled and said, Brother Lin, my father likes to stay in hotels when he is out. You are a local tyrant, why don't you spend some money and arrange a presidential suite for us? I haven't stayed in one before. Ouyang De's eyes widened, what are you talking about? He's treating your brother, and you're letting him eat and live here? Lin Tian smiled and said, Uncle De, I don't care about ordinary people, but since you're here, I definitely have to take care of you. Then I'll book a hotel near the house for you. It's also convenient for me to go there to treat Qingga. Lin Tian quickly booked a room for Ouyang De and the others. Lin Tian, Xiufei was just talking nonsense. Look at this. Ouyang De was a little embarrassed. Lin Tian said, Uncle De, I didn't treat him with courtesy either. If he had been courteous to me, I would have beaten him up. Ouyang De smiled and said, then go ahead and beat him up. You're a good doctor, so even if he's disabled, you can still heal him. Ouyang Fei. Ouyang De said, Lin Tian, some people in the martial arts world want to visit Grandmaster Lin. Do you think it's convenient? They know that our Ouyang family has a good relationship with you, and they have asked me several times. Lin Tian Dao, what do they want? Ouyang De shook his head. I don't know. Everyone may have different ideas. Some may want to know how to improve quickly. Some people simply want to meet Grandmaster Lin. Some may want to discuss the problem of the different races. How to deal with the Bloods and Lizard people in the future is a difficult problem. Lin Tian Dao said, I will talk to my master. As for whether my master will be willing to see them, I can't say. Now that he knows about the bloodsuckers, the lizard people, and the werewolves, he wants to hide himself even better. Ouyang De and the others also have to keep it a secret. Good. Ouyang De nodded. In the afternoon, Lin Tian first took Ouyang De and the others to the hotel, and then he went to Luo Bingning's company to pick her up from work. Lin Tian was stunned when he saw Luo Bingning. This morning, when she left the house, she didn't have a treasure chest on her head, but now she had a silver treasure chest on her head. What happened? Nothing seems to have happened today. Bingning, you look strange. What happened? Lin Tian closed the door to Luo Bingning's office and asked. Luo Bingning said bitterly, all the core researchers in the company have resigned en masse, and several major shareholders have also requested to sell their shares as a result. According to the contract, I have to pay to redeem their shares. Lin Tiandao said, are the other shareholders going to run away? Yes. Luo Bingning nodded in frustration. Honey, it seems I'm not cut out for business. I messed up. Lin Tian hugged Luo Bingning. It's not your problem. The company must have been affected by me. There are some dark forces at work. They dare not use force, but they dare use economic means. No one can say no to normal economic means. Luo Bingning was stunned. Lin Tian said, they must know that you are my girlfriend. If there were no powerful external forces influencing them, they would have no reason to do this collectively. This is a warning to some people. Luo Bingning was puzzled. A warning? Lin Tian nodded. How much money do those people need to get their shares back? Luo Bingning said, it doesn't have to be much, after all, the products haven't been officially sold, and the shares were not sold at this round's valuation but at the previous round. About 150 million. Lin Tian smiled and said, the other party knows that I can afford this amount, and so can the Luo family. The company has not yet developed, and even if the company does not suffer losses, it is not a big deal, but they still did it. What is this if not a warning? Luo Bingning said with a bitter face, honey, 150 million is a lot of money, and the company is barely sustainable. The total loss is more than that. Lin Tian smiled and said, who says it's unsustainable? They returned the shares, and the company is just taking off. Luo Bingning was puzzled. Lin Tian pinched Luo Bingning's face and smiled, silly wife, I can refine the elixir of youth, don't you think I can't handle ordinary cosmetics? Chapter 206, Husband, you're so fast? Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian in surprise. She said coquettishly, hubby, then you didn't help me before. Lin Tian said, some of your company's shareholders originally invested in your company, but I'm not interested in making money with them. It's good that they're getting off now. Luo Bingning's eyes lit up. Lin Tian was right. Is this still a good thing? Honey, you have tens of billions in your account now, and my company is just a small dot to you. Wouldn't it be a waste of your time? Luo Bingning said with a little embarrassment. Her company is already valued at several hundred million, which is definitely not a small company, but it is indeed relatively small compared to the wealth Lin Tian has now. Lin Tian said, I've looked into cosmetics, and the global market share is $250 billion. This is not a small cake. Luo Bingning said, you're right, honey, but most of the market share is occupied by foreign brands. We don't have any international top brands yet. Lin Tian smiled, so you want to build one? Luo Bingning nodded, I had this idea, but I didn't expect to be hit with a blunt object right at the beginning. Lin Tian comforted, Bingning, you're not working in vain. Although the core experts have fled, the rest of the company's personnel are not lacking now. And you know all the processes very well. Luo Bingning nodded, that's true. Honey, you have so much money, do you really want to spend time with me to keep this company going? Lin Tian said, that's not much money. That's nothing in the eyes of some international giants. In the future, we may need more capital, so you have to help me make more money. Lin Tian originally thought that he would never run out of money in his lifetime, and that he would be fine even if he just laid down. But it turned out that the world was not that simple, and the Bloods and Lizard people were secretly eyeing him. He is already fighting against them now. In the future, when his identity as Grandmaster Lin is exposed, the Bloodsuckers and Lizard people will regard him as an eyesore and a thorn in their flesh. The Luo family may even encounter strong economic pressure. He is a martial arts master, and he also has the Thunder Law, Earth Dragon technique, and Beast Control technique. He is not too worried about the martial arts aspect, but the financial aspect is much worse. The Tudor family's assets alone are worth more than 1 trillion yuan, and the combined wealth of the Luo and Luo families is far from enough to compete with them. How many powerful families are there in the bloodline? Even the powerful Bloods are no match for the Lizard people. After all, the United States is the only superpower in the world. The United States is the territory of the Lizard people. It is difficult to estimate how much assets the Lizard people control in secret. How long will it take for you to come up with the formula, dear? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian smiled lightly and said, "First, tell me what you want." Luo Bingning said, "The ingredients should not be too expensive, and they must be easy to obtain, preferably available domestically. The effect must be strong and have no side effects. It would be best if it was difficult for others to imitate." Lin Tian smiled lightly. "That's quite a lot of requirements. What else do you want?" Luo Bingning stuck out her tongue. "There are some other requirements, but they're not that important." After Luo Bingning finished speaking, Lin Tian thought for a while. After a while, Lin Tian said, "I'll give you the recipe tomorrow morning." Ah? Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian blankly. "Husband, you're so fast." Lin Tian said, "I just need to use other ingredients to weaken the elixir of youth and turn the pill into a liquid. This is pretty simple for me. To prevent counterfeiting, I will add a catalyzing liquid, and the pill will only be effective when the catalyzing liquid is added. Only I can make the catalyzer." Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with great anticipation. "What kind of effect do you expect, husband?" Lin Tian smiled lightly. "It can't compare to the elixir of youth, but it should be able to instantly kill off the cosmetics on the market." Luo Bingning was overjoyed. "Bingning, the company should not go public. We don't need money, we don't need to raise money. By the way, you'd better buy the factory where the production takes place. Otherwise, the production process will be blocked." Lin Tian said seriously. Luo Bingning said doubtfully, "Honey, if we're going to buy one, we'll definitely have to buy a very good cosmetics manufacturing company. This will cost a lot of money. Is it really necessary? Many cosmetics are produced by OEM." Lin Tian nodded. "Trust me, it is necessary. Our enemies will be international giants. They will have a very strong influence." Luo Bingning said, "Then I'll ask my father to help with the acquisition, and the company will be under your name." Lin Tian shook his head. "The company is in your name. If it's in my name, it might not be so convenient if I have to go abroad to do something in the future." Luo Bingning hesitated and said, "But..." Lin Tian smiled and said, "There's no but about it. We're husband and wife. Do you still want to get a divorce? It's not the money I care about. It's you." Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with affectionate eyes. "Honey, I love you." MMM. Luo Bingning's small mouth was kissed by Lin Tian. Her face turned red, and this was the office. It was only after a while that Lin Tian let go of Luo Bingning. "Honey, you're a bad man. What if someone comes in?" Luo Bingning said shyly. The silver treasure chest on her head turned into a golden treasure chest. "How can you get in?" "I locked it," Lin Tian said with a smile. "Phew." Luo Bingning patted her chest. "I was worried for nothing." It was not a waste of worry. Lin Tian thought to himself. The silver treasure chest has turned into a gold treasure chest. Where is the white worry? Let's go home. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning said, "Honey, you go down and wait for me. I'll talk to the employees. The company is in a state of flux." Lin Tian nodded. He came out of the office, and Luo Bingning waited for a while before going outside, her face not turning red. Clap. Luo Bingning clapped her hands. Many employees looked at Luo Bingning. "Everyone, there are rumors in the company that it will go bankrupt. I'm here to say that the company will definitely not go bankrupt, so you can relax. Even if I have to keep you on for 3 years without work, I can afford it," said Luo Bingning. "Long live the boss." Many employees cheered. Luo Bingning's company had good treatment, and of course they didn't want the company to fall. Soon, Luo Bingning came downstairs. "The boss must be telling the truth, right?" someone said. Another person laughed and said, "How could the boss be lying? You don't know who our boss is." The boss is the only daughter of the Luo family, and he is also the boyfriend of Lin Tian. Behind Lin Tian is Grandmaster Lin. As long as the boss doesn't want the company to go bankrupt, our company won't go bankrupt. The rest of the people nodded in agreement, thinking that having money is a blessing. The 238th day of envying the boss. What do you think the boss and Lin Xiao were doing in the office just now? A couple in love, spending so much time in the office. Are they talking about work? He. Everyone started to gossip. Chapter 207, A Princess Has Come to the House. Hubby, the number of security guards has increased by several. Driving back to the residential area, Luo Bingning was surprised to say. There were only 2 security guards at the entrance to the garage, but now there are 6, twice as many. Lin Tian used his superhuman sense of smell. He could smell the scent of ammunition on the 4 new security guards, and they were all armed with pistols. Honey, is it because you increased the number? The car drove in and Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian shook his head, no. There were already more than 10 national security guards in the community before, so there is no need to add new security forces now. Then they are. Luo Bing was confused. Are there other big shots in the community? Suana and the others come from wealthy families, but the families behind them only need to provide 1 or 2 bodyguards, and they are all female bodyguards. The 4 new security guards are all men. Lin Tian looked a little strange and said, Bingning, maybe you were right before. Luo Bingning was stunned for a moment. She quickly said, there are new neighbors, and the new neighbors who have moved in are of great status. Lin Tian nodded slightly. That's probably it. The new security guards have guns. Luo Bingning turned her head and looked at Lin Tian. Honey, maybe there really is a princess from another country coming over. Lin Tian chuckled, don't panic. If you use your inner strength now, you can fight 100 princesses by yourself. Luo Bingning. Ding dong. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning had just finished dinner when the doorbell rang. The video intercom system showed that it was a woman outside. Click. Lin Tian was washing the dishes, and Luo Bingning opened the door. Hello, may I ask who you are? The woman outside was in her late teens or early 20s, and her looks were slightly lower than those of Suana and the others, but she had a very good temperament. Miss Luo, I am Princess Kalina of the One Island Kingdom. May I come in and visit Mr. Lin Tian? The woman outside the door smiled slightly. She was speaking Chinese, but not very well. Luo Bingning's mind flashed with information about the Kingdom of the 10,000 Islands. The royal family of the Kingdom of the 10,000 Islands was relatively poor, but the status of a royal princess was far above that of ordinary people. Of course. Please come in. Luo Bingning smiled slightly. She felt a little helpless. The other party was a princess of a country, and she couldn't refuse her a visit, could she? Princess Kalina, please sit down. Lin Tian is washing the dishes. If you need to talk to him, you'll have to wait a little while, said Luo Bingning. Princess Kalina nodded, okay. After she finished speaking, she sat down gracefully. Even though the royal family of the Kingdom of Wandao was poor, as a royal princess, she had received various etiquette training since she was a child. Soon Lin Tian finished washing the dishes. Mr. Lin Tian. Seeing Lin Tian, Kalina stood up and bowed. Lin Tian nodded, Princess Kalina, you don't need to be polite. I wonder why you came here. Kalina whispered, Mr. Lin, you shouldn't be bugged by the others here, right? Lin Tian chuckled, that shouldn't be the case. After all, the Yamaguchi Gumi just paid $1 billion in compensation. Kalina was relieved. Miss Luo, I came here as Mr. Lin's admirer. I'm sorry if I caused you any trouble. Kalina looked at Luo Bingning and apologized. Luo Bingning was surprised. Did she make a mistake? Princess Kalina, it's not a big deal. Honey, I'm going to go back to my room. You two talk. Luo Bingning said with a smile. Lin Tian nodded. Princess Kalina was not an ordinary person. What she had to say might not be suitable for Luo Bingning to know. Luo Bingning went back to her room to practice. As a princess, she said she was looking for Lin Tian for something else, so she probably didn't mean to lie to her. Princess Kalina, you can just say what you came for. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Kalina nodded, Mr. Lin, I actually came here to meet Master Lin. If I can't meet Master Lin, it's the same to talk to you, Mr. Lin. Just say it. My master is nowhere to be found. Lin Tian said. Kalina hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, I came here to ask Master Lin to deal with a family. Lin Tian said calmly, Princess Kalina, the people of the One Island Kingdom are rich, but the royal family is relatively poor. The family you want to deal with must be extraordinary. What makes you think my master will help? The royal family of the Kingdom of 10,000 Islands has assets of only $15 million, which is considered very poor in the royal family. The richest royal family in the country of Shadao has assets of more than $1 trillion. The GDP of the Kingdom of the 10,000 Islands is more than $500 billion, and that of the Kingdom of the Sands is more than $800 billion. However, the assets of the royal family of the Kingdom of the 10,000 Islands are only 1/100th of the assets of the royal family of the Kingdom of the Sands. Compared to the royal family of the Kingdom of the 10,000 Islands, it is no different from a beggar. Mr. Lin, we weren't this poor before. Many of our royal family's assets have been usurped. Kalina said angrily. By that family? Lin Tian asked. Katerina nodded. The assets that our royal family used to own are worth more than $100 billion. They have been gradually taken over by the Bruche family. P.S. Parallel world. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The Bruche family? He had found this name when researching the Tudor family. The Bruche family embezzled your royal family's assets, and you didn't resist? Lin Tian asked. Kalina said helplessly, we are not as strong as they are. If we didn't have something on them, they wouldn't dare to kill us all. Our royal family would have been gone long ago. Lin Tian said, the Bruche family is a bloodline? Kalina was stunned. Mr. Lin, you knew about the Bloods. Lin Tian nodded, I know a little. Kalina was relieved, Mr. Lin, since you know, it's much easier to talk to you about this. The Bruche family are robbers and despicable parasites. Lin Tian said, you have never resisted before, so why do you want to fight the Bruche family now? Kalina smiled wryly. We had no choice before. Now that Grandmaster Lin has risen to power and China has also risen, we may be able to get our things back. Lin Tian smiled and said, why would my master help you? Is it worth offending the Bloods? Kalina said, the Bruche family has taken over our royal family assets, including mines, ports, royal islands, etc. If Grandmaster Lin helps us take them back, we can give half of the assets to Grandmaster Lin. Many of our royal family's assets are permanent assets. Lin Tian said, are you not afraid that the Bruche family will destroy your entire royal family when you fight back? Kalina shook her head, under their pressure, we can hardly maintain our royal dignity. They wouldn't dare to wipe out our entire royal family. If they did, we would expose the bloodline. Lin Tian Dao, how is the Tudor family compared to the Bruche family, and what is their relationship like? Kalina said, they are two of the 8 major families of the Blood clan, and the two families have a good relationship. They are also related by marriage. Chapter 208 I'm afraid he'll beat me to death. Lin Tian pondered. He is the Grandmaster Lin. As soon as this news is exposed, the vampires and the lizard people will definitely target him. This is a foregone conclusion. If the news gets out, people will know that he became a grandmaster in his 20s, and what will he achieve in the future? Even if he declares that he will never target the bloodline and lizard people, will they believe this? China has always claimed to rise peacefully, but as China's strength grows, who will believe this? This is not a matter of belief or not. As one's power grows, one's influence naturally grows. It will inevitably affect the interests of some countries. The same applies to him. If he does nothing and just lays low, the Bloods and lizard people will suspect that he is getting stronger. As long as this suspicion exists, they will become more and more uneasy, which will prompt them to take various actions. Mr. Lin, you should know that the vampires have a long life expectancy, and in the future they will also be a threat to your country. Kalina reminded Lin Tian. Lin Tian said calmly, Princess Kalina, the safety of China has never been dependent on one person. Our country has countless soldiers guarding it, and there are many scientists who are hiding their names and forging swords for the country. If they dare to target the entire country, their 1,000-year-old castle will be reduced to ashes after the east wind passes. Kalina's eyes showed envy. If only their country were as strong as that. Princess Kalina, I will tell my master what you said. As for what he decides, I don't know. You can give me a list of the assets your royal family has and which assets you plan to give away. Mr. Lin Tian Dao. Princess Kalina nodded, Mr. Lin, I will stay here for 2 or 3 months, and I will give it to you when I am ready. Lin Tian smiled faintly, it would be best if your royal family had islands with mineral resources or islands with good harbors. You can give me an estimate of the value of each asset. If my master agrees, he can choose from among them. Kalina stood up. Okay, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, sorry to bother you. Lin Tian whispered to Luo Bingning. She is not practicing at the moment. Luo Bingning came out of the room. Princess Kalina, won't you stay a little longer? No. Miss Luo, may I have Mr. Lin's phone number? Princess Kalina asked. Of course. Luo Bingning nodded. Lin Tian gave his mobile phone number, which Princess Kalina could actually find out privately. It was more appropriate to ask politely in person. Miss Luo, I will be here for a while, I hope it won't cause you any trouble. Kalina said, and gave Luo Bingning a business card. She left soon after. Honey, what's going on? Can I know? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian smiled. She wants to find Master Lin. Don't worry, she's not here to steal your man. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, some people are quite narcissistic. Lin Tian said, the reason she came here is to tell you when you reach the level of a martial arts master. When the news of the Blood Clan and the Lizard People comes, I will tell Luo Bingning about it, and Luo Bingning can be on her guard. There is no need to talk about it now. Luo Bingning only has the martial arts level of dark power now, so it's useless for her to be on high alert if she's not strong enough. Then I have to hurry up and practice. Honey, I'm going to my room to practice. Luo Bingning quickly returned to her room to practice. Today, she had only practiced one day of the Big Zhou Tian in the morning. It would take her 4 hours to practice 2 Zhou Tian in the evening. Crackling. Lin Tian returned to his room and used the computer to look it up. He found a lot of information about the Bruche family. Wow, to put it mildly, the total assets of the Bruche family exceed 180 billion euros, which is slightly higher than the 150 billion euros of the Tudor family. Lin Tian thought to himself. He should have asked Kalina about it. Maybe she knew how much the Bruche family's total assets were. He was just guessing, and he probably didn't know about many of the Tudor and Bruche family's assets. The total assets may be much more than he estimated. Drip, drip. The phone suddenly rang. It's Feng Hejuan calling. What's up, team leader? Lin Tian smiled. Feng Hejuan coughed lightly and said, Lin Tian, can you and Luo Bingning move into that villa? Princess Kalina is here, and there may be more princesses coming. The security pressure in the community is very high. The number of people living in your community is greater than that of the villa, and many people come and go every day. Lin Tian said, aren't you in charge of security? Feng Hejuan said, that's not the case. We only assist from the side. Someone wants me to talk to you. See if it works. Lin Tian smiled and said, team leader, you've already spoken, so I have to give you some face, don't I? We will move in 3 days. Feng Hejuan was relieved. Thank you, thank you. 2 foreign princesses live in the neighborhood, and there are many people and eyes. It would be really difficult to handle if something happened. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian shook his head. They didn't plan to move before, but it seems that they thought it was too simple. The country cannot allow anything to happen to Kalina and the others in China. If something happened to the princesses of other countries in China, it could lead to a diplomatic dispute. Once Ouyang Qing is cured, we can move. With Princess Kalina as a rival, some people in the community may back down. Lin Tian thought to himself. Europe, Tudor family castle. Old friend, long time no see. Old Lord Conrad Tudor smiled. In front of him was the old patriarch of the Bruche family, Augustus. August had come on a secret visit, without an entourage and even flying economy class. You should know that Augustus usually travels by private jet, and even when he chooses to fly commercial, he always sits in first class. It's only been 2 or 3 years. Augustus and Conrad embraced. The 2 men sat down, and soon a maid poured a glass of red wine. The 2 men raised their glasses and clinked them together. Asian girls, no more than 16 years old. August smiled and said. Conrad nodded, your taste is still as sharp as ever. Augustus, you're here because Princess Kalina is going to China, right? Yes. Augustus' smile faded. I think a junior married Princess Kalina, but the royal family rejected it, and the royal family also asked Princess Kalina to suddenly go to China to find Lin Tian. Conrad pondered, if Lin Tian marries Princess Kalina, your family will have a lot of trouble. August took a deep breath and said, it's not a small problem, it's a big problem. You know that we own a lot of royal assets, and we are not afraid of going to court. But if Grandmaster Lin comes over, he won't be reasonable with us. Conrad said, you are a duke yourself, and you have the power of a Chinese master. Are you worried that you can't beat him? August smiled wryly, I'm afraid he'll kill me. Please give 5-star reviews and ask for a small gift tomorrow is my birthday, hee hee. Chapter 209, The Two Families Unite. Conrad said, are you so lacking in confidence? Augustus shook his head, there is a difference between a master and a master. You and I are both masters, but you are in the middle of your master's journey, and I will definitely lose if I fight you. But if I fight you, I can escape even if I lose. I don't think I have much hope of escaping if I fight against Grandmaster Lin. Conrad frowned and said, we can also fly on the leaves, and we won't be slower than him. But he may still be hiding some of his strength. Augustus said in a low voice, I don't think it's possible to hide, it's definitely hiding some of his strength. Typhoon Hague turned, the East Sakura Ghost Society was struck by lightning, earthquakes, volcanoes, all of these were caused by him. Do you have this ability? Conrad shook his head, of course not. But these are not necessarily related to martial arts. It has to do with the geomancy of the Chinese. Martial arts use one's own strength, while geomancy uses the power of heaven and earth. Augustus said, I know what you mean by feng shui. I have met some powerful feng shui masters in China. But they are far inferior to Master Lin. Conrad nodded slightly, you think Grandmaster Lin has at least the cultivation of a late-stage master? Augustus shook his head. I feel that he has reached the level of a master, and now he is starting to show his face because his closed-door training is no longer useful. He may be trying to break through the existing realm in a different way. Conrad frowned. He is a mid-level master, so if Grandmaster Lin is a late-level master, he can escape from him even if he can't beat him. If Grandmaster Lin is a perfect master, in a one-on-one fight, he would probably die if he fought against Grandmaster Lin. Augustus, your words have made this fresh blood less sweet. Conrad sighed. Augustus said, this is a minor problem. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to sleep soundly in the future. Conrad. What do you want? Are you going to kill Lin Tian in secret? That would offend Grandmaster Lin. Augustus said, we might be able to put pressure on Lin Tian to stop marrying Princess Kalina. The kingdom of Wan is ours in Europe, they can't interfere. Conrad chuckled, August, I think you're worrying too much. According to the information I have, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning have a very good relationship. They are getting engaged. Augustus was silent for a moment and then said, what if Kalina is willing to be Lin Tian's lover? You're joking. She's the princess of the kingdom of the 10,000 islands. Conrad shook his head. August frowned, our family is a bit ruthless in forcing the royal family. It is not impossible that she secretly became Lin Tian's lover for the sake of the royal family. If they reach out their hand, it won't be easy to make them pull it back. Conrad thought for a moment. If they persuade Lin Tian, it will be fine if they succeed, but if they fail, the Duo family will also be in trouble. The two families have a good relationship and are still in contact with each other, but they are still two different families. They have different territories and different core interests. The Tudor family's sphere of influence is in Reden, and the Bruche family's sphere of influence is in the island nation of Vanland. Norway. Old friend, it's a bit late now. You can stay here for the night while I think about it. After a while, Conrad said. Okay. Augustus nodded. If we join forces, with the influence of our two families, Lin Tian will back down. Conrad smiled, old friend, your room has been reserved for you. I'll have the servants show you the way. Conrad quickly had Augustus escorted away. Son, come here for a moment. Conrad made a phone call. His son did not live in the castle, not even in the same city, but within half an hour, Conrad's son was already on his way by helicopter. Father, said the Marquis of Lambert, Conrad's son, respectfully. Lambert is now the head of the Tudor family, but his status is still inferior to that of his father. The reason is simple. He is a marquis, but only a martial arts master, while Conrad is a duke and a martial arts grandmaster. The titles and powers of the bloodline are strictly linked. Has there been anything going on in the family lately? Conrad asked as a matter of routine. In the past, Lambert would also ask about the family when he came here. Lambert hesitated a bit and said, "Father, there is one thing. Gerald went to China and brought back 2 small bags of blood. Gerald is his grandson." Conrad frowned. China is best avoided, but these are not the old days, and 2 bags of blood are not a big deal. Lambert coughed lightly. They are the blood of Lin Tian's parents. Gerald had brought back some blood, which he had tasted. What? Conrad's face changed. Father, he lured Lin Tian's parents to donate blood, and then had someone take away Lin Tian's parents' blood bags. He wanted to know if Lin Tian's parents' blood was useful. Actually, we tasted it and it didn't have any special effects. Lambert said. He and Gerald's father, Earl of Karen, had both drunk some. Did their people find out? Conrad said in a low voice. Lambert coughed lightly. Lin Tian's parents' bodyguards are pretty good. They found out that the blood was taken. But they won't be able to trace it back to us. Conrad frowned. Nothing is impossible. Have you forgotten about the hacker who broke into the underworld? Father, I don't think so. Lambert's face changed slightly. Conrad said in a low voice, You are the patriarch now, so you should think twice about everything and never be careless. Yes, Father. Lambert nodded. Father, why did you call me here? Conrad told him about the incident in August. I wanted to discuss with you whether we, the House of Tudor, should get involved in this mess. It seems we have to get involved. Conrad frowned. The fact that the family members of the family stole the blood of Lin Tian's parents and drank it, which Lin Tian knew would be very angry. Now that he is not on the same side as the Bruche family, maybe in the future, when the Bruche family is fine, they will be in trouble. Father, with the strength of the Tudor and Bruche families, these should be minor matters. We have survived thousands of years of ups and downs. Lambert said confidently. Conrad nodded slightly. Lambert said, Father, should we send a family member or a blood servant in control? Conrad thought for a moment and said, Let Karen go. Sending a blood servant would not be enough of a show of respect. And there is a risk that the blood servant might get out of control. Lambert nodded. Conrad said, Go the day after tomorrow. He just drank the blood of Lin Tian's parents. Don't let Lin Tian find anything unusual. Yes, Father. Conrad waved his hand and Lambert left. Chapter 210, Ready to Break Your Wrist. The next morning. Augustus met Conrad. Old friend, how are you thinking? August asked. Conrad said, Our 2 families have always been in the same boat, so of course we have to support you in this matter. Let's see how the situation in the Kingdom of Wa is today, and see if Princess Kalina will return. We'll act tomorrow. August nods. Who are you planning to send? I plan to send Karen. Lin Tian is a martial arts master, and if the people we send over are too weak, it may be counterproductive. Said Conrad. Augustus nodded. Then I'll let my grandson go too. Before long, a day had passed. Kalina naturally did not return to her country, and Augustus and the others also received news that Kalina had rented a villa near Lin Tian's villa. Kalina also wanted to buy it, but she couldn't afford it. The royal family of the Kingdom of the 10,000 Islands is very poor. Fortunately, someone in the neighborhood was happy to rent it to her. After all, she is a princess of the Kingdom of the 1,000 Islands. If she wants to sell it in the future, it will be a great gimmick to have a villa that the princess of the Kingdom of the 1,000 Islands has lived in. Chinga, you try walking on your own. Lin Tian smiled and said. He had treated Ouyang Qing yesterday, and today was the last treatment. Ouyang Qing's knee was basically healed. Ouyang Qing got out of bed and slowly started to walk. Ouyang De and Ouyang Fei were watching him closely. 1 step, 2 steps. At first, Ouyang Qing was still cautious, but gradually, he walked around the room in long strides. As he walked, Ouyang Qing's tears flowed. Ouyang De's eyes were red, and Ouyang Fei was overjoyed. Lin Tian, thank you, thank you. Ouyang Qing performed a deep bow in the ancient manner. Ouyang De said, Lin Tian, if you need our family's help in the future, just let us know. Lin Tian smiled and said, Uncle De, I have a question I want to ask you. Ouyang, please accompany Chinga for a walk downstairs. Okay. Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Fei left. Lin Tian, if there is anything you need, just ask. Ouyang Deo said. Lin Tian said, Uncle D, it's like this. Princess Kalina is here, and you should know that. She wants Master to deal with the Bruche family. Lin Tian told Ouyang De about the situation. Master is not particularly knowledgeable about the martial arts world and the bloodline. What will happen if Master takes action? Lin Tian asked. He is Grandmaster Lin, and if he needs to consult someone in this regard, Ouyang De is the best choice. Ouyang De is a martial arts master, and the Ouyang family has had masters in the past, so he is familiar with these things. Ouyang De thought for a moment and said, Lin Tian, you are still young and you are still in the stage of rapid improvement. In fact, there is no need to be in such a hurry. In 3 or 5 years, you may be in the middle or even the late stages of becoming a grandmaster. Lin Tian thought to himself, how can I hide for 3 or 5 years? He was sure that there was definitely more than one force investigating him in secret, and that his identity would definitely be exposed. At most, he could hide it until he got married. Master Lin is his master, and it's not a big deal for him to get engaged to Master Lin, but what if he gets married? There are many smart people in those forces. With this and the rest of the information, they will definitely be able to confirm that he is Grandmaster Lin with 90% certainty. Uncle De, it's like this. Someone from the Tudor family engineered the removal of my parents' blood bags the other day. I'm sure I'll have to ask the Tudor family for an explanation. The Tudor family has a good relationship with the Bruche family. Lin Tian pondered. Ouyang De was stunned, is that true? Yes. Ouyang De said, then you have to make trouble for them. Westerners think differently from us. If you don't make trouble, they'll think you're weak and easy to bully. But you have to know when to stop. Because this matter is not good for a full-scale war with the Tudor family, the result may be a lose-lose situation. Speaking of which, Ouyang De smiled and said, Master Lin, you were right to target the Matsui family and the Yamaguchi Gumi. The benefits are gained and the situation is under control. Lin Tian nodded slightly. If they want to fight with Master, what impact will it have on the country? Ouyang De shook his head. As long as they can control the situation, it won't be a problem. The Blood clan is afraid of exposure, and that is their weakness. Their strength is not strong enough to act recklessly. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Ouyang De smiled and said, if you want to destroy a family in a few months, they will definitely fight to the death with you. But if you stretch out the time to a few years or decades, they will be nibbled away little by little. This is what happened to the royal family of the Kingdom of the 10,000 Islands. Lin Tian said, this is like boiling a frog in warm water. The vampire clan is too powerful. Even if Grandmaster Lin has an idea for dealing with the vampires, it won't happen overnight. What Grandmaster Lin wants is profit, not a global economic collapse or even a world war. Ouyang De. Lin Tian smiled and said, as long as you can cut their flesh with a knife, I'm afraid that it will directly provoke a melee in the martial arts world. Ouyang De shook his head. That won't happen. As long as you don't cut their main arteries, they can only suffer this loss. The Tudor family designed to steal your parents' blood bags, and the royal family of the Kingdom of the 10,000 Islands asked for help. Lin Zongshi had enough reason to intervene between the two families. Ouyang De paused at this point. You should also be aware that their influence is very strong, even in our country. The Luo family may also be under pressure. Lin Tian smiled, if the Luo family suffers a loss of 100 million, I will ask them for 1 billion. Uncle De, thank you. Ouyang De shook his head, I just moved my lips. Master Lin's help is very good. Some guys in our country will jump out. Lin Tian nodded slightly. The influence of assets is very strong, and there must be many forces in the country that are secretly controlled. It's a good thing they're jumping out to get rid of some of them. Uncle De, I'm going to leave first. I have a good relationship with your Ouyang family, and you may also be affected. You have to be careful. Lin Tian stood up and said. Ouyang De waved his hand, our family doesn't have much industry either, so the impact won't be that great. I might as well take the opportunity to exchange some of our assets for gold. Maybe it will rise in value during the turmoil. Lin Tian said, Uncle De, I will talk to my master in the future and ask him to help you become a grandmaster. No. Ouyang De hurriedly said, it is too difficult for me to become a grandmaster. You should tell your master that it would be difficult for him. Lin Tian Dao, Uncle De, I was just saying that. It depends on whether my master has the ability. In the future, if he becomes a martial arts saint or if he obtains powerful pills, it may be possible for him to help Ouyang to become a grandmaster. Uncle Day, goodbye. Lin Tian quickly left and returned home. The doorbell rang in less than 5 minutes, and it was Kalina outside. Ice, there is a beautiful woman visiting, I have to open the door and have a good talk with her. Lin Tian sent a message to Luo Bingning. Approved. Luo Bingning quickly replied. She knew that it should be Kalina who went to find Lin Tian. Chapter 211 Lin Tian, this is too short. Princess Kalina, please come in. Lin Tian opened the door and Kalina entered the living room. Mr. Lin Tian, I have received news that Count Karen of the House of Tudor and Count Iman of the House of Bruche have boarded a plane to China. Kalina looked at Lin Tian, her expression a little worried. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Which family took the initiative? Kalina understood what Lin Tian meant, and she said, it should be the Bruche family who took the initiative to contact the Tudor family. Mr. Lin Tian, they came together, perhaps they want to use the influence of the family to pressure you. Lin Tian smiled, are you afraid that I can't withstand the pressure here, and that they will send you back directly if they put pressure on you? Princess Kalina looked nervous. She pinched the corner of her dress. Mr. Lin Tian, there is something I didn't tell you. The Bruche family also wants to have a marriage alliance with our royal family. Marry you? Have you ever been married to the Bruche family before? Kalina nodded and shook her head. We are resolutely against any marriage with them, because we have had many conflicts with them over this. After each conflict, they would take some of our interests. Lin Tian, they may have done this deliberately, just to find a reason to take more of your interests. Kalina nodded, that was true in the past, and now they continue to do so, perhaps in order to swallow up our entire royal family. Perhaps they think we will compromise. Perhaps they think that the royal family of the 10,000 islands has no influence. Kalina's eyes showed signs of anger. At this point, she bowed deeply, Mr. Lin Tian, I hope you can help us, the kingdom of one island. Even if I have to become your lover. Lin Tian shook his head. Kalina's face turned red and white. She had summoned up all her courage to say this, after all, she was the princess of a country. I'm sorry for being so forward, said Kalina bitterly. Lin Tian frowned, Princess Kalina, we can cooperate, but you must not say that you will be my lover again. Kalina was stunned. Mr. Lin Tian, wouldn't that bind our interests more deeply? This is the case with many powerful forces. Kalina has known about this since she was a child. Even if they can't be together openly, becoming lovers and having a child is much more stable than a purely business relationship. Princess Kalina, I have a very good relationship with Bingning, Lin Tian said in a deep voice. Princess Kalina was puzzled. Mr. Lin Tian, this doesn't affect your relationship. I definitely won't compete with her. We'll just have a child. Lin Tian rubbed his forehead. Foreigners may have different ways of thinking. Kalina, our two countries have different cultures. In our country, this kind of behavior is considered disloyal to a partner. Kalina said, Mr. Lin Tian, I know that. But does it matter if it's a family tradition? A family needs to be bound by various interests in order to last for a long time. Isn't that also the case in your country? Lin Tian waved his hand, let's not discuss this. The royal family of the Kingdom of Wando has a long history of power succession, and the family has a large business that needs to be considered. Family interests are the most important. The Lin family consists of his parents, him and Luo Bingning. He doesn't need to think about that much. As for the future, he and Luo Bingning will have more children, and their sons and grandsons will marry into the rest of the family. Princess Kalina, you should know about them. How much property do they have? How many strong people are there? Lin Tian changed the subject. Princess Kalina said, I didn't know much about them before, but my father told me a lot about them before I came. The Bruche family's assets should be more than 200 billion euros, and they also secretly control many forces in various countries. If you include the assets they control indirectly, it may be as much as 400 to 500 billion euros. Lin Tian nodded slightly. This is similar to his estimate. The Tudor family is not as greedy as the Bruche family. Their direct assets are less, but their indirectly controlled assets should be more than the Bruche family. Lin Tian smiled lightly, the Bruche family is too greedy, so there are fewer forces that want to be attached to them? Yes. Kalina nodded. The Bruche family has swallowed our royal family very badly, and many other forces have also been swallowed up. Many forces naturally do not want to rely on the Bruche family. The Tudor family indirectly controls more forces, and there is actually another reason: the old patriarch of the Tudor family is stronger. Lin Tian, what kind of strength do they have? Kalina, according to your Chinese power rankings, the Tudor patriarch should be a mid-level master. The Bruche family patriarch is at the beginning of the master level. Lin Tian asked, do the other 6 families of the bloodline have masters? Kalina nodded. No duke can become a top family. Every family is now a duke on the surface. There may be a second duke in the family. Lin Tian sighed in secret. Before Grandmaster Lin appeared, there were no grandmasters in the surface world of China, but the Blood Clan already had at least 8 grandmasters. This is a bit heartbreaking. Even if there are masters in the dark in the country, there are definitely not this many. China was greatly affected by the war, and the Blood Clan gained huge benefits from the war of aggression. The 8 major clans of the bloodline aren't very united, are they? Lin Tian asked. Kalina nodded. Yes, the 8 major vampire clans all have territories in Europe, so there are bound to be conflicts of interest. They are behind all the wars in Europe. But if they face an external threat, they may unite. Kalina stayed for half an hour and then left. Lin Tian knew more about the vampires. The royal family of the Kingdom of the 10,000 Islands has long been oppressed, and they know a lot about the vampires. 21st floor. A female bodyguard named Suana arrived at the room. She had 2 female bodyguards in this neighborhood. One downstairs, one upstairs. How is it? Suana asked. Miss, Princess Kalina has been in Lin Tian's room for half an hour. Suana muttered, half an hour can do a lot of things, but isn't Lin Tian a martial arts master? That's not a long time to hold out. There was no foreplay or anything, and it was over in less than 20 minutes. Downstairs. Lin Tian. He knew that Zhao Anna's bodyguard was in the hallway through his godlike sense of smell. Her bodyguard was just returning to her room at that moment. He listened intently. He didn't expect to hear Anna Su say that. Miss, perhaps Lin Tian was in a hurry. He probably didn't want Princess Kalina to stay in his room for too long. Anna's bodyguard helped analyze the situation. Anna Su nodded, that's also possible. What do you think about me going downstairs to meet Lin Tian now? Suana's bodyguard said, Miss, I don't think it's a good idea. Men are wise men for a while after they ejaculate. What is the wise man's time? Anna asked. She is still a virgin, so she doesn't know much about it. Miss, the sage time is. Chapter 212, Honey, you're so charming. Lin Tian was full of black lines. Suana and the others really look down on people. He can only last for 20 minutes, and he is only capable of fighting once? 2 female hooligans. Lin Tian thought to himself, he was powerless to argue with them, and he hadn't even had sex with Luo Bingning yet. He said that even if he was really good, he had no proof. It seems that I have to move. If I live here, people will know who is coming to my house just by looking at the elevator. Lin Tian thought to himself. Suana and Zhao Qianqian upstairs and downstairs, needless to say, standing in the hallway you can hear the movement. The neighbors on the other floors can also find out when Kalina is on his floor if they pay attention. Anyone who is paying attention can tell when the elevator arrives at the 20th floor and when it returns to the floor where Kalina lives, and thus know how long Kalina has been staying with him. Honey, has Kalina just left? Luo Bingning sent a message. Lin Tian rolled his eyes, and he was sure that someone had told Luo Bingning about it. They were trying to drive a wedge between them. Yes, she kept pestering me to be my lover, but I rejected her firmly. Lin Tian quickly replied. You're so narcissistic, honey. I'm coming home this afternoon. Didn't you say we were moving to the villa? Okay. In the afternoon, Lin Tian called a moving company. He didn't have much stuff, but Luo Bingning had a lot. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Luo Bingning opened the door, and there were 10 or so beautiful neighbors outside the door, including Suana and Zhao Qianqian. Are you moving out? Zhao Qianqian asked. Luo Bingning nodded. Princess Kalina came over. She lives in this neighborhood, and the security pressure is too great. Suana looked at Lin Tian in the room, and she thought to herself, could there be another reason? Lin Tian. Suana, don't follow us when we move. Don't waste time and money. Suana smiled, Lin Tian, we just want to be friends. I'll move when you move. I don't need money or time. Kalina had been with Lin Tian for half an hour, which gave Suana hope. If Lin Tian could sleep with Kalina, couldn't he sleep with her? In terms of looks and figure, Suana asked herself if she was not better than Kalina. Although Kalina was a princess, her family was much richer than Kalina's. Miss Luo, do you have any objections to our moving? Suana looked at Luo Bingning and smiled. She was a little bit provocative. Luo Bingning looked indifferent, it's your freedom to move, what can I say? Isn't that right, honey? Lin Tian nodded, everyone, we still have things to do. The house is a mess, so we won't be able to entertain you. After that, Lin Tian closed the door directly. What do you think, sisters? I'm moving there. Let's all live there together. Outside the door, Suana smiled. We'll move. Forget it, I'm not going to join the fun. The girls all spoke up. Half of them were backing out, but they still felt that they had a chance with Luo Bingning. Now that Princess Kalina has gotten involved, even if Lin Tian and Luo Bingning break up in the future, they estimate that they will not get a chance. Several of them left. The others were called to Suana's house. Sisters, do you want to live with me? I already bought a villa there a long time ago. Suana smiled, that villa is too big, I would be scared to live there alone at night. Zhao Chanxian and the other girls nodded after a little consideration. The villa has many rooms, which is more than enough for them to live in. Suana, how much did you spend on that villa? We'll split it, we won't take advantage of you. In the future, we'll all rely on our own abilities. Zhao Chanxian said. The villa over there costs hundreds of millions, but their families can afford it. Even if they fail to pursue Lin Tian, they won't lose much money if they sell the villa in the future. They might even make some money. Okay. Anna Su nodded. She really didn't want to live in such a big villa alone, and the appearance of Kalina also made her feel a lot of pressure. Kalina was a princess, and that was something they could never compete with. Their family may be rich, but they are still commoners. Although the royal family of the kingdom of Wandao is in a poor state, Suana knows that if Lin Tian is with Kalina, the royal family of the kingdom of Wandao will definitely become rich. Their power would also be greatly enhanced. Sisters, we're moving. It's nice to move into a villa, but this neighborhood is a bit more crowded and not as convenient. Suana smiled. They soon found a moving company, and it was even easier to move in after they had lived there for a while. In the afternoon, Lin Tian and his family moved into the villa. Not long after, Suana and the others moved in as well. The villa they lived in was no more than 200 meters away. My husband, Anna Su, Chanxian Zhao, the Pei sisters, and Ziying LV all moved in. You are quite charming. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Of course. Lin Tian hugged Luo Bingning and said with a smile, and the golden treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head finally became a legendary treasure chest. Suana and the others have had a good effect. If Luo Bingning wants to get more treasure chests, Suana and the other tools are still useful. When the second treasure chest appears, open the legendary treasure chest again. Lin Tian thought to himself. If this legendary treasure chest is good, the second treasure chest can be properly nurtured in time. Honey, I asked my father for help. The cosmetics company is now in the process of being acquired. The ingredients you gave me are not expensive, and I have prepared a lot of them. I will start the experiment tomorrow. Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian nodded, be sure to keep it a secret, and hurry up and apply for a patent. Yes. Luo Bingning nodded. Honey, we need a nanny for the big villa, but we're both practicing, so it's not convenient to have outsiders around. Luo Bingning's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Lin Tian shook his head, no need. Haven't you noticed that there hasn't been any dust in the house for the past 2 days? My feng shui has improved slightly. Later, I will set up a feng shui formation around the villa, so there will be no dust or mosquitoes in the villa. The feng shui formation also has the effect of blocking sound, so we don't have to worry about being overheard when we roll the sheets in the villa. Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian a dirty look. Honey, can it prevent burglars? Luo Bingning asked weakly. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. I will set up a powerful feng shui formation, so it will be impossible for spies to sneak in the future. In the past, he was just a master of geomancy, and it was difficult for him to set up geomancy formations to prevent others from entering the villa. The main purpose of the feng shui formation is not to do this. Now he has god-level feng shui skills, and both legendary treasure chests have produced this, so he is super strong in feng shui. He spent a lot of time setting up the formation, and even the vampire duke couldn't sneak into the villa without being noticed. Husband, that's great. Luo Bingning was overjoyed. She was traumatized by the last time a spy from the kingdom of Dongying infiltrated the villa, and she didn't want spies from other countries to infiltrate the villa again. Lin Tian kissed Luo Bingning. Chapter 213, Information on the Skyfighter. Soon Lin Tian's tongue broke through the barrier and entered the city. Luo Bingning's face turned red and her heartbeat accelerated. After 2 minutes, Lin Tian noticed in the corner of his eye that another treasure chest was slowly emerging from above Luo Bingning's head. This is a black iron treasure chest. After a while, Lin Tian let go of Luo Bingning, who had a rosy red face that was very attractive. Pop. Lin Tian couldn't help but kiss Luo Bingning on the cheek. 2 months ago, he was just an ordinary social animal, and it was a problem whether he could find a girlfriend. Now he has a goddess like Luo Bingning. Sometimes, when he fell asleep, Lin Tian was a little worried that he would wake up and find that it was all just a dream. Husband, your hand. Luo Bingning said shyly. When they kissed, Lin Tian's hand slid down Luo Bingning's back and occupied the 2 highlands in the back. Now his hand hasn't moved. He. Lin Tian smiled and moved his hand away. It was not convenient to do anything with Luo Bingning now, but he definitely had to take advantage of the other benefits. He also had to seize the high ground in front. Honey, I'm going to my room to practice for a week. I'm too tired from moving today to cook, so we'll go out to eat tonight. After saying that, Luo Bingning quickly slipped into the room. Lin Tian's hand touched the legendary treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head. The legendary treasure chest disappeared instantly, but the smaller black iron treasure chest was still on Luo Bingning's head. Ding, the legendary treasure chest is opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained all the information on the 6th generation fighter. The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind. A massive amount of information quickly flooded into Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian quickly went to the master bedroom. The second bedroom where Luo Bing was frozen, and the master bedroom where Lin Tian lived. However, the villa was very large, and there was no difference between the master bedroom and the second bedroom. Phew! After half an hour, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. He had digested the information about the 6th generation fighter jet. The 6th generation fighter jet is an airspace fighter jet. The airspace fighter can fly in the atmosphere and also enter space, and its speed in space exceeds Mach 30. This fighter is too strong. Once this is developed, no other country's missiles will be able to catch up. Lin Tian's eyes showed excitement. He was still very satisfied with this legendary treasure chest. Although it did not enhance his personal strength, the creation of this treasure chest could greatly enhance the strength of the country. It doesn't even need to be developed from fighter jets. Just a few of the technologies used in the 6th generation fighter jets would be enough to greatly enhance the country's strength. The 6th generation fighter jet involves many fields, and even if there is technology, it will not be developed so quickly. But some of these cutting-edge technologies can be applied to the 5th generation, or even the 4th and 3rd generations of aircraft. Lin Tian thought to himself. The 6th generation fighter is the future fighter, and it needs to be developed vigorously, but the 4th and 5th generations of fighters are still guarding the country. Even if the 6th generation fighter comes out, the 4th and 5th generations will not be eliminated. After all, low-level aircraft are cheap and affordable. It would be a waste for most countries to deploy the 6th generation. War is about cost-effectiveness. The stealth coating of the 6th generation aircraft can also be used on the 5th generation aircraft, and the stealth performance of the 5th generation aircraft can be greatly improved with this coating. And this stealth paint is even cheaper. Quantum communication technology can also be used on the 5th generation aircraft. Lin Tian thought. He knew all the information about the 5th generation of aircraft, and he also knew the information about the 6th generation of aircraft. He knew exactly which aspects were suitable for upgrading. Mr. Su, I have a few opinions on the 6th generation fighter. Lin Tian closed the door and quickly tapped on the keyboard. He typed so fast that it was hard for others to read. 2 hours later, Lin Tian stopped. He had typed in a lot of information, but he had only given a general description of each aspect, not going into detail. But these will be of great help to the country. The country must already be researching the 6th generation of aircraft, but in many areas, there are differences in the direction of scientific research. For example, the engine. Which engine is better for an air-to-space fighter? When you start climbing a mountain at the foot of it, you don't know which path is the best. Some paths are easy to climb at first, but then become difficult. Some roads may even end abruptly. This guide from Lin Tian clearly points out the direction. The country can save countless manpower, resources, and financial resources, and can build the 6th generation of aircraft in the shortest possible time. Imperial capital. Alas! Su sighed. He had just participated in an academic discussion, which he had recently participated in several times. The topic of discussion was the 6th generation of the machine. Several bigwigs were arguing furiously. They were pursuing different research directions, and which direction the country chose represented a huge investment in scientific research. Everyone thinks their research direction is the correct one. Mr. Su was a big shot in the design and manufacture of fighter jets, but he is not sure about many aspects of the 6th generation of fighter jets. If the route is wrong, it would be a huge waste. The United States, for example, developed the advanced Zumwalt-class destroyer, but it turned out that the thing was not practical at all. Shouldn't we ask Kobayashi? Su thought to himself. He wanted to ask, but he was afraid of disturbing Lin Tian's research on the 5th generation fighter. He had asked a lot about the 5th generation fighter. The 6th generation fighter is very important, but for the time being, the 5th generation fighter can quickly form combat effectiveness. As for the 5th generation fighter, he wondered if Kobayashi had any new ideas. Su went to his office and turned on his computer. Mr. Su's eyes widened. Some thoughts on the 6th generation of fighter jets. He logged into the secret space that only he and Lin Tian could access, and a document immediately appeared in front of his eyes. The 6th generation fighter. Su was ecstatic. He opened the file and began to read it. After an hour, he had finished reading it. He was overjoyed. This information was too valuable for the country. This is what the 6th generation machine should look like. It must be like this. Su took a deep breath and read it carefully from the beginning. It took him several hours to read it a second time. Kobayashi is truly a national treasure. With this information, many disputes can be ended. Within 3 years, the 6th generation of the machine may be built. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Su took out his cell phone. It was quite late, but he still dialed the number. What is it, Mr. Su? The second elder said gently on the other end of the line. Su Lao said in a tired voice, Second elder, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. There has been a lot of discussion about the 6th generation machine recently, and you should have some understanding of it. The second elder on the other end of the line was a bit helpless. Not only do I understand, some people have even come to me to argue. I don't understand any of that. All I can do is focus on the economy and make more money to ensure that I can still pay for it if I go down the wrong path. Mr. Su laughed. You don't need to worry about it, second elder. Xiaolin gave me a development guide for the 6th generation machine. How to develop it is clearly written by Xiaolin. The second elder's eyes lit up. Lin Tian is one of the few people who know about his talent in this area. Mr. Su, shall we go on a business trip together? Let's go to S City to talk to Xiaolin, and let him review it for you. The second elder said with a smile. That's great. Su immediately agreed. Chapter 214, The Count of the Bloods is visiting. The planes of Count Karen and Count Eamon landed at the S City International Airport. Eamon, China has changed a lot in the past few years. When I came to Shanghai more than 10 years ago, it was far less prosperous than it is now. Sitting in the extended Rolls-Royce, Count Karen looked out the window and sighed. It was already nightfall, and the buildings were brightly lit. Shanghai was one of the largest and most prosperous cities in China. Count Eamon's eyes flashed with excitement. I've never been to Shanghai, but I've been to Shenzhen twice, and the changes are super big. China is a terrible country. This lion cannot be allowed to wake up. It is better for it to remain asleep. Count Karen shook his head. No, a dead lion is more in our interest. That's true. Count Eamon nodded. Count Karen said, should we go find Lin Tian now, or should we wait until tomorrow to go find him during the day? Right now, I hate the daytime. We are much stronger at night. Count Eamon said without hesitation. Okay. Count Karen nodded, not caring about the location. They can move around during the day, but the special virus in their blood will be less active during the day. Their strength will also be reduced. The car sped to the villa where Lin Tian and Luo Bing were staying. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning had moved, and they knew that Count Karen had also moved in. The villa where Kalina lived was on the left of Lin Tian's villa, only 100 to 200 meters away. The villa where Suana and the others lived was on the right, a little further away. Ding dong. At around 10 p.m., Count Karen and the others arrived outside Lin Tian's villa. An old servant rang the doorbell. Inside the villa, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were both practicing. Ding dong. After waiting for a while, the door did not open, so Count Karen and the others rang the doorbell again, but the door still did not open. Count Karen looked up and saw that the lights in the villa were on, so Lin Tian and Luo Bingning must be inside. And Lin Tian is probably a martial arts master, so there is absolutely no possibility that he couldn't hear the doorbell. It seems that we have to wait a little longer. At this time, Lin Tian may be busy in bed. Count Karen said with a smile. The two of them got back into the car. It shouldn't take long, 20 minutes at most. Count Eamon chuckled. Inside the villa, Lin Tian. I don't know who started the rumor, but it even reached abroad, and even Count Eamon knew about it. This is ridiculous. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian finished his weekly training, but he didn't go down to see Count Karen and the others right away. If he sees them right away, God knows what they will say when they get there. You bastards, you'll just have to wait a little longer. Lin Tian cursed in his heart. After almost half an hour, Lin Tian finally came downstairs and opened the door. Count Karen and Count Eamon got out of the car. They had been waiting for 40 minutes. What are you two doing here so late? Lin Tian said indifferently. Count Karen said, Mr. Lin, let's talk inside. Come in. 3 people arrived at the villa. Lin Tian had specially arranged a feng shui formation upstairs. Although the Count of Karen and the others had arrived at the villa, they could not hear any sound from upstairs at all. They couldn't go upstairs without Lin Tian's permission. Count Karen and Count Eamon were a little puzzled. When they got inside, they couldn't hear a thing. Vampires have very good hearing, and under normal circumstances, they should be able to hear Luo Bingning's breathing and heartbeat. Sit down. Lin Tian said in a calm voice. Count Karen and Count Eamon sat down. Count Eamon smiled. Lin Tian, your master is Grandmaster Lin, and you are very powerful. I think you should know our identities very well. I know a little. That's good. Lin Tian, I'm sure you can guess why we're here. You don't need to be involved with Kalina. Our family has many outstanding young women. Count Eamon did not beat around the bush. Lin Tian said indifferently, I'm not interested in your outstanding girls. Don't bite me when I fall asleep. Count Karen narrowed his eyes. Although your master is Grandmaster Lin, our power is beyond your imagination. The royal family of the Kingdom of the 10,000 Islands has no power. You don't need to fight against us for them. Lin Tian looked at Count Karen. His eyes instantly turned cold. Your son, Gerald, stole my parents' blood, and you drank it. Let's settle this first. Count Karen's face changed slightly. He had waited a day to come here, but he didn't expect Lin Tian to already know the news. He even knew that his son, Gerald, had done it. Lin Tian, your parents donated blood. How it was used after it was donated was not much of a concern to them. Count Karen said in a low voice. Is that so? Since you say so, you will repay me with the blood of my parents. Lin Tian said, and lightning fast, he reached out his hand. Earl Karen dodged at full speed, but he was not as fast as Lin Tian. Lin Tian grabbed Count Karen by the neck. MMM. Count Karen screamed in pain. Lin Tian's strength was great, and Count Karen's body was lifted up by him. Count Edmund's face changed dramatically. Lin Tian, let's talk it over. We came here with good intentions. Count Karen drank the blood of your parents. We can make amends for that. Eamon Bermond quickly said. He didn't make a move. He knew very well that even if he did, he and Earl Karen would not be a match for Lin Tian. They are only at the level of the dark force. Lin Tian stared coldly at Count Karen. Count Karen's face turned red, his eyes turned red, and his fangs appeared in his mouth, making him look quite terrifying. Lin Tian, we vampires have 8 dukes, and the assets of our 8 families exceed 200 billion euros. You will have a lot of trouble if you kill Earl Karen. Count Eamon said anxiously. If Lin Tian kills Count Karen, he might also kill him. He doesn't want to die in a foreign country. Ahem. When Count Karen was about to die, Lin Tian let go of his hand, and Count Karen fell to the ground. He coughed violently. Lin Tian said coldly, Count Karen, I said that you must repay me with blood for drinking my parents' blood. But it doesn't have to be your blood. Count Karen's face was gloomy, then whose blood? Lin Tian said indifferently, your 2 families should have controlled some blood servants in our country. Or you control some people through other methods. My parents have donated 400 milliliters of blood in total. I want a list of 400 people. These 400 people must all be important figures. Count Karen Lin Tian would not spare them, but he was in no hurry to kill them now. He would use them to gain some benefits first. This is impossible. Count Karen categorically refused. If they give out such a list, they will suffer huge losses. Then you will die here tonight. Chapter 215 I bet Lin Tian doesn't dare to kill. Count Karen's face was gloomy. Lin Tian, if you dare to kill me, your parents, Luo Bingning, and others will also die. Lin Tian smiled, let's try it. I don't think so. How many people are there in my family? There are many people in your family. Are you sure that your patriarch and the old patriarch will completely break with my master and fight to the end? Even if your family wants to do this, I don't think the rest of the vampire families will agree. At this point, Lin Tian looked at Count Eamon. Count Eamon, do you want the Bruche family to be exposed? Count Eamon. Their bloodline is stronger than ordinary people, but even a martial arts master can't withstand a bullet. If they are exposed, they will definitely suffer in the long run. It is very likely that the bloodline will be cleansed by one country after another. Lin Tian, if you expose our blood clan, you are playing with fire, and China will suffer a heavy blow. Count Eamon said coldly. Lin Tian looked at him coldly, if my family is targeted and killed, I will definitely expose you. As for the consequences, do I still care about this? Count Karen gritted his teeth, a list of 400 people is impossible. At most, I can give you a list of 40 people. Count Eamon also said, Lin Tian, a list of 40 people is also fine. What you want is not an ordinary list. Lin Tian's body exuded murderous intent. If I don't get the list before the sun rises tomorrow, Count Karen, you will definitely become a corpse. Your father and your son will also die. They also drank the blood of my parents. At this point, Lin Tian stood up, you can call back, but you must not try to leave the villa. If you leave without permission, you will die. After saying that, Lin Tian went upstairs. Count Karen and Count Eamon looked at each other, their faces full of anger and frustration. They had come to put pressure on Lin Tian, but Lin Tian had actually known about the theft of his parents' blood. And he was so tough. Count Karen, you should call back and ask. This is no longer something we can decide. Count Eamon took a deep breath and said. Count Karen nodded. He called his father and explained the situation. Lambert's face turned very ugly on the other end of the phone. Karen, I will discuss it with your grandfather. Lambert hung up the phone after saying that. He went to the Duke of Tudor, the old patriarch of the family, and the old patriarch of the Bruche family, Augustus, was also present. Father, this is the situation. Lambert told him about the situation with Count Karen. Conrad frowned. They stole the blood of Lin Tian's parents and drank it, so they were in the wrong. They may be unreasonable in many situations, but Lin's master is there, and they will suffer more if they are unreasonable. Old friend, Lin Tian is so arrogant. Do you think he really dares to kill your Tudor family? Augustus said. Conrad's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He didn't think Lin Tian would dare to kill the core members of the Tudor family so easily. Lambert is the patriarch, and Karen is his son, so they are definitely the core members of the Tudor family. What do you think, son? Conrad asked Lambert. Lambert frowned. Father, if Lin Tian threatens us and we just give in, it will be a great shame for the Tudor family. We can't give him the list. In China, they have corrupted and controlled many people through various means, but there are not many heavyweights. These people are the cancer of the country, and destroying them would be a great thing for the country. And if they publish the list, it will be much more difficult for them to corrupt people in the future. Conrad was silent for a long time. Prepare 2 lists. After negotiating with Lin Tian again tomorrow morning, give him the list with the lower quality. He dares to kill and give the second list. Lambert's face changed slightly. Father, if Lin Tian kills Karen, we, the Tudor family, will have an irreconcilable blood feud with him. Conrad said in a low voice, I bet he won't kill anyone. He won't easily make enemies with the Tudor family. Yes, father. Lambert nodded. Conrad looked at Augustus. Old friend, do you want to split the second list of 400 people? Yes. Augustus nodded after a moment's consideration. He had come to Conrad on his own initiative, and with Katerina still there, he also needed the Tudor family's help. We'll prepare a list of 200 people. If Lin Tian dares to kill anyone, I'll send you the list. Augustus said. Such a list is strictly confidential, and Augustus does not want Conrad and the others to know if it is not necessary to hand it over. The night was gradually passing. Count Karen and the others did not leave. Lin Tian said that anyone who left without permission would die, and they did not want to risk their lives. Have you thought it over? Lin Tian came down from upstairs. The sun will rise in a moment. Where is the list I asked for? Without the list, or if the list is not good enough, Count Karen, you are absolutely dead. Lin Tian was playing with a flying knife in his hand. Count Karen said coldly, Lin Tian, you will not benefit from being an enemy of the Toad family. Our family controls more than 500 billion euros in total assets, and our family's power is beyond your imagination. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. You mean there is no list? Count Karen's heart trembled. No list, but the Tudor family is willing to compensate you with 400 million euros. 400 million euros for 400 milliliters of blood. The Tudor family has shown its utmost sincerity. Compared to that list, 400 million euros is not much. The loss caused by the list will be far greater than 400 million euros. Lin Tian shook his head. I want the list. A list with detailed evidence proving that they are problematic. You don't have much time left. Count Karen cursed in his heart. They stole 400 milliliters of blood, but they still couldn't get 400 million euros in compensation. Father, Lin Tian still wants the list. Count Karen called his father. Lambert quickly sent him a list, which Count Karen sent to Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly checked it out. His face turned cold. You're fooling around. Are they senior spies in the development of your Tudor family? You have 5 minutes at most. If you don't give me the real list in 5 minutes, I'll send you to meet Satan with this flying dagger. Count Karen was scared, but he knew he had to be tough. Lin Tian, we Tudors have given you the list and have shown you great sincerity. If you kill me, you will be responsible for the consequences. The Tudor family will definitely retaliate furiously. Count Karen said in a stern voice. Lin Tian took out his cell phone and looked at the time. You have 4 minutes. No need. Count Karen said coldly, don't you dare try to kill me. Whoosh. The flying knife in Lin Tian's hand flew out. The flying knife pierced into Karen's left eye. Try it and you'll die. Chapter 216, the Tudor family is scared and bows their heads. Count Karen's other eye widened. He couldn't believe it. He was a core member of the Tudor family, and Lin Tian had actually killed him. You. Earl Karen fell to the ground. His raised hand fell down weakly. Earl Karen is dead. Count Aemon, who was standing nearby, was shocked. Lin Tian had actually killed Count Aemon. Would he die? Lin Tian mumbled, is this death? The internet says that the only fatal point for the blood clan is the heart, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Count Aemon. He was speechless. Lin Tian's flying dagger had penetrated deeply into the head of Count Karen, and it was strange that Count Karen could still be alive. Can the heart still think? Count Eamon, contact your family and spread the news of Count Karen's death to the Tudor family. Also, tell the Tudor family that blood calls for blood. My master will be visiting the Tudsers soon, Lin Tian said indifferently. Count Eamon glanced at the body of Earl Karen. He picked up his cell phone and called his grandfather. His grandfather was the old patriarch of the Bruche family, Augustus. Grandpa, Lin Tian is not satisfied with the list that the Tudor family has come up with. Lin Tian has just killed Karen. In addition, Lin Tian said that Grandmaster Lin would go to the Tudor family in the near future. He asked us to pass the message to the Tudor family. Count Eamon took a deep breath and said. Augustus's face changed on the other end of the phone. Lin Tian actually dared to kill a member of the Tudor family, so he must also dare to kill a member of the Bruche family. Lin Tian's courage comes from Grandmaster Lin. In this case, Grandmaster Lin's strength may be higher than they estimated. Could it be that Grandmaster Lin is already a martial arts grandmaster? August's mind flashed with this thought. If that was the case, it would not be good news for the Blood Clan. It would be very difficult to kill a martial arts grandmaster. It is difficult to kill a martial arts master with light weapons, and although heavy weapons can do it, they make a lot of noise. It is unlikely that they would use heavy weapons in China. I'll tell the old patriarch of the Tudor family right away, Augustus said in a low voice. He hung up the phone and quickly dialed Conrad's number. Lin Tian killed Karen. August quickly told Conrad what had happened. 5 minutes passed. Ding ding. Lin Tian's phone rang, and it was a strange number, from abroad. This is Conrad. Conrad said in English on the other end of the line. I don't understand. Lin Tian said indifferently. He didn't believe that Conrad, who had lived for 160 years, wouldn't know Chinese. The mental strength of the stronger vampires was much stronger than that of ordinary people, and their learning ability was also much stronger. Lin Tian, I am Conrad, the head of the Tudor family, Conrad said in a low voice in Chinese. Lin Tian said calmly, Patriarch Conrad, if you are trying to threaten to kill my parents or something, you don't need to threaten, you can just send assassins, they can't resist. If they are killed, I will ask my master to kill all the forces that have a grudge against me, one by one. Your Tudor family will definitely not escape. Conrad. Lin Tian, young people shouldn't be so angry. I called you to give you another list. We, the Tudor family, accept responsibility for this matter, Conrad said with a suppressed rage. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. It's not going to be the same old nonsense, is it? If it is, don't bring it up. My master has never been to Europe, and he really wants to go. You are also a grandmaster, you can exchange ideas. Conrad's face twitched. If Lin Tian dared to do this, he guessed that Grandmaster Lin was at least a grandmaster. He might have already become a martial arts grandmaster. If they spar, he might die. Don't worry, this list is definitely a heavyweight list. How about we just end this matter here? Conrad said in a low voice. If the list is fine, of course it is fine. You know, we Chinese love peace the most. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Conrad cursed in his heart. Many people in China do love peace, but they definitely do not include Lin Tian, nor does Lin Tian's master. Lin Tian has already killed several people. Grandmaster Lin went to Dongying, and thousands of people died there. Ding. It didn't take long for Lin Tian to receive the list. He opened the file and took a look. Compared to the previous list, this one was much heavier. This list involves many big shots in many industries. The Tudor family uses blood servants, but they can't control many people. Especially in China, they don't dare to mess around too much. But they have a lot of money. The power of capital is very strong. They can use money to control and enslave many people. Drip. After a while, Conrad called again. Lin Tian, are you satisfied with this list? If you're not satisfied, then we might have to fight. Conrad's cold voice came through. Lin Tian smiled, it looks good. I will verify the information you provided. If there is a problem with one of them, you will have to give me 10 more. Lin Tian, you let Eamon take Karen's body. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian looked at Count Eamon. Count Eamon, you can take his body away. Be careful not to let the blood stain my carpet. Count Amon picked up Karen's body. He left quickly. Lin Tian didn't want to stay in this place for another second. Husband. Luo Bingning came down from upstairs. She had already woken up. There was something going on downstairs, so she waited for the Earl to leave before coming downstairs. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning said, I heard you get up, and I heard you talking, so I couldn't sleep. Honey, the person who just died was... Lin Tian said, he was from a powerful family in Europe. They offended me some time ago and were quite arrogant. Bingning, you have to hurry up and become a martial arts master. Luo Bingning nodded, honey, I will. Honey, will my parents and your parents be okay? Lin Tian smiled, don't worry, if anything happens to them, their enemies will suffer 1,000 times more in retaliation. Killing them would only anger me, and it wouldn't be worth it. Luo Bingning was slightly relieved. Can I become a martial arts master in the future? If I become a martial arts master, your pressure will be less. Lin Tian nodded, the ice-cold and dark-keen body is the top immortal cultivation body. As long as you have the spirit jade, your strength can increase rapidly. In this era, you can't become a cultivator, but there's no problem becoming a martial arts master. Luo Bingning's eyes showed a look of joy. After breakfast, Luo Bingning went to work, and Lin Tian received a call from Su Lao. Xiaolin, I and the second elder have just landed. We have something to talk to you about. Lin Tian was not too surprised. It should be about the 6th generation fighter. This list can be given to the second elder. Chapter 217, A Conversation with the Big Boss. Elder Xia, welcome. A bulletproof Hongqi sedan arrived in front of Lin Tian's villa. The second elder and Su Laodang got out of the car, and Lin Tian smiled and went up to greet them. Lin Xiaolin, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Today, I finally get to meet you in person. You're much more handsome and energetic than in your photos. The second elder extended his hand and shook hands with Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled and said, Elder, you could have just called me. I could have come to see you in the imperial capital at any time. This is the first time I have to come and see you. In the future, if there is really something, you can go over there. Don't think that I am a nuisance to you, this old man. The second elder said with a smile. You're joking, second elder. Hello, Mr. Su. Lin Tian shook hands with Su Lao again. The three of them entered the villa, but the bodyguards of the second elder did not enter. It was unlikely that anything would happen here. Lin Tian, you shouldn't be under surveillance here, right? Do you need someone to come in and check? The second elder asked. Lin Tian shook his head, don't worry, I've set up a feng shui formation here, so no one can sneak in. The second elder nodded. He looked at Su Lao, who was a little excited. Xiaolin, I have carefully studied the 6th generation fighter jet plan you gave me several times and I think it's very good. Do you think we can develop it according to your plan? How long will it take to develop it? The second elder looked grave. Xiaolin, we are already researching the 6th generation fighter jet. In the past, we could cross the river by feeling our way, but now we are ahead of the curve. We have to try all kinds of routes and technologies. According to your plan, we have to stop many projects. If your route is correct, we can save a lot of time and money. Lin Tian smiled, second elder, Mr. Su, don't be so serious. I've basically gone over the technology of the 6th generation fighter in my mind. There are no major technical difficulties. Su Lao was excited. Xiaolin, what you mean is that if you follow this, you can guarantee it? How confident are you? Elder Tu said, Shaolin, you can speak freely. This is a very complicated matter. A 30% chance of success is already very high. Lin Tian said seriously, second elder, Mr. Su, if you do it according to my plan, I can't say it's 100% sure, but I think I can be 90% sure. However, some of the other research does not need to be stopped. It is good to use them to confuse the enemy. The second elder and Su Lao were both excited. Shaolin, is it really 90%? Su Lao did not believe it. Lin Tian nodded, Mr. Su, it's true. I've actually already figured out a lot of the technology, I just need you to verify it. Perhaps the researchers and institutions in these fields can be trimmed a bit, and more people can be added to the wrong path. The second elder laughed, you want to lead the United States astray. Lin Tian nodded. If we add people in the wrong direction, they are likely to follow, and then we will withdraw. They will be dumbfounded. With our system, we can withdraw at any time. If they have received money from arms companies or research institutions, it may not be so easy for them to spit it out. The second elder nodded slightly. Someone will be responsible for strategic deception. Lin, on behalf of the country, I thank you. It is a great blessing for our country to have a genius like you. Lin Tian said seriously, you don't have to thank me. The country has come this far thanks to the efforts of many predecessors. The ancestors dedicated their lives to the country in secret, and I live a comfortable life. Compared to them, I am ashamed. Elder Tu laughed and said, you are a demon-level genius. A genius like you cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. Isn't that right, Mr. Su? Mr. Su nodded, you are right. If I could do my job easily, I wouldn't be stuck in the research institute. Lin Tian, I want to talk to you about some of the technology of the 6th generation machine. Lin Tian interrupted, Mr. Su, let's talk later. How about I talk to second elder alone first? Okay. I'll go for a walk in the courtyard. Su La stood up with a smile. After Su Lao left, Lin Tian took out a USB drive. Second elder, there are 400 people's information in here. They come from many industries and are quite well-known figures in their industries, some of them are even authorities in their industries. There is evidence of their corruption. The second elder's expression became solemn. Such people have a great influence, and Lin Tian has the information of 400 people on this USB drive. Shaolin, how did you get this? The second elder asked. Lin Tian said, a few days ago, the Tudor family deliberately tricked my parents into donating blood, and they stole the blood bags. Last night, I threatened them and got this list. The second elder said solemnly, thank you. He knew that in order to get this list, Lin Tian must have seriously offended the Tudor family. Elder 2, you don't have to thank me. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Now that I have some ability, I must do something for the country. Lin Tian said with a smile. The second elder nodded, you have done a lot for the country, and the country must give you some honor. No, please don't. Lin Tian shook his head quickly. My identity will be exposed sooner or later, and the honors I have will have a negative impact on the country. Elder 2 said, didn't you say that typhoons, earthquakes, and volcanoes are all natural disasters, and that we should believe in science? Ha! There are too many coincidences. I'm afraid people won't believe it in the future. Lin Tian coughed lightly. The second elder looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Xiao, you can really cause earthquakes and volcanoes. Lin Tian nodded slightly. In places with many earthquakes and volcanoes, I do have this ability, using the power of heaven and earth. The second elder pondered for a moment. Xiaolin, you must be extremely strong in feng shui. Can you set up a feng shui array that can prolong life? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. When he was a master of geomancy, he could also set up such a geomancy formation, but the effect would not be very obvious. Now he is a god-level geomancer. And he has opened 2 legendary feng shui treasure chests. The effect of setting up this kind of feng shui formation will be more obvious. Shaolin, the meaning of the Grand Elder and I is that you don't need to use this method to help any politicians, including me and the Grand Elder. But can you help the scientists who have dedicated their lives to the country? Each of them is a pillar of the country. The second elder asked. Lin Tian Dao, what you mean is to gather many such scientists and I will arrange the feng shui formation? Is that possible? The second elder asked. Lin Tian nodded, yes, it is possible. I will choose the location, but it cannot be anywhere. No problem. The second elder breathed a sigh of relief. After not staying for long, the second elder left contentedly, and Su Lao went inside the villa to discuss with Lin Tian. Chapter 218 Luo Bingning's dark energy is complete. In the evening, Mr. Su reluctantly left. He and Lin Tian discussed a lot about the 6th generation fighter, or rather, he listened to Lin Tian talk about it. He realized that Lin Tian should have completed all the theoretical research on the 6th generation fighter. Lin Tian had also completed all the deductions on the various technical development directions and ideas. According to Xiaolin's plan, the 6th generation fighter jet will be ready in just 3 years, putting it a generation ahead of the United States. Unfortunately, it is unlikely that I will be able to support it for 2 years. Su sighed as he left in the car. Europe. A luxury private jet landed. Many members of the Tudor family were waiting at the airport. They were dressed in black and wore white flowers on their chests. The door of the plane opened and Earl Eamon came out first, followed by 4 men carrying an ice coffin. Inside the coffin was the body of Lord Cullen. Conrad and Lambert were there, their faces dark with grief, and the coffin was quickly carried away. My son. God, this country is truly a wicked place. You only went there once, and you died there. Count Karen's mother wept as she carried the coffin. Conrad and Lambert approached, and they too saw the corpse in the ice coffin. Count Karen lay pale and cold inside the ice coffin. Lambert, we must avenge our son. Lin Tian killed our son, we must avenge him. I want him to feel the pain of losing a loved one. Karen's mother was furious. Her eyes turned blood red, her fangs appeared, and in her rage she took on her vampire form. Lambert, take her away and calm her down. You are the patriarch. You should know what is most important. Conrad said in a low voice. Countess Karen wept bitterly. Father, Karen is your grandson. Can you just stand by and watch him be killed by that monster, Lin Tian? Conrad frowned. Lambert quickly took his wife away. Load the ice coffin into the carriage and take Karen home. Conrad took a deep breath and said. Yes, old patriarch. The coffin was quickly loaded onto a car, and Conrad and his posh convoy quickly left. Lambert, you are the head of the family. Your son is dead. Are we not going to do anything? Count Lambert's mother shouted angrily from the car. Lambert's face was gloomy. Father wants revenge, and I want revenge, but now is not the right time. If Grandmaster Lin strikes, all of us in the family will die, and the family wealth will be divided up. Family heritage is the most important thing. Karen's mother, we have a long history and are very powerful. Can't we really deal with Lin? Lambert shook his head. There is no good solution for the time being. We don't even know who he is. He's like a terrible ghost hiding in the dark. Karen's mother, I don't believe he would dare to target the Tudor family. We will retaliate. Lambert said, what if he doesn't target the Tudor family, but just kills my father? If he kills father, the Tudor family will lose its duke. At that point, we have 2 options. First, we retaliate with all our might, and the entire family will perish. Second, we choose to bow our heads. Karen's mother was silent. Now that they have backed down, Conrad is still alive, and the family has not suffered too much. They are still one of the 8 great families of the bloodline. If Conrad dies, even if Grandmaster Lin doesn't interfere again, they will still decline. The other vampire clans will definitely take away a lot of their benefits. We planned to steal the blood bags from his parents, but in the end, we were at fault. The opponent is strong, and we have to pay the price for being in the wrong. Lambert said in a low voice. Karen's mother gritted her teeth. Lin Tian shouldn't have killed anyone, it was just 2 blood bags. Lambert rubbed his forehead. What if we find that Lin Tian's parents' blood is good for us? It's not just a matter of 2 blood bags. Lin Tian knows this, which is why he took action. Karen's mother. If Lin Tian's parents' blood is of great benefit to them, they will definitely capture Lin Tian's parents. Karen's revenge will be avenged, but you have to be patient. We need to learn more about Master Lin. And our family can't be the first to act. Lambert said solemnly. Karen's mother nodded slightly. You must never act on your own. Gerald acted on his own and the family suffered greatly. If you act on your own again, father will be very angry. Karen's mother's face changed slightly. If Conrad got angry, she would definitely lose her current position. I understand. Lambert's tone slowed down. Father is also extremely angry, and it is only a matter of time before we retaliate. Don't worry. Karen's mother said coldly, I want to suck the blood of his parents in front of Lin Tian. Fine, I'll take care of it when Robin arrives. Lambert sneered, Lin Tian killed my son, so let his girlfriend Luo Bingning give birth to a son for me. Karen's mother looked at Lambert. Luo Bingning is a beauty. But it's not a bad idea to get revenge on Lin Tian in this way. 2 days have passed. Honey, I think I've perfected my dark arts. Early in the morning, Luo Bingning said happily. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning's situation was very special. It was difficult for others to sense her strength, but he, the martial arts grandmaster, could sense it. Luo Bingning had indeed reached the pinnacle of dark energy. Her improvement was even faster than he had expected. Bingning, you have indeed achieved the perfection of dark energy. Lin Tian said with a smile. I feel like I've already reached the dark power perfection. Luo Bingning was overjoyed. The treasure chest on her head had become a silver treasure chest the previous 2 days, and now it had become a gold treasure chest. If the twin treasure chests are lower in level when the second one is collected, will the benefits still be the same? Lin Tian thought to himself. My dear, congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of the dark energy. Come, give me a kiss. Lin Tian reached out and embraced Luo Bingning. No kiss, not yet rinsed my mouth. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Boo! Lin Tian kissed Luo Bingning on the cheek, and his head touched the golden treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head. Ding, the golden treasure chest is opened. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained all the information on the 5th generation strategic bomber. The system voice rang in Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. The strategic bomber of the Huagua nation, the H-20, has been slow to come out, and now it is still the older generation of the 6th master who is fighting for the world. Although the 6th master can fight, he is still far inferior to the strategic bombers of the United States and the Bear Kingdom. A large amount of information quickly flooded into Lin Tian's mind. Fortunately, I have experienced the impact of the legendary treasure chest several times, so I am not too worried about this impact. Honey, I feel that without using my inner strength, I have less strength and my face is a bit pale. Someone at work asked if I was sick. Luo Bingning said. Lin Tian kissed Luo Bingning on the forehead. Honey, don't worry. This is a normal phenomenon. MMM. Luo Bingning nodded. After breakfast, Luo Bingning rushed to the company. President Luo, you finally arrived. I need to talk to you. A middle-aged woman who had been waiting at the company said. What is it, Doctorin? Asked Luo Bingning. This middle-aged woman is the director of a private hospital. Recently, the employees have been relatively idle, and 2 days ago, all the employees of her company went to a physical examination together. Chapter 219, Mr. Luo, you don't have much longer to live. Ms. Luo, let's talk in the office. Doctorin and Luo Bingning arrived at the office, and she locked the door. Luo Bingning was puzzled, but she didn't say anything. She was now at the peak of her dark energy, and she could easily knock out a middle-aged woman like Doctorin, not to mention a strong man. President Luo, what I am about to say may not be something you want others to know. These are the results of your physical examination. Doctorin took out several medical examination forms. Luo Bingning flipped through the various data on the sheets, much of which only a doctor could understand. Doctorin, just tell me. Is there something wrong with my medical examination results? Luo Bingning asked. She knew she was sick, so it was normal for her medical examination results to be abnormal. Doctorin looked hesitant. Luo, I know your mother, and I appreciate your trust. Everyone in the company chooses to have their physicals done at our hospital. Doctorin, it was my mother who chose your hospital. Just tell me the results. Luo Bingning sat up straight. Doctorin nodded. Ms. Luo, according to the results of the examination, many of your physical indicators are abnormal. Your condition is like that of an old man whose life is rapidly passing away. Although you are not sick, your body is heading towards death. If you are available, Mr. Luo, you can go to the hospital and I will give you a more detailed and comprehensive examination. Luo Bingning looked at her in a daze. She knew that the results of her physical examination would not be good, but she never imagined that the results would be so bad. Doctorin, based on your professional judgment, if the data is fine, how long can I live? Luo Bingning asked. Doctorin was silent. Luo Bingning smiled. Doctorin, you can tell me. If you tell me, I can treat it in time. Doctorin said with concern, for an elderly person with these data, we generally judge that his life expectancy will not exceed 6 months. But you are young, Ms. Luo. It is very strange to see such data. Perhaps it is just that I am not skilled enough. Luo Bingning closed her eyes. Dr. In, have you double-checked the data? After a while, Luo Bingning asked. Dr. In nodded, I double-checked the data carefully, and there shouldn't be any problems with the data. Mr. Luo, let's check it again in detail. Luo Bingning thought of Lin Tian. Lin Tian is a very skilled doctor, but Lin Tian said that her problem is difficult, and some of the words may just be comforting her. Dr. In, I have some other things to do. I will arrange to meet you at the hospital. Thank you for your trouble. Luo Bingning said softly. Okay. Ms. Luo, I'll leave first. I haven't told your mother about your condition yet, so let's check it again. Dr. In left quickly. Luo Bingning quickly arranged the rest of the day's events. 2 hours later, she was in the hospital, accompanied by Dr. In, and she finished all the tests in an hour. Dr. In, when will the results be available? We will hurry up, but all the results should be available around 6 p.m. Luo Bingning nodded, when the results come out, please send me a text message to tell me if the preliminary results are accurate. I'll tell my mother myself. Dr. In nodded. Luo Bingning did not go to the company again. She drove to the welfare institution. Bingning, you don't look well. Have you been busy with work lately? The director of the welfare home saw Luo Bingning and said. Luo Bingning smiled and said, Director, I'm fine. You know, my boyfriend is a very good doctor. Please arrange for me to give 2 lessons to the children this afternoon. The director looked at Luo Bingning with some concern. Bingning, are you really okay? You don't look very well. There is a horizontal bar not far away. Luo Bingning smiled and said, Dean, you watch. Luo Bingning went to the side of the horizontal bar, grabbed it, and used her inner strength to do 3 pull-ups with one hand. Dean, do you see anything wrong with me? Luo Bingning smiled coquettishly. The dean was relieved. She smiled and said, That's good. You can even do one-handed pull-ups. It was already past 5 o'clock when the 2 classes were over. Luo Bingning drove home. She told Lin Tian that she would be home a little later today and would eat dinner out. The car arrived near the villa community, and it was almost 6 o'clock. Ding ding. Dr. In called. Luo Bingning pulled over to the side of the road to answer the call. Mr. Luo, the results are even worse than before. Luo Bingning's face changed slightly. Dr. In, according to your estimate, how long can I live with this result? 4 months. Dr. In hesitated and said. Thank you, Dr. In. Luo Bingning hung up the phone, her expression a little dazed. Could Lin Tian have deliberately given her some hope? She could kill a tiger with a single punch when she used her inner strength, but when she didn't use her inner strength, her condition was really poor. She didn't even plan to have a physical examination, but the rest of the company persuaded her to do so because they saw that she looked unwell. If I only have 4 months to live. Luo Bingning felt fear. She had parents and a husband, and she was very, very satisfied with her life. Click. It took a while for Luo Bingning to return home. Lin Tian was at home. When he saw Luo Bingning, he also saw the golden treasure chest on her head. There was no treasure chest on her head when she left the house this morning. Bingning, what's wrong? Lin Tian approached and hugged Luo Bingning and asked, What's wrong, Bingning? You don't look well. You look worried. Honey, I. Luo Bingning wanted to say something but stopped. Lin Tian lowered his head and kissed Luo Bingning. What is it? What's wrong at home? The Luo family is facing pressure in business and needs a lot of money? Luo Bingning shook her head. The other day, the company's employees underwent a uniform physical examination, and the results are in. The doctor said I only have a few months left. Lin Tian smiled, so that's it. Do you believe the results of the physical examination, or do you believe me? Your cultivation will make you look worse, but you need to go through this process to solve the problem. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian. Honey, are you lying to me? You don't have a solution either. If you tell me. If there is not much time left, I want to spend more time with you and your parents. Lin Tian scratched Luo Bing's nose and smiled. Didn't you see that I was still updating Huayin every day? Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to solve your problem. Luo Bingning still had a worried look on her face. Bingning, you still don't believe that I can only show my trump card. I didn't plan to show this trump card. Lin Tian said with a hint of helplessness. Luo Bingning blinked her eyes. What's the ultimate move? Let's not go out to eat. I'll cook. After saying that, Lin Tian walked towards the kitchen. After half an hour, Lin Tian had made 4 dishes, each of which looked better than the one Luo Bingning had made. Bingning, you try it. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Luo Bingning picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. She was stunned. The taste of the dish made by Lin Tian was simply superb. Husband, you lied to me. You're such a good cook, and you said you couldn't cook. Luo Bingning pouted. Lin Tian smiled and said, now do you believe I can cure you? Chapter 220, then the whole village will have to eat a banquet. Luo Bingning looked much more relaxed. She smiled and said, I believe you. If I only have a few months to live, and you keep your delicious cooking a secret, I'll come to you every night. Ghost in love? Lin Tian laughed. Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian a cold look. Bingning, eat more. We have a division of labor, you cook and I do the dishes. In the future, you still cook. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, honey, you cook so well. Can you cook from now on? Lin Tian shook his head repeatedly, I can do it, but I don't like it. Don't you have a hobby in this area? I can teach you. Luo Bingning felt more relaxed. She told Lin Tian the results of the hospital checkup, and Lin Tian still asked her to cook. This was not like the attitude of someone who was about to die. Honey, why are the results of the hospital tests so bad? Luo Bingning asked while eating. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, the ice spirit in your lower abdomen is like a supervolcano that is about to erupt. The coldness in your lower abdomen could not be channeled because your body could not withstand it. But now that you have absorbed the essence of the spirit jade to improve your physique, your body can withstand some coldness after a while. Luo Bingning listened attentively. The cold energy is like hot lava, and it will definitely cause damage as it passes through the meridians. The meridians connect the limbs and the internal organs. If the meridians are damaged, how can the results of the hospital tests be good? How can your usual state be good? Luo Bingning shook her head. Lin Tian smiled lightly, while the meridians are damaged, my treatment will allow your meridians to recover quickly, and your own cultivation will also allow your meridians to recover. With constant damage and recovery, your meridians will become stronger and stronger. Your constitution will become stronger, your meridians will become stronger, and your internal strength will also become stronger. In the future, when your ice spirit erupts, you will be able to withstand it. Luo Bingning nodded. The physical examination at the hospital only detected the superficial symptoms. The condition of your meridians and lower abdomen cannot be detected by a physical examination. Luo Bingning asked curiously, how good is your medical skill now, husband? Lin Tian smiled and said, what do you think of my martial arts? Luo Bingning guessed, more than 80% of people on the internet guess that your martial arts should be a master. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not, it's very powerful. Lin Tian chuckled, the netizens are right. I am a master of martial arts and now a master of medicine. In fact, both are grandmasters. His parents knew that he was a martial arts grandmaster, but Luo Bingning still only knew that he was a martial arts master. If he told Luo Bingning that he was a martial arts grandmaster, she probably wouldn't worry so much when he went out. In general, this is what you should say. But his situation is special. Luo Bingning is worried that she can get the treasure chest, and he can get the ancient divine medical skills earlier. It's better for both of them. Husband, you have already become a grandmaster of martial arts? Luo Bingning said happily. Lin Tian smiled and nodded, shouldn't your focus be on the back? My ancient medical skills are also complete. Once my ancient medical skills reach the level of Grand Master, it will definitely not be difficult to solve your current illness. In Luo Bingning's opinion, if Lin Tian's level of medical skill is raised, his chances of breakthrough will be much greater. Honey, how long will it take for the ice spirit in my body to explode? If you haven't broken through yet, what if the ice spirit explodes in time? Luo Bingning asked. If that really happens, the whole village will have to eat a banquet. Luo Bingning. Lin Tian chuckled, Bingning, don't worry, I'll tell you straight. With my current skills, I can help you last for 3 to 5 years. If I haven't broken through within 5 years, do you prefer a flip-top or a slide-top coffin? Luo Bingning gave Lin Tian a big white eye. She was completely relieved that Lin Tian would joke with her like this. She was sure that he had at least a 90% chance of success. You're a bad guy. I'm not talking to you anymore. You've eaten so much, you can wash the bowl. Luo Bingning giggled and went back to her room to practice. Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. If Luo Bingning didn't have a good attitude, her cultivation would be affected, and her situation would be much more troublesome. If Bingning wants to become stronger quickly, she needs to have a lot of spirit jade. I wonder how my uncle is doing with finding the second spirit jade. Lin Tian thought to himself. Somewhere in Europe. Mr. Ryan, didn't we agree on 200,000 euros? It's not appropriate for you to raise the price so much all of a sudden. Su Youngjun frowned. They had just negotiated the price, and in order not to appear anxious and suspicious, Su Youngjun did not pay immediately. As a result, the other party took a phone call and suddenly tripled the price, from 200,000 euros to 600,000 euros. Mr. Su, you haven't paid yet, have you? Someone is willing to pay 1 million euros for it. I only asked for 600,000 euros, but I did it because I promised you. Do you still want it? The European sitting across from Su Youngjun smiled and said his name was Darcy Lane, a collector. Who is willing to pay 1 million euros? Su Youngjun asked. Darcy Ryan shook his head. Mr. Su, this is the information of the remaining guests, I can't tell you. You have 10 minutes to think about it. Su Youngjun frowned, and after 5 minutes he let out a long sigh. There is an old saying in China, money can't buy what you want most. Who can I blame for falling in love with it? I'll take it for 600,000 euros. Soon Su Youngjun gave the other party 600,000 euros, and Darcy Lane gave Su Youngjun a safe. Su Youngjun opened the safe and checked it. It was indeed the jade he wanted to buy, and this piece of jade was even bigger. Mr. Ryan, I spent an extra 400,000 euros. Can you tell me who was giving me a hard time? Or maybe you're just saying that. If it's the latter, I have to say you're amazing, I'm impressed. Su Youngjun locked the safe and said. Darcy Ryan smiled. The guy who called me is named Clarence. He is also a collector. He offered 500,000 euros. Su Youngjun gave a thumbs up. Mr. Ryan, you're amazing. I'll find time to learn from you in the future. Su Youngjun left soon after. He went to the airport. Su Youngjun got into a taxi. Clarence, I'm sorry, you offered 500,000 euros, but Mr. Su raised the price to 600,000 euros. I sold it to him. Darcy Lane told Clarence about the situation. He was only willing to pay 200,000 euros, but then suddenly he raised it to 600,000 euros. He still wants it? Clarence said in surprise. Yes, he bought it. Okay, let's do business again in the future. Clarence quickly dialed another person's phone. Mr. Harry, I have a situation to report to you. Luo Bing's uncle Su Youngjun bought a piece of jade and suddenly tripled the price, but he still bought it. The other end of the line was an old man, and his eyes narrowed. He knew who Su Youngjun was. He is a member of the Tudor family. I want all the information on that jade, immediately. Chapter 221, Tudor Family Suspicions. Clarence immediately contacted Darcy Lane. Mr. Lane, I want the most detailed information about the jade. Darcy Lane frowned. Clarence, we are friends, but I still have a professional ethics. Now the jade is already Mr. Su's. You'll have to ask him for the information. Clarence said seriously. Darcy Lane, it is Mr. Harry of the Tudor family who wants it. I'll send it to you right away. Darcy Lane hung up the phone. He hurriedly found the relevant information and sent it to Clarence. In less than 5 minutes, Mr. Harry had the information. Meanwhile, a top jade expert was already on standby. These are the materials. Give me the results as soon as possible. Mr. Harry passed the information to the jade expert. Okay, Mr. Harry. The jade expert quickly reviewed the information and 5 minutes later he called Mr. Harry. Mr. Harry, from a jade analysis point of view, it is not one of the types of jade that the Chinese like the most. It also has little potential for upgrading. The jade expert said cautiously. Mr. Harry said, how much do you think this jade is worth, and how much will it be worth in the future? If someone really likes it, how much is a reasonable price? Jade expert, Mr. Harry, the market price of this jade is about 150,000 to 180,000 euros. In the next 10 years, it will reach a maximum of 250,000 euros. Even if someone really likes it, it won't exceed 300,000 euros. Mr. Harry's eyes flashed with excitement. If someone offers 600,000 euros, this person is not particularly wealthy. What do you think will happen? If so, it may have historical value? I'm sorry, Mr. Harry, I don't know much about Chinese history. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Harry made another call. How is it? We just found out that Su Yongjun bought a similar jade in Myanmar, but it was smaller. Soon Mr. Harry got a picture of another jade. The two jade stones were different in size, but the color, texture, and so on, gave the impression of being similar. Harry straightened his clothes and then dialed Lambert's number with a respectful look. My lord, I have some information. Mr. Harry quickly reported the summarized information. Thank you for your hard work. Lambert hung up the phone. He soon arrived at his father Conrad's room. Normally they didn't live together, but today was the day of the funeral of Count Conrad. Father, the people below have discovered something unusual. Lambert told him what had happened. Son, tell me what you think. Lambert said, there are 3 possibilities. First, this jade is not ordinary jade, and Lin Tian and his master's rapid improvement in strength is related to this jade. The second possibility is that they have a batch of these jade stones in their possession and are trying to drive up the price to make a fortune. The third possibility is that this jade may be of great use in feng shui. Conrad nodded in satisfaction. You've thought of everything. What's your plan? Lambert said, we will secretly collect some of the same jade, and then spread the news to hype it. If people think that this kind of jade can be used for cultivation, maybe 10 million euros apiece will be sold. On the one hand, the price will make it more difficult for Su Yongjun to buy them, and on the other hand, we can make a lot of money. Conrad nodded slightly. First, check to see if they have secretly stockpiled similar jade. Also, don't let anyone know that we bought it. Lan Bo nodded. Father, Su Yongjun is on his way to the airport. Conrad frowned. Do you still want to keep him? We can outbid Lin Zongshire financially. This is market behavior. He used force, which is against the rules. We used force, which is against the rules. Lambert coughed lightly. Father, I don't think so. Between powerful forces, it is often necessary to talk about rules, because the consequences are unbearable for both sides. You go back to work. Conrad waved his hand. Su Yongjun arrived at the airport and he was relieved. He felt uneasy when someone suddenly raised the price by so much, and he felt nervous on the way over. Drip. Su Yongjun dialed Lin Tian's phone. Lin Tian, I found another piece of the feng shui stone you wanted. I could have got it for 200,000 euros, but someone got in the way and it cost 600,000 euros. Su Yongjun complained deliberately. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. A spirit jade that can be obtained for 200,000 euros, but it costs 600,000 euros? Someone definitely has the power to secretly target Su Yongjun. It must be the Tudor or Bruche family who are causing trouble. 60,000 euros is 60,000 euros. This stuff can't be used for much, so it won't cost much. Lin Tian didn't care much about the tunnel. Fine, you know I spent 600,000 euros. You have to reimburse me for this. Su Yongjun smiled. He said that on purpose. Someone might be listening in on his phone call with Lin Tian. Even if Lin Tian is a hacker with extremely high skills, he cannot guarantee that his phone calls will not be intercepted at any time. Su Yongjun was making this call over the phone from overseas. Uncle, don't worry, I won't let you lose. Lin Tian laughed. Uncle, are you at the airport? I heard the voice on the radio. Yes, the plane leaves in 2 hours. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian quickly turned on his computer. He first checked to see if anyone was eavesdropping. He really found it. The Tudor family. The Tudors are such a powerful family, they must have a hacker. Poof. Lin Tian snorted. Without dealing with this immediately, he continued to investigate, and soon he dug up Mr. Harry and the others. Tudor family. Lin Tian muttered to himself. These big powers are really not easy to deal with. This is only the second piece, and it has already been found to be abnormal. However, the Tudor family is very powerful, and it is not entirely bad to have the Tudor family involved in the search. Lin Tian could predict that the price of similar jade would rise sharply, and he would have to spend more time trying to buy the spirit jade. But this way, more spirit jade will be found. Even if it costs 100 million US dollars, it is worth it to improve Luo Bingning's cultivation and cure her illness. In the early stages, Luo Bingning's cultivation base was low, so she absorbed the spirit jade slowly. Later, she absorbed it much faster. Drip. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian called Lambert's phone. Lin Tian. Lambert frowned as he looked at his phone. Lin Tian's mobile phone number is no secret. He had saved Lin Tian's number a long time ago, in case he might need it in the future. He never thought Lin Tian would call him now. This guy is calling now, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. Lambert frowned, but he still answered the phone. Karen is being buried today, and you're calling at this time. Do you want to provoke us, the Dodo family? Lambert said coldly. Lin Tian said indifferently, Lambert, you actually saved my number. What an honor. You Tudor family eavesdropped on my conversation with my uncle. This involves business secrets. The eavesdropping cost $1 billion. You pay the money. Lambert's forehead veins bulged. Lin Tian, why don't you go rob? Lin Tian said calmly, if you say that, then I will come with my master and rob you directly. By then, it will be more than just $1 billion. Chapter 222 Handsome guy, do you want to know about real estate? Lambert's face was ugly, don't go too far. Lin Tian sneered, you bugged me and you're saying I'm over the top? Have you done enough stealing that you've never been beaten up? Remember, there will always be traces of wiretapping, and you will have to pay $1 billion every time you do it. You must know my account number. You must have some control over some companies in China. You have 1 hour. Lin Tian hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Fuck. Lambert cursed, all the people in the family of the Duke of Tech wiretapped other people's conversations, that was a common occurrence. They never pay any compensation. Lin Tian's behavior made Lambert extremely uncomfortable. Father. Lambert arrived at his father's place and told Conrad the situation in the shortest time. Father, Lin Tian has gone too far. Eavesdropping on his phone calls has cost us $1 billion. Lambert said with a dark face. Conrad took a deep breath, give it to him. Huh? Lambert looked at his father in disbelief. Conrad frowned, we haven't had such a powerful opponent for a long time. We haven't been in our place. We're going to make the weak pay for their insolence? Lambert, our family is still very powerful. Conrad sighed slightly, if Master Lin comes, what will we do about him? If we don't pay the money, they'll have the upper hand, and Master Lin will definitely come to us for the money. And at least $2 billion. Lambert's face fell, father, but. Conrad waved his hand, no buts. This is the way the world is. The weak have no reason. Stop bugging him. Lin Tian is young, but he is very cunning. There is no way to hear much useful information from the phone. Lambert said, Father, this time I learned a little. That jade is a feng shui stone, and it should be used by Master Lin to set up a feng shui formation. Conrad shook his head slightly. Who can tell the truth from the lies? Don't look at what they say, look at what they do. Go and get the money ready for him. The original plan remains unchanged. Lambert nodded and left the room. Ding. After half an hour, the sound of a text message rang. Lin Tian picked up his phone and it was a text message from the bank. There were more than 7 billion yuan in his account. The money in his bank card was close to 40 billion yuan. They actually gave the money directly. They are quite patient. And to prepare more than 7 billion yuan so quickly, the Tudor family's energy is indeed strong. Lin Tian thought to himself. He actually hoped that the Tudor family would not give him money, so that he would have a good reason to go there and cause trouble. It's not right for the Tudor family to eavesdrop and then come directly to his door. But if he finds that the Tudor family doesn't bow to him, then there's no problem with him coming to his door. What to do with so much money? I can't spend it all, and I don't know how to invest it. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Hey handsome, want to know about the new building? Jianshan Rue Mansion is about to start, and there is a 5% discount on new buildings. Someone slipped Lin Tian a flyer. He was walking down the street at the time. He should spend more time out and about, and maybe one day he'll be lucky enough to find another person who can produce a treasure chest. The new building hasn't been put on sale yet? Lin Tian asked. Yes, it's not far from here. There's a subway station right at the entrance to the community, and there are shopping malls and everything. Lin Tian took a taxi to Jianshan Ruifu. This is a high-end, well-decorated residential area with 9 buildings, 2 elevators and 2 households, and the entire residential area has about 800 units. There is a spiritual vein under the community, and it is arranged with a feng shui formation. The effect of the feng shui formation will be very good. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Welcome. Lin Tian arrived at the sales office. The property had not yet been officially put on sale, but the sales office already had a few customers. Hello, I would like to see the house. I don't want to see your model apartment, I want to see how the rest of the houses are decorated outside your model apartment. Lin Tian approached the sales manager. Sir, the rest of our houses are of the same standard as the show flat. We pay great attention to quality. I'm afraid you can't see the rest of the houses. The manager refused. Lin Tian took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Secretary Chang, I have a favor to ask of you. The secretary of the city, Chang Qinghe, laughed on the other end of the phone. Lin, I've had your number for so long, and this is the first time you've called me. What is it? He had known about Lin Tian's phone number for a long time, and he had already called Lin Tian several times on his own initiative. He called after Lin Zhongsher went to Dongying. He had called after learning that Lin Tian had hundreds of billions of funds in his account. He also called Lin Tian before and after the arrival of the second elder. Secretary Chang, I'm at the Jianshan Rui mansion. I want to see how the quality of their houses is. Lin Tian smiled. Chang Qinghe smiled and said, that's easy. I'll tell them to have their boss show you around. Lin Tian handed the phone to the manager. Hello, I am the property manager of Jianshan Ruifu. I am Chang Qinghe. The voice on the phone made the manager's legs go weak. If your boss is there, tell him to cooperate fully. Okay. The property manager quickly returned the phone to Lin Tian. Thank you, Secretary Chang. Chang Qinghe smiled and said, Xiao Lin, if you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Chang in the future. Uncle Chang. Ha ha. Come to Uncle Chang's house for dinner sometime. I have to go now, Uncle Chang, I have some things to do. Chang Qinghe hung up the phone, and the real estate manager said in a trembling voice, Sir, I'll take you there right now. Our boss will be here in 10 minutes. Lin Tian said in a low voice, then let's wait for your boss to come. Good customer. 7 or 8 minutes later, the boss came rushing over. He saw Lin Tian and extended his hand from afar. Mr. Lin, the people below don't know who you are. There aren't many people in the entire city of S who can be taken seriously by Secretary Chang. He basically knows which people in the city can't be messed with if he wants to develop such a large real estate project. Lin Tian is naturally one of them. Lin Xiao, I am Chen Hui, the owner of this property. Lin Tian shook hands with the other person. Mr. Chen, show me around. I'm thinking of buying a house. Okay. Chen Hui personally showed Lin Tian around. Although our property is a bit expensive, you can rest assured of the quality of our property. Although it is not as good as the top-notch ones, it is definitely a high-end property for improvement in S City. Chen Hui said confidently. Lin Tian smiled and said, Mr. Chen, I believe you. Chen Hui coughed lightly. I wouldn't dare lie to you, Lin Xiao. If I did, Secretary Chang would not let me off without a fight. How much is it? Lin Tian asked. It's free. Chen Hui said with a smile. Lin Tian smiled and said, really? I mean, how much is the whole neighborhood? I'll buy it all. Chen Hui. I can't afford to give it away. Lin Xiao, are you serious? Lin Tian nodded, that's right. You name a price, I won't bargain, and you can have a reasonable profit. Okay. Chen Hui said happily. Can be paid directly, can make a profit, and can take advantage of Lin Tian's relationship. Where can you find such a good thing? Chapter 223, A Community That Prolongs Life? Chen Hui thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, this property is all large-scale apartments. We are positioning it as improved housing and originally planned to sell it for more than 80,000 yuan per square meter. There will be a discount at the opening, and the price will be around 80,000. How about you buy all of them for 45,000 per square meter? Lin Tian smiled and said, you won't lose money on 45,000 yuan per square meter? Chen Hui shook his head, of course not. According to what you said, I will make a small profit, and I will definitely not lose money. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Mr. Chen, I have a question. I'm a little confused. Why not set a lower price and sell it faster? Chen Hui smiled, there are many factors involved. The most fundamental reason is to maximize profits. We have people who calculate what price is the most profitable. If we set the price at 80,000, it will sell more slowly, but the profit will be the greatest. There are also other reasons, such as brand positioning, policy orientation, etc., and the situation is more complicated. Lin Tian sighed, I couldn't even afford to rent a house like this before, I could only walk around it. Lin Xiao, you're joking. If Grandmaster Lin had relaxed his requirements earlier, you would have been rich and could have bought it earlier. Chen Hui said with a smile. Not only him, but many others also think so. Lin Tian showed his great strength at the youth martial arts tournament. How could he have done that overnight? It's true. Mr. Chen, how much is the whole thing? Chen Hui took out his mobile phone and opened the calculator. There are 818 households in the entire community, with a total area of 192,230 square meters. The total price is 8.65 billion and 35 million, so you can give me 8.5 billion. The ratio of parking spaces to residential units is 1 to 2, and there are more than 1,600 parking spaces, all of which are yours for free. Lin Tian nodded, okay, let's sign the contract. Chen Hui was stunned, Mr. Lin, don't you need to think about it some more? After all, this is a huge sum of nearly 10 billion. Lin Tian smiled lightly, do I need to think about it? If you dare to cheat me, you will only have a dead end in the United States. Cough. Of course I wouldn't dare to rip you off, Mr. Lin. Chen Hui quickly said. Back at the sales department, Chen Hui immediately had someone go get the contract. After half an hour, the contract was ready, and Lin Tian and Chen Hui signed their names on it. Lin Tian directly transferred all 8.5 billion to Chen Hui's company account. Mr. Lin, I hope we can work together happily. If there are any quality problems with the house in the future, I will be responsible for them. The existing property company will continue to provide services until you have a new property. Chen Hui shook hands with Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded slightly. After leaving the property, Lin Tian called the second elder, I just bought a new property. There are 818 households in total. The houses are fully furnished and of good quality. You can choose qualified scientists to move in. Elder 2 was surprised and said, Shaolin, you're fast. Where is the property? How much is it? In the city, a total of 8.5 billion. The second elder on the other end of the phone was stunned, 818 units, each averaging over 10 million? Lin Tian smiled, that's right. The smallest area of the entire community is 208 square meters, and the largest is 288 square meters. The scientists have made great contributions to the country, and they deserve to enjoy it. Elder 2 sighed, you're right, but some people might feel unbalanced if they have to pay for it. Lin Tian said, the state doesn't have to pay for it. The state has given me a tax exemption, and I will pay for it personally. The scientists don't own the property, but they have the right to use it for life. Even if they die, their spouses will still have the right to use the property for life if they don't remarry. The second elder's eyes showed surprise. Are you sure, Xiaolin? This is not a small amount of money. Lin Tian smiled lightly, my money is made from the wind. I'm happy to spend it, so it's worth it. Those who have served the country should enjoy good treatment. Elder 2, after I set up the feng shui formation, you will live here less often and your life expectancy will be extended. Those with evil intentions will encounter a ghost wall when entering the community. Elder 2 smiled and said, I want to move in just listening to this. Elder 2, you don't meet the requirements. This community can only be inhabited by scientists who have made great contributions to the country. That is my only requirement. Lin Tian said with a serious expression. Elder 2. He scolded with a smile, only you would dare to reject me, but I agree to your request. Everyone who lives there will be vetted. The security of the community will be handled by the military. Lin Tian smiled and said, "That's great, Elder." Lin Tian, I thank you on behalf of many retired scientists. The second elder said solemnly. Elder, don't mention it. With the scientists setting an example, I'll make it back from others in the future. A community that can extend life and prevent disease, with a price tag of 10 million yuan per unit, wouldn't it be a bargain at 30 million yuan per unit? Lin Tian said with a smile. Elder 2. Shaolin, you have a knack for making money. It's good to subsidize scientists with the money you reap from the rich. I'll arrange this right away. An old neighborhood in a province in the northwest. Ahem, ahem. An 80-year-old man coughs violently. Old man, you're coughing so badly again. Let's go to the hospital and get some treatment, said an old woman next to him. The old man took a deep breath. What hospital? This is an old problem of mine. Hospitalization is a waste of the country's money. Although the government has a policy that I don't have to pay for my hospital stay, we should save money for the country if we can. The old woman sighed. She had tried to persuade her husband many times, but to no avail. Ding dong. The doorbell rings. The old woman opened the door. Old Jiang, I have good news for you. You have been allocated a free housing quota. A middle-aged man entered the room and said with a smile. Old Jiang frowned. District Chief Fan, the state has already given me a house. My son and grandson live in that house. We are fine with this old house. The middle-aged man, District Chief Fan, smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, this is different from that. This is for top scientists who have done great things for the country. You have been given a place. The house is in the city of S, and you and your wife have the right to use it for life. The house has the effect of prolonging life. Mr. Jiang said in a grumpy tone, Mr. Fan, you know that I am a scientist, and you still use the phrase the house has the effect of prolonging life to coax me. The middle-aged man took out a document from his bag. Mr. Jiang, this is a faxed document from the authorities. The house will be arranged by Master Lin with a large-scale feng shui formation, which can prevent illness and prolong life. Fan District Chief said with envy in his eyes. If someone else had said this, he would not have believed it, but the document was issued by the highest level. The top level must have communicated with Master Lin. If Grandmaster Lin said it would have this effect, how could it be false? The Grandmaster Lin on the internet? The old woman said in surprise, Old man, if it is Master Lin, maybe it is true? If you had lived in the past, you might not have had this problem. Zhang's eyes showed hesitation. I'm used to living here. District Chief. Fan smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, you are a top scientist. If you move there, you will be healthier and you may be able to help the country develop. Then I'll go. Mr. Jiang nodded. Chapter 224, The Amazing Community. Jiang Laogu got the news, and so did many other scientists who had made great contributions to the country. Like Mr. Jiang, many scientists were reluctant to move, partly because they were used to their current location and partly because the older generation of scientists did not want to cause trouble for the country. But knowing that the new community has a feng shui formation set up by Master Lin, which can prolong life and perhaps even make further contributions to the country, everyone took action. Many scientists from all over the country began to head to the city of S. The fastest to move were of course the scientists who were already in S city or in the surrounding cities. This community is much better than where we live now. Grandpa, that's natural. This community is a high-end community, and all the units are over 200 square meters. It's hard to maintain such a large area. The air conditioning and heating bills must be quite high. Grandpa, as long as you are in good health, those are secondary. An old man and his granddaughter were whispering to each other in the sales office. Lin Tian just finished setting up the longevity formation, and he happened to hear their conversation when he arrived at the sales office. Old man, our community is a bit different from the average community. Lin Tian smiled and said. The old man looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression. Who are you? The girl was excited. Grandpa, it's Master Lin, the apprentice of Grandmaster Lin on the internet. Master Lin has become very popular on the internet, and his apprentice is now naturally known by many people. However, he appears much less often, and there are far fewer people who know him than those who know Grandmaster Lin. Old man, my name is Lin Tian. I'm not the Master Lin, you can just call me Lin Xiao. Lin Tian chuckled. Several other people around him also came over. Everyone, let me introduce myself. The most important thing you are all concerned about is whether it can prolong life and prevent illness. I can definitely answer that there is. It is impossible for those who already have serious illnesses to get better easily, but those who are healthy will basically not get sick. Those who are already sick and uncomfortable will feel much better here, their quality of life will improve, and they can extend their lives by 1 to 3 years. Everyone was excited. This is a very strong effect. Lin Tian smiled and said, second, the feng shui layout will block 90% of the noise and dust from the outside world. You don't need to worry too much about the hygiene problems that come with a large area. Third, you can save a lot on utilities, and as long as you don't waste too much, you won't have to pay for them. Fourth, the feng shui layout will ensure that the noise upstairs and downstairs will not affect each other. The people who live here are all scientists, and some of them may like to tinker with things at home. Fifth, there will be no mosquitoes in the community in the future. Sixth, people with malicious intent entering the community will be blocked by walls and will not cause harm to you. Seventh. Lin Tian said a total of 10 things, and when he finished, everyone present was stunned. Such a community is amazing. A single one of these could be a core selling point in any other community, and it would definitely sell houses like hotcakes. I won't talk about the first one. The only thing is that upstairs and downstairs won't affect each other, which is very important. Neighborhood relations will be much more harmonious. Mr. Lin, can all of this really be realized? Someone said excitedly. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, yes, but it may take about a week to implement all of them. In that time, everyone can buy their furniture. Lin Tian left, and everyone excitedly discussed it. The news quickly spread online. Wow, this neighborhood is awesome. I'm offering 200,000 yuan per square meter. Can I live there? The upstairs guy is dreaming. Forget the other benefits, just the simple extension of life by 1 to 3 years. What is your money? Maybe it's just a rumor. There were countless discussions on the internet. Many people expressed doubts, but more people chose to believe it. After all, this was created by Master Lin. Typhoons can turn, earthquakes and volcanoes can occur. The sky can thunder and blow away the Toshigumi. What's wrong with the neighborhood? Honey, why did you suddenly buy a neighborhood? Lin Tian took Luo Bingning home, and Luo Bingning said in a puzzled tone. Lin Tian smiled lightly, it's not sudden. The second elder came to me last time and wanted me to help those scientists. They have served the country faithfully and should enjoy their old age. Luo Bingning nodded, you're right, dear. But if your identity as the Grandmaster Lin is exposed, there will definitely be more people who want to kill you. It's not a big deal. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Back in the community, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning saw Su Yongjun, who had been waiting for them for a while. Lin Tian, take a look. After entering the villa, Su Yongjun took out the jade he had bought. This one is twice as big as the original. This thing cost 600,000 euros. If you don't want it, you'll be out of pocket. Su Yongjun said a little nervously. 600,000 euros is a lot of money. Su Yongjun was about to vomit blood. Lin Tian picked up the jade. He quickly judged that this spirit jade was not only larger in size, but also had a higher density of spiritual energy. The aura it contains is 3 or 4 times that of the first spirit jade. Uncle, don't worry, this is what I want. Lin Tian said with a smile. Su Yongjun was relieved, that's good, then the 600,000 euros spent wasn't too bad after all. Uncle, with the size of this spirit jade, I think it should be fine to give you 20 million euros. Lin Tian smiled. This. Su Yongjun hesitated. Buying this spirit jade and receiving 20 million? After deducting the money spent, he would make more than 15 million. Lin Tian smiled lightly, Uncle, you deserve it. Okay. Then I'll shamelessly accept it. Su Yongjun said with a smile. Lin Tian handed over 20 million to Su Yongjun, who then stood up and said, Lin Tian, I think this thing might go up in price, so I'll hurry up and look for it again for you. Uncle, you can leave after dinner. Luo Bingning came out of the kitchen and said. Su Yongjun shook his head, if we delay a little longer, we might end up spending an extra 100,000 to 200,000 euros. I've got a lead, I have to fly to the United States. Su Yongjun left soon after. Honey, what do you think of this? Luo Bingning picked up the lingyu that Su Yongjun had bought this time and asked. Lin Tian smiled and said, this is the best of the three. It contains a lot of spiritual energy. If you absorb 2 more of these spirit stones, you will have no problem reaching the level of a master. Luo Bingning's face showed a look of joy. Honey, how long will it take? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian said, you can become a martial arts master in about a week, and a master in a month or 2. The specific speed depends on whether you work hard. Luo Bingning said seriously, I will work hard. Today, I practiced for a week in the company. If my cultivation level is higher, I can also help you. Chapter 225, Another Princess is Here. Honey, you teach me how to cook. Luo Bingning took Lin Tian's hand and went into the kitchen. Lin Tian taught her step by step. Luo Bingning was very serious about learning. Working together, the couple finished the dishes in no time, and Lin Tian also enjoyed the sight and the taste. He couldn't help but get his hands dirty while teaching Luo Bingning. You naughty boy, you mustn't do anything naughty when you're teaching me. Luo Bingning said shyly. That's not possible. Lin Tian laughed. Before cooking, Luo Bingning had no treasure chest on her head, but now she has a bronze treasure chest. Where else can you find such a thing? Where can you save on this? Bad husband, you're the one who's suffering. Luo Bingning pouted. Just now, her waist, buttocks, and thighs were all attacked, and Lin Tian almost attacked her upper body. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning with a smile. Bingning, although your situation now is such that we can't do that, but it's still possible to move your little hand. Shall we try it tonight? Luo Bingning's face quickly turned red, and she said shyly, I don't know what you're talking about. I have to practice at night. I have to hurry and reach the level of martial arts master. The bronze treasure chest on her head quickly turned into a silver treasure chest. Lin Tian laughed and said, you'll become a martial arts master in a week or so. Try again when you reach the level of martial arts master. You're a girl, so it's not good to be able to wield a sword. You still need to master the grappling technique. Luo Bingning. Her heart began to beat faster. Does it really require that much to reach the level of martial arts master? But she is already married to Lin Tian, and they have a deep relationship. Now that she can't do it for physical reasons, can't she help him when he is in pain? Wait until we are engaged. Luo Bingning said shyly. Okay. Lin Tian said in surprise. Luo Bingning became a martial arts master and they got engaged, so the two of them were probably only a day or 2 apart. Hurry up and eat. Don't talk about this anymore. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Honey, I have something to tell you. We have new neighbors in our community, and they are very important. Lin Tian was puzzled. What big person is coming? Princess Yista of the Ridian royal family, said Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, Bingning, you're not home when you're at work, and you're not in the owners group for this community, so how do you know? Suanna and the others told me. They also sent a photo. Yista is just 18 years old and looks a bit like the Princess Aisha in the anime. Luo Bingning said in a low voice. After moving, there were fewer fairies around, but a few little fairies had gone, and a big one had come. The little goblins together are not as threatening as a foreign princess like Yista. She died early in the morning. In China, only karaoke bars have princesses, but some countries still have real princesses. The combination of the power of the king and the power of Lin Tian can definitely produce an effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. It is entirely possible to control a country. What a temptation! Who is Princess Aisha? Lin Tian asked in a puzzled tone. Luo Bingning explained, she looks like a princess in a fairy tale. Do you understand now? Lin Tian shook his head, I don't understand. Maybe I'll go over and visit the new neighbors later. No. Luo Bingning said coquettishly. After a meal of laughter and banter, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning went outside. The scenery in the community was still pretty good. Kalina and the other fairies live here, but that doesn't mean we can't go for a walk, does it? Brother Lin. Bingning. Soon, Lin Tian and Bingbing met Suanna and the others. Suanna, Zhao Chanxian, Lu Ziying, and the Pei twins now live together. The 5 girls are all dressed up and look very attractive together. Brother Lin, Bingning, we finally bought all the things we need. Tomorrow we want to invite some neighbors over for a get-together. Can you come to the party? Zhao Qianxian said. She took out an invitation from her pocket. The most daring of them all was naturally Suanna, but Suanna had foreign blood and she was worried that if she took the invitation, Lin Tian would refuse it directly. Zhao Qianxian would be much better. The Zhao and Luo families have a lot of business dealings with each other. Honey, do you have time to attend? Luo Bing looked at Lin Tian. She asked this question because she naturally wanted Lin Tian to say that he didn't have time, so that she could go instead and Lin Tian wouldn't have to go. Yes. I have a lot of time. Lin Tian smiled and said. Luo Bing. Lin Gu, Bingning, then you must come and participate. Zhao Qianxian handed the invitation to Luo Bingning, who naturally had to reach out and take it. Zhao Qianxian and the others invited her as a neighbor. The Zhao family is very powerful, and she has to give them face. Honey, don't you understand what I mean? Anna and the others left, and Luo Bingning said in a bad mood, can't you just say you don't have time? Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingning, I understand what you mean, but if I refuse the invitation from a few beautiful neighbors, won't it look like I'm a bit stupid? Luo Bingning reached for Lin Tian's waist. I'll make you smart. Luo Bingning grabbed Lin Tian's soft flesh at his waist and turned half a circle. It hurts, it hurts. Don't worry, my dear. I have a purely platonic relationship with them, and it will never change. Lin Tian begged in a low voice. You still have a pure relationship. Luo Bingning was angry. She was a little worried. Lin Tian is very strong, so he won't sneak over at night, right? None of Suana's friends are unattractive. They still live together. Mr. Lin, Miss Luo. Not far ahead, Lin Tian and the others ran into Kalina again. Kalina was obviously also dressed up. She didn't want to compete with Luo Bingning for her husband, she just wanted to have a child with Lin Tian. With this child, the royal family of the kingdom of Wan Dao can pass the throne to this child in the future. Lin Tian is already a martial arts master at a young age, and there is a very high possibility that he will become a grandmaster in the future. Lin Tian's master is also a master, and they can live a long time, covering the royal family of the Wan Island for 200 years without a problem. Moreover, if her child with Lin Tian becomes the king, can Lin Tian bear not to give him a little help? Maybe the child will become a powerful martial artist in the future. Princess Kalina. Lin Tian and the others also greeted her. Kalina said, Mr. Lin, Miss Luo, can I walk with you? I'm still not brave enough to walk alone in the community. Luo Bingning was a little helpless. Her husband is too good, it's hard to deal with him. It's fine. Luo Bingning nodded. The two of them became 3, and soon someone else approached them. It was a foreign girl. She looked like a doll. Kalina, we meet again. Hello, Miss Luo. I am Princess Estha of the land of Ridian. You can call me by my name. Princess Yista speaks English. Unlike Kalina, she doesn't speak Chinese. Hello. Luo Bingning replied in English. She was a talented girl from Peking University and the daughter of a wealthy family, so of course she spoke English. Miss Luo, I want to compete with you for Lin Tian. Yista is very direct. Luo Bingning. Chapter 226, Adas, you're too young. Luo Bingning was speechless, and Lin Tian was also speechless. He was right next to her. How could he not understand English? Maybe he only passed the CET4 exam twice and got caught? Princess Yista, you are too young. Lin Tian said in English. Princess Yista looked at Lin Tian. She was a little surprised. Lin Tian, you speak English. That's great. I am 18 years old, and in our country, this age is already old enough to get married. Lin Tian shook his head, I'm not talking about age. Yista was stunned. She quickly recovered. She looked embarrassed and angry. Lin Tian, you actually said that. This is not the behavior of a gentleman. Lin Tian said calmly, I am not a hypocritical gentleman of the West, I am just an ordinary man. You. E.C. Ta left angrily. She was quite shocked. In some ways, she was clearly inferior to Luo Bingning and Kalina. Kalina straightened her back. Lin Tian, then I should be the type you like? Lin Tian said, Princess Kalina, you and Yista are friends? Maybe you should go over and comfort her. You're right. Kalina laughed. Lin Tian's words were a dismissal. Luo Bingning whispered, honey, I'm afraid Princess Yista won't be able to take it if you say that. Lin Tian laughed. Honey, you underestimate royal princesses. They receive all kinds of education. There will definitely be setbacks, but what is this little setback? Some princesses in their countries may become queens. Luo Bingning nodded, and Lin Tian's words made sense. Honey, let's go back. I have to hurry and practice. Yes. Luo Bingning practiced, and Lin Tian drove to Jianshan Ruifu. Someone came to look at the house during the day, but the furniture hasn't been bought yet, and no one will be living in the community at night. Mr. Lin. The property manager said respectfully. Lin Tian said, my master will come over tonight to set up the formation and teach me at the same time. You turn off the surveillance cameras and don't let anyone enter the community. My master cannot be disturbed when he sets up the formation, and no one can know where the eye of the formation is. The property manager nodded repeatedly. Okay, Mr. Lin, don't worry, absolutely no one will disturb you or Master Lin. Lin Tian nodded. The property manager called out all the patrol personnel in the community and turned off all the surveillance cameras. Lin Tian quickly began to set up the formation. When he was a grandmaster of geomancy, he still needed to use geomancy architecture in things like guardian gods, but now he doesn't need any of that. There are spiritual veins under the ground of this residential area, and he can guide the veins to form a series of feng shui formations. Having obtained 2 legendary feng shui treasure chests, it was not difficult for Lin Tian to do so now. By setting up more feng shui formations, his feng shui skills can be further enhanced. The night passed. Lin Tian had set up 2 feng shui formations, one to enhance security and the other to improve sound insulation on the floor. The ghostly enchantment formation was originally placed in cemeteries to prevent tomb robbers from damaging the tombs. People with malicious intentions have a different aura, and the ghostly ghost trap will make such people encounter a ghostly wall. He may think he has traveled a long way, but in fact he may be circling around within a radius of 10 meters. Many retired scientists live here, and their safety is a top priority. What if a killer sneaks into the community? Of course, this is highly unlikely. The people who live here are all very old scientists, so killing them wouldn't make much sense. And if this is discovered, it will have a huge impact on the person behind it. Honey, you haven't slept all night? Lin Tian returned to the villa. Luo Bingning was already up. Breakfast is almost ready. It's more convenient to set up the formation there at night. Don't worry, I'm fine if I don't sleep for 10 or 20 days. Lin Tian smiled and said. Luo Bingning was a little worried, when you go there at night, will there be any suspicion that you are Grandmaster Lin? Lin Tian nodded. Of course there will be suspicions, but as long as they don't have any evidence, suspicions are useless. Master Lin is my master. It's only natural that he sets up the formation and I learn from him. Luo Bingning nodded lightly. Honey, go wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. United States. Boss, this is the latest intelligence. Lin Tian stayed in this neighborhood called Jiangshan Ruifu last night. Someone handed a piece of information to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man is called Herman. He is the owner of a company that was recently established, and the members of this company are all professional intelligence agents. Their company was established for one purpose only, and that was to investigate everything about Master Lin. Herman thinks that Lin Tian is the Grandmaster. But the evidence so far suggests otherwise. Micro-expression experts and behavioral experts have determined that there are huge differences between Lin Tian and Lin Zongshi. Lin Zongshi is now broadcasting live without a mask, and it can be clearly determined that he is about 20 years older than Lin Tian. Lin Tian arrived at Jiangshan Ruifu community and left the next night. Lin Zongshi taught for one night? Herman quickly read through the intelligence. As a top-notch agent, he felt that Lin Tian was Lin Zongshi, and there was no such thing as teaching. It is very likely that the person who set up the trap was Lin Tian himself. But the surveillance cameras in the community were turned off, and the security guards were all outside. They didn't know what was going on inside. Boss, Lin Tian is likely to go there again. Should we send someone to monitor the nearby buildings? Herman frowned slightly. In the past, if there had been a situation like this, they would definitely have done so. They might even use a drone to get a closer look. But this is not good for Lin Tian and Grandmaster Lin. Herman knew about the Tudor family. The Tudor family secretly eavesdropped on the phone call and lost $1 billion as a result. He also knew that the Tudor family's Earl of Karen had been killed by Lin Tian. Forget it. Herman shook his head. If they are discovered, they will be in trouble. With Lin Tian's personality, the $1 billion will not be able to escape. Their company will go bankrupt. And from the nearby high-rise buildings, they may not be able to see much. The buildings of Jianshan Ruifu will block the view. Jianshan Ruifu is quite green, and the trees will also block the view. We will investigate from the side. There is no need to confront Lin Tian directly for the time being. Herman rode. If he finds out, he'll get a lot of benefits in the future, but if he screws up, he'll have to take the blame. Yes, team leader. Herman's eyes flashed with brilliance. He believed that the truth would come out sooner or later, and that as long as Lin Tian was Grandmaster Lin, he would be discovered by forces like theirs. As far as he knows, similar companies have been established in the United States in the past 7 or 8 years. There are no fewer than 30 similar companies in other countries. These companies are all backed by powerful capital. Whether Grandmaster Lin is Lin Tian or not, or who Grandmaster Lin is, they need to find out. Chapter 227 Xiaolin, arrange a room for me. Brother Yang, it's been a long time. Old Zhang, I never thought we would become neighbors. Jianshan Ruifu, more elderly people have come over. Most of them are not in good health. If they are healthy, even if they are a little older, many of them still want to fight for the country for a few more years. Do. 2 military vehicles drove up. Everyone got out. A total of 70 or 80 soldiers quickly got out of the 2 military vehicles and formed a line in a very short time. Many people looked at them in surprise. Comrades, the Jianshan Ruifu residential area will be home to top scientists and their families. Our mission is to protect them. You must hurry and complete the handover with the property management company. The leader of the soldiers said with a serious expression. Yes. The various tasks of the property were quickly handed over. The community is not yet occupied, so it is easier to hand over. Wow, there are actually so many soldiers protecting it. If what Lin Tian said could be realized, this community would become the most luxurious community in S City. It would be great if even half of that could be realized. Many people were gathered outside the community, discussing the situation. Many of them are rich, but they can't afford to live in this neighborhood, no matter how rich they are. Hello everyone. After having breakfast with Luo Bingning and taking a shower, Lin Tian rushed to the Jianshan Ruifu community. Many scientists will be coming today, and they absolutely cannot have any problems, otherwise even if no one bothers him, he will feel very bad about it. Mr. Lin. Master Lin. Many people greeted Lin Tian with a smile. Lin Tian smiled and said, Dear owners, you should all know your room numbers by now. If you have bought the furniture, you can move it in today without worrying about disturbing the others. A young man exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Lin, has the formation been set up so quickly? Lin Tian smiled. At the moment, only a part of the layout has been completed. It will take a few more days to complete the layout of all the formations. You will still need to stay in a nearby hotel for a few days. Several nearby hotels have been booked, and this matter is arranged by the higher-ups, so there is no need for Lin Tian to worry about it. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, thank you and Grandmaster Lin. Many people spoke up. They knew that the community was bought by Grandmaster Lin and provided free of charge to top scientists. They also made various arrangements to make their stay more comfortable. You guys go ahead. Lin Tian smiled. Many people signed up and entered the community. I want to see what's so special about this community. A woman mingled with the crowd. She was a paparazzi, and someone had given her a sum of money to let her sneak in and take photos. There are many people here today, and she is among them. There are still loopholes in the management, and she is very good at disguising herself, so she successfully infiltrated the community. Mom, look at that auntie, she's spinning in circles. A little girl said curiously. The little girl's mother looked over and saw a woman in her 30s spinning around. Everyone stay away from her. Two armed soldiers quickly approached. Madam! One of them called out, but the woman who was spinning around couldn't hear them. She was affected by the formation with malicious intent. She has a problem. Grab her. The two soldiers easily grabbed the woman. She must have come in to cause trouble, right? Was that just the effect of the formation? Some people around were very surprised. With this kind of formation, they would definitely be much safer. The company commander said that the interrogation had revealed that someone had paid her to take pictures of the situation in the community. A soldier came to the office to report. What, Captain? I'm the security chief here from now on. You can just call me Captain. Captain Yuan Fengdao said. Yes, Captain. Yuan Feng said in a deep voice, the people living here are all top scientists. Such behavior endangers national security. Hand her over to the police department for prosecution. Peeping is not serious under normal circumstances. But when a large number of top scientists are living here, protected by dozens of soldiers, it is very serious to come in and take photos. You can definitely expect a few years in prison. Yes, Captain. Yuan Feng looked at Lin Tian next to him and said, Mr. Lin, the effect of the formation is too good. It can even sense when someone is taking pictures. It seems that our existence is much less meaningful. Lin Tian shook his head. Captain Yuan, you shouldn't say that. The formation only plays a supporting role. With so many top scientists living here, we absolutely cannot let anything happen to them. Yuan Feng nodded seriously. He was just joking. Mr. Lin, the higher-ups have given instructions. We will strictly implement safety measures. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Okay, you go about your business. I'll go around the neighborhood. Old man, how do you feel? Since you entered the community, you seem to have coughed a lot less. Mrs. Jiang asked her husband. I feel much better. My chest used to feel tight, but now I feel much better. Mr. Jiang said with a smile. Mrs. Jiang was overjoyed. If your chronic coughing problem can be cured, that would be great. As time passed, many of the elderly people who entered the community found that they felt much better. Their illnesses did not get better so easily, but as long as they were in the community, their symptoms were alleviated. According to reliable sources, those who live in the Jiangshan Ruifu community and are suffering from pain can alleviate their pain. I'm so envious, I really want to have a suite inside. Can Master Lin build a similar community for sale? I would buy a house like this for 50 million. There is a lot of information on the internet. After all, hundreds of families have moved in, and many of the top scientists have family members, so some news will definitely get out. Drip. Lin Tian's phone rings. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Lin Tian, this is Zhang Chunming, the deputy mayor of the city of S. My father is not in good health. Can you arrange a house for him in Jiangshan Ruifu? Lin Tian frowned. Vice Mayor Zhang, all 818 apartments have already been assigned to tenants. On the other end of the line, Zhang Chunming coughed lightly and said, the scientists living in the community are all relatively old, and some of them may not last long. Then you can arrange a house for my father. Lin Tian's brows furrowed even more tightly. He was hoping that some of those top scientists would die and vacate their homes. Vice Mayor Zhang, I'm sorry. Zhang Chuanming's face darkened on the other end of the line. Lin Tian, you're not willing to help with such a small favor? Lin Tian hung up the phone directly. He called the secretary of the city of S, Chang Qinghe. Secretary Chang, would you like to have dinner with me tonight? Lin Tian said with a smile. Chang Qinghe on the other end of the phone quickly said, Xiao Lin, don't eat out. Come to my house for dinner. Bring your lover along. Chapter 228. My surname is Lin, Lin Zhongshi's Lin. After hanging up the phone, Chang Qinghe thoughtfully said. Lin Tian had his phone number a long time ago, but he never called him before. Now he is actually looking for him. Who is so rude as to provoke this ancestor? Chang Qinghe thought to himself. He didn't know that Lin Tian was the Grandmaster Lin, but he was either a disciple of the Grandmaster Lin or a martial arts master. He knew about the bloodline and the Tudor family, and the son of the head of the Tudor family had died, but he had swallowed his pride. He also paid $1 billion in compensation for wiretapping Lin Tian. Honey, prepare a few more dishes for tonight. We have 2 guests coming over. It's hard work for you to cook by yourself. Chang Qinghe called his wife. As the secretary of the city of S, he still has a good salary. He has a nanny at home, so the nanny usually cooks. Honey, what time is dinner? Mrs. Chang Qinghe asked. She wasn't surprised. She was a good cook, and when there were important guests, Chang Qinghe would let her show off her skills. However, in Chang Qinghe's position, there are not many opportunities for her to show off her cooking skills. 6:30. Around 6 o'clock, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning arrived at Chang Qinghe's house. He didn't prepare any expensive gifts, just a fruit basket from the fruit shop. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning, welcome. Chang Qinghe laughed loudly. Mrs. Chang Qinghe came out of the kitchen. She was a little surprised that the guest in Chang Qinghe's mouth was so young. Madam, let me introduce you. This is our city's most outstanding young man, Lin Tian, and Bingning is the Luo family's daughter and his wife. Chang Qinghe smiled and said, Lin Tian, Bingning, this is my wife Liang Xian. You can call her Aunt Liang. Auntie Liang. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning said in unison. Xiao Lin, Bingning, welcome. You two are a perfect match. Liang Xian said with a smile. Chang Qinghe smiled and said, Madam, you're wrong. They're both talented and good-looking. Bingning is a top student at Peking University, and Xiaolin is a top genius. He is also very handsome, just like I was when I was young. Liang Xian said with a hint of annoyance, you weren't as handsome as Xiaolin when you were young. You were a nerd back then. Xiaolin Bingning, you sit down. You can eat some fruit to fill your stomachs first. Auntie's meal will be ready in a while. Luo Bingning said, Auntie Liang, let me help you. No need. Liang Xian quickly said. But Luo Bingning still followed Liang Xian to the kitchen. Xiaolin, let's go to the study for tea. Chang Qinghe smiled. When the two of them arrived in the study, there was a tea table in Chang Qinghe's study. Sometimes they had to discuss business at home. Lin, you must have something to say. There are no outsiders here, so you can speak freely. Chang Qinghe poured a cup of tea for Lin Tian and smiled. Drip. At this moment, Lin Tian's phone rang. He looked surprised. The call was from Zhang Chunming. Vice Mayor Zhang. Lin Tian said, and he turned on the speakerphone. Chang Qinghe remained silent. On the other end of the line, Zhang Chunming said in a deep voice, Lin Tian, what have you decided? You are still young, so you should think more about the future. Vice Mayor Zhang, the second elder, joked that he wanted to live in such a nice house. My answer was that he didn't meet the conditions. Lin Tian said calmly. On the other end of the line, Zhang Chunming was stunned. His status was so different from that of the second elder. How dare Lin Tian be so bold? Vice Mayor Zhang, the organization will make other arrangements for you. You should hand over your current work tomorrow. Chang Qinghe said in a deep voice. Secretary Chang. Zhang Chunming's head buzzed. How could Chang Qinghe be with Lin Tian? He was in trouble. Lin Tian hung up the phone. Chang Qinghe smiled and said, Xiaolin, are you worried that Zhang Chunming is one of my men and you have come to ask for my opinion? You're pretty slippery. Lin Tian shook his head, Uncle Chang, that's not it. I don't care who's who. I came here because I felt that I needed to tell you something, so that you could make some decisions. My surname is Lin, as in Master Lin. Chang Qinghe looked at Lin Tian in shock. You are Master Lin. Chang Qinghe took a deep breath and said in disbelief. Lin Tian nodded slightly, you are the big boss of the city, and I think you need to know the secret. Chang Qinghe was amazed. Some people have speculated that you are Grandmaster Lin, but I always thought it wasn't true. You are too young. I never thought their guess was true. Lin Tian smiled, Uncle Chang, this secret cannot be exposed for the time being, and I will have to trouble you to keep it a secret. Chang Qinghe nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely keep your secret. In addition, if anyone else tries to use their power for personal gain, I will definitely not agree to it. I will deal with them one by one as I find them. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Uncle Chang, you seem to have a minor health problem. Let me take your pulse and give you an acupuncture treatment? That would be great. Chang Qing's eyes lit up. Lin Tian is an extremely skilled doctor. He knows this. After the meal, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning left. Husband, you really value Xiaolin very much. Liang Xian massaged Chang Qing's head and said, you treat Xiaolin very well. When drinking with guests, Chang Qinghe usually drinks 3 or 2, but today he and Lin Tian drank more than half a caddy. Chang Qinghe said, his master is a martial arts master, a feng shui master, and a master of the arrow, guqin, and suona. His energy is very, very great. He is already a martial arts master at a young age, and his medical skills are also extremely high. His future achievements may be even higher. Liang Xian said with some doubt, honey, you're in politics, so this doesn't seem to have much to do with you. Chang Qinghe shook his head slightly. You don't know what it means to be a martial arts master. Besides, his master is not just a martial arts master. He thought of the typhoon in Hague, the earthquake and volcanoes that killed the Yamaguchi-gumi in the East Cherry Kingdom. He thought of the Tosakura Oni clan, which had been destroyed by the heavenly thunder. Honey, then you should invite him and Bingning over for dinner more often. I like Bingning. Her cooking is even better than mine. Liang Xian smiled and said. Chang Qinghe shook his head, occasionally, but not too often. His master has a special status, so the right amount of contact must be carefully controlled. If Lin Tian is a disciple of Master Lin, it's fine to invite him over for dinner to strengthen the relationship. But Lin Tian is actually Grandmaster Lin. It is inappropriate for him to often eat with Lin Tian in his position. He might have some thoughts about this. Honey, it seems like we're being followed by a car. Luo Bingning said with a little uncertainty. Lin Tian smiled, Bingning, you finally found it. When we went there were cars following us. They weren't just one car, they weren't very obvious. Luo Bingning frowned, were there any before? Lin Tian shook his head, no, not really. I bought the Jiangshan Ruifu and attracted some forces. They have now stepped up their investigation of me. Luo Bingning blinked her eyes, honey, let's catch them and make them pay us some more money? Lin Tian smiled and said, Bingning, you think it's beautiful, but I'm afraid it won't work. The people who are following us are local people from S City. Even if we catch them, we won't be able to find out who is behind it. At this moment, Lin Tian saw a stray dog. He forgot about the divine beast control technique. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Chapter 229, Tracking Down the Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Honey, let's go for a walk by the river. There is parking space on the side of the road, and Lin Tian parks the car nearby. The two got out of the car and walked towards the river. The breeze blew gently, and Lin Tian held Luo Bingning's hand. He felt that Luo Bingning's hand was slightly cold. Bingning, when we get engaged, we'll go to Sanya. With his current medical skills, even if they don't go to Sanya, he can help Luo Bingning get through the winter without any problems. But Bingning would be in poor condition, and it would be better for her to stay in a warm place like Sanya during the winter. Honey, the temperature is still okay, it hasn't dropped much. Should we go to Sanya so soon? Asked Luo Bingning. Lin Tian nodded, it's okay during the day, but it's a little cool at night. It's better for you to go to Sanya. But the company is here. Luo Bingning frowned slightly. Lin Tian chuckled, the sample should be ready soon, right? I'll talk to the higher-ups, and the patent review shouldn't take much time. Official sales can be done quickly. Once the product is ready, you will be basically free. At that time, the most important thing for you is to practice. Luo Bingning nodded. Then I'll telecommute during the day. Okay. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed. During his walk, Lin Tian came across 2 stray dogs. Using his supreme animal control technique, Lin Tian easily controlled them, and then he whispered to them one after the other. The 2 people followed Lin Tian and his friends from afar, but they didn't notice at all that the 2 stray dogs had come to their side and remembered their scent. Boom! Lin Tian and his friends left. The people who were following Lin Tian also left, and the 2 dogs followed their car, but they were quickly left behind. Normal dogs would have given up and stopped following, but they continued to follow the scent on Lin Tian's orders. An hour later, the 2 dogs were close to their targets again, and they were guarding the targets. Both targets had contacts, but they didn't use their cell phones to report to their contacts. They didn't know that the Tudor family had lost $1 billion in wiretapping, and that it was their father who had made the request. Gradually, it was late at night. One of them left the house and went to an unmonitored place. After a short wait, the other person appeared. "Marco, is this really necessary? It's like a spy movie." One of them complained. 2,000 a day, if you're not satisfied, quit." I'm fine, I'll do whatever you say." This is the memory card. It doesn't seem to be anything special, but that girl has a great body. I want to get a closer look. Just do your job and don't get sidetracked. Marco rode off on his motorcycle. A stray dog nearby followed him. When the motorcycle was far away, it continued to follow. As he rode along, he passed through several areas without surveillance, and if he had been tracked online, he would have been cut off long ago. But the stray dog still tracked him to his neighborhood. Another stray dog also tracked down a person. It was morning, and dawn was approaching. Lin Tian was in the Jiangshan Ruifu residential area. He had set up 2 more formations, one to protect against dust and the other to protect against mosquitoes. The temperature is still high, and there are many mosquitoes at night, but there are no mosquitoes in the entire Jiangshan Ruifu community. The dust and noise from the outside world are also blocked by the formations, with over 90% of them being blocked. I wonder if they've found it. Lin Tian muttered. He took out his laptop and quietly attached a miniature locator to both stray dogs. The stray dog's fur was relatively dirty, and it was difficult for others to find the micro-positioners attached to them. Soon, Lin Tian locked onto the locator. The 2 locators had not moved for several hours, so the 2 stray dogs must have found something. Lin Tian hacked into the nearby surveillance. In less than half a minute, he had retrieved Marco's information. The information on the other guy was also found. After checking their communication information and bank accounts, Lin Tian quickly found something. It turned out that there were 2 companies behind them, one of which was a domestic private detective investigation company in the city of S. The owner of the company is a Chinese national. The other company is foreign, a newspaper in the East Cherry country, and this newspaper is not very profitable. Lin Tian further investigated. He found out that both companies had recently received a sum of money from 2 anonymous accounts. Obviously, they are not the ultimate culprits, and there is capital behind them controlling their actions. There are so many stepping stones. Lin Tian sneered. He quickly investigated one of the anonymous accounts. It was difficult to investigate such accounts, but that didn't mean it was impossible. It's done. After a dozen minutes, Lin Tian had found the account, and it turned out to be the Luo family's. The Luo family suffered a loss when they withdrew from the Chinese medicine market. Because of the previous incident? Lin Tian didn't think this was likely, and there was probably also a US factor involved. Who is the other account holder? Lin Tian continued to investigate. After 10 minutes, he found out who the account belonged to. It was the Bruche family. Ha ha. Lin Tian's face showed a faint smile. It feels good to have someone send you money. $2 billion in income, and $1 billion in expenses. He'll make back the money he spent on the neighborhood. He could even make a few billion more. Without immediately causing trouble for the 2 powers, Lin Tian first returned home, and Luo Bingning had just gotten up. Honey, you've been busy again tonight. Luo Bingning hugged Lin Tian and said with concern. Lin Tian smiled lightly and said, after this is done, we'll take the yacht to Sanya for a vacation. After breakfast, Luo Bingning went to work. Lin Tian called the head of the Luo family. It was easy to find the head of the Luo family with his abilities. This number. Lin Tian? Ouyang Qing, the head of the Luo family, frowned. He didn't have Lin Tian's number, but he had seen it before, and it seemed to be this number. Hello? Ouyang Qing answered the phone. Lin Tian said indifferently, Master Lu, we have had dealings before, and you know my style. Why would you do something so stupid? Ouyang Qing pretended to be confused and asked, what is it? Ha ha. Lin Tian's face showed a mocking expression. Lu, you bastard, $1 billion will be transferred to my account within 1 day. Otherwise, I will curse your whole family to death every day. I'm telling you, my curses are very powerful. Maybe something will really happen to your family. Ouyang Qing. He wanted to say more, but Lin Tian hung up the phone. Damn it, what went wrong? Ouyang Qing's face was not good. The account was anonymous and had gone through a newspaper in the East Cherry Kingdom. How could Lin Tian find him? Lin Tian quickly called the head of the Bruche family. Dear Lin, what's the matter? Augustus warmly answered on the other end of the line. Lin Tian smiled and said, August, thank you for giving us the $1 billion. There are still many good people in this world. Lin, I didn't understand what you said. Augustus pretended to be confused. Lin Tian smiled and said, Augustus, Kalina wants me to have a child with her. What do you think? August. If Lin Tian has a child with Kalina, it will be terrible. Chapter 230, The Luo family is getting tough. Lin Tian, if you want us to pay, you have to let me know what it is about. Augustus said in a low voice. Lin Tian smiled and said, August, are you really not aware of it, or are you pretending not to know? I'll tell you the account number. Soon Lin Tian revealed the secret. Account number where Augustus and the others would transfer the money. Augustus frowned. They were very careful, but they still couldn't hide it from Lin Tian. The compensation of $1 billion is a small matter, but Lin Tian and his team have superior investigative capabilities, which makes it inconvenient to target Lin Tian and Grandmaster Lin. In Augustus' view, this is a big deal. Lin Tian, I will find out. If it is indeed our family who did it, we will transfer the money to you before noon. Augustus took a deep breath and said. Lin Tian said calmly, Augustus, if there is another time, it will be $2 billion. Don't blame me for not warning you. Lin Tian hung up the phone. You bastard. August's eyes flashed with cold light, his eyes turned red, and two fangs appeared in his mouth. August would have liked to grab Lin Tian right away, suck his blood dry, and then eat his flesh. Father. Augustus sent word that his son, Marquis Bazel, would arrive in an hour. Bazel was the head of the Bruche family and a master of martial arts. Lin Tian called. We have to compensate him with $1 billion. Augustus said in a low voice. Bazel's face changed slightly, we had someone monitoring him. Did he find out about this? Yes. August nodded. Basil's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Father, the Tudors have lost money and been mocked by the rest of the bloodlines. Do we have to pay this money too? What will happen if we don't pay? Will Grandmaster Lin really come to the Bruche family? Lin Tian's parents, Luo Bingning's parents, and Luo Bingning herself are all ordinary people. Augustus sighed. There is a saying in China that the barefooted are not afraid of the shoed. We are the shoed. There are hundreds of people in our family, and the family assets and assets under our control are worth hundreds of billions of euros. Can we afford to fight him over $1 billion? Bazel was silent. Give him the money when it's almost noon. If we start a conflict with them, we'll lose a lot more. We don't know enough about Master Lin. Augustus ordered. Bazel nodded reluctantly. Okay, father. Father, shall we continue to investigate him? It's not easy to check on the internet, and if we check in real life, we'll be discovered. Are we helpless against him? Augustus said, from the public information, we may also be able to know the identity of Master Lin. The lizard people are also on the move. Lin Tian and Grandmaster Lin are our common problem, and so far only our bloodline has suffered losses. Bazel was somewhat helpless. When have the vampires ever been so frustrated? First the Tudors had to pay $1 billion in compensation, and now the Brus have to pay $1 billion in compensation. Ding! It was almost noon when Lin Tian received a text message from the bank, informing him that more than 7 billion renminbi had been deposited into his account. The money on his bank card was close to 40 billion yuan. He can't spend it all. The Luo family. What do you think we should do? Lu Shangxian, the head of the Luo family, asked. He was in front of his 3 sons, all of whom had already become independent. Father, although the Luo family can afford to pay the $1 billion, it is very, very difficult. Our business will definitely be affected. Lu Shengxian's eldest son, Lu Taiyu, frowned. Father, I don't believe Lin Tian would dare to do anything. If he does, we'll show him, said the second son, Yu Injun. What do you think, third son? Yu Sunghyun looked at his third son, Yu Sungchan. After a moment of silence, Yu Sungchan said, "Father, we don't really have many options, do we? The United States hinted that we should be tough. If we are weak, they will definitely abandon us. We might as well be tough to the end. Our country is very strong, and the United States supports us." Lu Shengxian looked at the three of them. "It seems that you all want the Lu family to be tough. In that case, we'll fight Lin Tian. You three immediately take a plane and leave, going to the United States, Australia, and the United Kingdom, respectively." Yu Sungchan and the other two looked at their father. "Father, are you staying in the family?" Yu Sunghyun nodded. "Someone must stay behind to keep the family together. If we all leave, it will look like we are weak and afraid. Don't worry, I'll strengthen the security measures." Yu Sungchan and the others nodded. "Father, please be careful." The three of them left, and 2 hours later, they were all on a plane leaving for another country. Drip. Yu Sunghyun called Lin Tian's phone. "Master Yu, how are you thinking about it?" Lin Tian said in a calm voice. Lu Shengxian's cold voice came over the phone. "Our Lu family will not yield to any pressure. If you want to fight, we will fight. If one of our family members dies, we will retaliate against you and Luo Bingning, and against your families. Even if you are strong, Grandmaster Lin is very strong, but how many people can you protect at the same time?" Lu Shengxian said this very domineeringly. "Are you finished?" Lin Tian said in a low voice. Lu Shengxian sneered. "Lin Tian, you and Luo Bingning have many weaknesses. Don't make a mistake. Do 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 do." Lu Shengxian hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking. Lu family. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He was at home now, and quickly checked where Lu Shengxian and the others were. The three sons were on a plane, flying to 3 different countries, while he himself stayed at home to oversee things. Not a bad arrangement, Lin Tian muttered. He quickly hacked into the phone of the youngest son, Lu Chengcan, and then Lin Tian logged into Lu Qingsun's social media account, which had more than 100,000 followers. "Do you think there are vampires and lizard people in this world? What should we do if there are?" A message was posted on Yu Sungchan's social media account. His fans are all real fans, and soon many people replied. "There are lizards in movies and TV shows. If there really are, when the race war starts, they will be sent to hell by planes and cannons, no matter how powerful they are." "Mr. Yu, is it true? I'm scared." Drip. At a secret base on Facebook, the alarm sounds. Code 0, hurry. Some people in the base quickly mobilized. Soon they lock onto the message from Yu Sungchan. "Delete the message." Maria, the head of the secret base, said in a low voice. The message was quickly deleted. Maria went to her office and reported the message. Normally, she wouldn't have to report this kind of message, but this message was sent by Yu Sungchan. The Ryu family still has some power. It was Lin Tian and his gang who were behind it. Maria's boss quickly made a judgment. Lin Tian was trying to use a knife to kill someone. Chapter 231, the head of the Lu family bows his head. Lu Chengsan's second brother, Lu Renjun, also has a social media account, but he has fewer followers, barely reaching 10,000. Vampires and lizard people are real. I will expose some vampires and lizard people. Lin Tian also sent a message using Lu Renjun's social media account. Drip. The secret base sounded the 0 alert again. Yu Renjun was not on the priority list, but after Yu Sungchan sent the message, he was added to the priority list. Maria will report the news again next time. Bastard. The news was received by a member of the Skull and Bones Society in the United States, who was extremely gloomy. He quickly contacted the other 10 or so members of the society. "Bud, what's wrong with you? Bard, are you getting old and losing your strength, and can't you conquer older women anymore? You can do like me, find someone younger." There were several figures on the screen, all of them were famous people and all of them were directors of the Skull and Bones Society. "Bud, is something wrong?" Another figure appears. The President. Everyone, including Bard, bowed respectfully. President, Ryu Sungchan and Ryu Renjun of the Ryu family of the great nation each made a speech, claiming that the vampires and the lizard people were real. Bard said in a low voice. President Solomon said in a puzzled tone, "The Ryu family is our dog. How could the Ryu family make such a statement? Chairman, it must have something to do with Grandmaster Lin. The Ryu family recently spied on Lin Tian, and Lin Tian found out. Lin Tian demanded that the Ryu family pay $1 billion in compensation. We hinted that the Ryu family would not pay and would directly confront Lin Tian and his men. Bud explained the situation. Lin Tian or the others may be very good at hacking. The social media accounts of Lu Chengcan and the others have been hacked. Solomon frowned, our existence cannot be exposed. Inform the Yu family and let them pay the $1 billion. Chairman, Lin Tian is probably just trying to scare us. He definitely wouldn't dare to completely break with US. That's right. It would be a disaster for China. Several directors spoke up. Solomon said in a low voice, Gentlemen, we control trillions of wealth, but if the news is exposed, the wealth is likely to disappear. Lin Tian can't afford the consequences, and neither can we. Are you sure you want to bet on whether he dares or not? Think about the consequences of losing the bet. We may not be able to survive. One of the directors said, the chairman is right. We should calm down. Lin Tian is a martial arts master, and his master is probably a martial arts master. Even if there is a global nuclear war, they will probably survive. If a world war breaks out and countries are destroyed one after another, they may actually benefit the most. The directors who opposed this also calmed down. They are living a comfortable life now, and they don't want a war. I agree. I agree too. Everyone nodded. Bard said, Chairman, I'll contact the Lu family and have them give Lin Tian the $1 billion as soon as possible. Yes. Bard's avatar disappeared, but the others did not. Soon, Bud contacted the head of the Lu family, Ouyang Qing. Mr. Bard, didn't you want us to be tough? Now you want us to pay? Ouyang Qing said in a puzzled tone. Who said that was our intention? You misunderstood our intention. Just do it. Bard said coldly. Ouyang Qing was at a loss, but he had no choice but to follow orders and call Lin Tian. Lin Tian, we're going to pay. Give us some time. Ouyang Qing said in a low voice. Lin Tian said calmly, now you are bowing your head, it's not the same conditions as before. Do you want to hear it? You say it. Ouyang Qing frowned. Lin Tian guessed that he was going to ask for a lot. Lin Tian said, compensation of $3 billion, and you have 3 sons. Choose one. The one who chooses can live, and the other 2 will die. Ouyang Qing was furious. Lin Tian, you're dreaming. You want us to pay $3 billion and kill my 2 sons? I will never agree to such a condition. Lin Tian sneered, then wait for the whole family to die. After saying this, Lin Tian hung up the phone. Ouyang Qing was furious. But he still suppressed his anger and called Bud. After the call, Bud returned to the conference room, where President Solomon and the others were discussing some other matters. Chairman, there is a situation. Lin Tian disagreed, and he made a new demand. Ouyang Qing had to kill 2 of his sons and pay $3 billion in compensation. Or his entire family will die. Bud said with a gloomy face. Solomon was silent for a moment and then said, tell him that he can choose one of his 3 sons. We'll pay the $3 billion and the additional $2 billion. Do you have any objections? The rest of the people were silent. They were all angry, but they could only suppress their anger. Lin Tian was young and impetuous, and he might really expose them completely. Lin Tian will take his family to an uninhabited island, and his family will probably be fine. Bard, let's just do it. Solomon said in a low voice. Bard nodded, he left the meeting room, and then called the head of the Lu family again. Do as Lin Tian says. We will pay $2 billion of the $3 billion compensation. Choose which son you want to protect. If you don't want to choose, we'll choose for you. Bard said in a low voice. Ouyang Qing's face turned pale. He had just learned of the news sent by Ryu Sunchan and the others. It was very likely that the bloodline and the lizard people really existed. They were threatened by Lin Tian. Lin Tian wants the Bloods and lizard people to destroy the Lu family. The whole family dies, or 2 of your sons die. You choose. Don't take any chances. You don't have a third choice. We will give you some compensation later. Bard said in a deep voice. Luo Qing took a deep breath. I still want to live, and I want to see Lin Tian and the others die. Chengkan is the youngest, let him live. Bade hung up the phone. Lu Yongchan's face showed a look of resignation. If he had known this, he would have just agreed to compensate Lin Tian directly. Losing 2 sons and having to pay $3 billion in compensation. The bloodline and the lizard people really exist. Lu Yongchang felt a bitter sense of loss. Bard promised to compensate, but he knew the American character well. They might say they would do something, but they might not actually do it. Drip. Lu Yongchang dialed Lin Tian's phone again. Lin Tian, the compensation will arrive before noon tomorrow. Lu Yongchang hung up the phone after saying that. He didn't want to say another word to Lin Tian. It's better to admit defeat and pay compensation when you're discovered. He thought to himself, do you think this will have a good outcome if you try to be tough? Lin Tian thought to himself. He knew this would be the outcome. The Bloods and Lizard people definitely didn't want to expose themselves completely. If Lu Yongchang doesn't bow his head, they will take action. Chapter 232 Luo Bingning was robbed. Everyone, that's all for today. Solomon ended the meeting. Lin Tian saw Solomon and the others on his computer screen. After Solomon finished speaking, their images disappeared. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Lin Tian sighed slightly. The Bloods and Lizard people don't bother him, and he doesn't bother them. He's very comfortable. But his rise and the appearance of Grandmaster Lin were like a sharp thorn that had been driven deep into their bodies. They absolutely could not tolerate his growth, just as the United States could not tolerate the peaceful rise of China. The Bruche family and others sent people to spy on him, just to get rid of him. They made their move, and he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Whether he can find out who is behind the scenes and whether he dares to fight back strongly is actually a test by the Bruche family, the Skull Society, and others. The weaker he appears, the more wolves will pounce in the dark. Only by cutting off the claws of a few wolves or even killing a few of them can he slightly deter the rest. I don't know when I will become a martial arts master. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He is a grandmaster of martial arts, but even if he shows his strength as a grandmaster of martial arts, his enemies will not stop targeting him. They might even join forces and become even more aggressive. If he became a martial arts saint, things might be better. In the afternoon, Luo Bingning drove home. She had a bag on the passenger seat, and inside the bag were several bottles of the company's latest product, Red Beauty. The experimental data showed that the effect of the Red Beauty was very good. Luo Bingning brought these bottles of Red Beauty to Lin Tian, and she wanted Lin Tian to see if there was anything wrong with them. Bang! Suddenly, a car in front hit a pedestrian, crushing one of the pedestrian's legs under the wheels. Ah! The person who was hit screamed in pain. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to do it. The female driver of the car got out of the car and shouted in panic, "Can anyone help me? Help me lift the car up." Squeak! Luo Bingning quickly stopped the car. The other cars around also stopped. After locking their cars, Luo Bingning and the others quickly ran over to help. A motorcycle stopped next to Luo Bingning's car, and a man got off the back seat and walked over to Luo Bingning's car. Bang! The sound of glass breaking rang out. The glass of Luo Bingning's car was instantly destroyed by the window breaker. Luo Bingning heard a sound. Without using her inner strength, her body is weaker, but her hearing and vision are much stronger than normal people. Luo Bingning turned around and saw someone reaching into her car. Stop! The car had already been lifted and the person rescued. Luo Bingning ran to her car, and the man had already taken her bag. Phew! Just as the man was about to get into the car with the bag in his hand, Luo Bingning's phone hit his wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The man let out a cry of pain, and he couldn't help but let go of the bag, which immediately fell to the ground. Robbery! Luo Bingning shouted. At the same time, she quickly closed the distance between the two. Pick it up! The man on the motorcycle urged. The man behind her quickly bent down to pick up the bag. Luo Bingning was not fast, so they should be able to escape in time. At this moment, Luo Bingning's inner strength reached her legs, and her speed suddenly doubled. The man had just picked up the bag again, and Luo Bingning was already in front of him. Pong! Pong! Luo Bingning quickly swung her fists. With 2 punches, both men were knocked down, and both of their bones were broken. Luo Bingning has now perfected her dark power. She was afraid of killing the men, so she controlled her strength. Otherwise, if she had used her full strength, the 2 men would definitely not have survived. Good job, this beauty is amazing. She was so fast just now. She knocked out 2 men with 2 punches. She must have practiced martial arts. Some people around were amazed. Luo Bingning picked up her bag. Han Yan hadn't applied for a patent yet, so she couldn't let anyone else take it away. Hello, beautiful. Can I borrow your phone? Luo Bingning quickly borrowed a cell phone. The force she used to smash the phone was so great that her own phone was broken. Hello, who is this? Luo Bingning called Lin Tian, who answered the phone quickly. It's me, honey. I was on my way home when I was robbed. I beat up the 2 robbers, but my own phone is broken. Luo Bingning said in a somewhat frightened tone. Lin Tian's face changed. Bingning, where are you? Luo Bingning quickly said the location. The place where she was about 15 minutes away from home, not very far. I'll be right over. Lin Tian quickly drove off. Boom! The 12-cylinder engine of the Kalina roared, and the car quickly sped out of the residential area. The car's speed continued to climb, and in a short time it exceeded 100 kilometers per hour. With his master-level driving skills, he was able to handle the car perfectly. However, despite speeding, Lin Tian did not run the red light. It took him about 10 minutes to get to Luo Bingning. A police car was already parked next to him. Sir, I understand that you are in a hurry, but you seem to have been speeding. We will deal with this after the fact. One of the policemen said to Lin Tian, who had just got out of the car. How are you, Bingning? Lin Tian hugged Luo Bingning and asked. Honey, I'm fine. Lin Tian came over to Luo Bingning and immediately felt relieved. Guys, I was speeding, so you can deal with me according to the rules. Now I want to ask them a few questions. Lin Tian took out his ID from his pocket. Seeing Lin Tian's national security ID, the 2 policemen were stunned. Lin Tian was driving a Range Rover, and he was actually a national security officer. When did the national security treatment get so good? It's okay. One of the policemen nodded. Lin Tian got to the police car. 2 men were on the police car, and they both had a look of pain on their faces. You're not ordinary robbers, are you? Lin Tian sneered. What did you say? One of them said, his eyes flickering. Who told you to do it? I don't understand what you're saying. We just saw her car. There was a bag in it. It looked expensive. The other man rushed to say. Lin Tian sneered. Luo Bingning had told him in detail on the way here that he felt that the car accident just now was a bit strange. The robbery was even more suspicious. He had just noticed that there was more than one surveillance camera nearby. Did the robbery have to be so brazen? They were probably after the contents of Luo Bingning's bag. Drip! Lin Tian called Tang Yuan's uncle, Tang Pengyuan. Tang Pengyuan is the deputy director of the Municipal Police Bureau. Uncle Tang, someone just robbed Bingning. The case is a bit special. Can I take the suspect away for questioning? There are police officers next to me. Lin Tian said. Tang Pengyuan laughed on the other end of the phone. The National Security Bureau has this authority. Give the phone to the policeman next to you. Lin Tian gave the phone to one of the policemen. I am Tang Pengyuan. Lin Tian's national security identity is not false. The case is special. You let him take the person away to deal with it. He is the disciple of Master Lin. The police officer who answered the phone quickly said, Yes, Director Tang. Chapter 233 Tianha Security Company. 2 police officers, please take him to my place. Lin Tian said to the 2 policemen. Okay. One of the police officers nodded. There are many people looking at this place. It would be easy to cause controversy if we took the person away in Lin Tian's car and posted it online. Bingning, can you still drive? Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning and asked softly. Luo Bingning's head was originally a golden treasure chest, but now it has become a legendary treasure chest. I guess she was scared. Although her strength is still good, after all, she is a rich young lady who has never experienced anything like this before. Honey, I can do it. Luo Bingning nodded. Lin Tian gave his car keys to Luo Bingning. Then you drive my car, there is broken glass on your car. Honey, I can drive my own car. Be a good girl and take mine. Lin Tian said this, and Luo Bingning obediently took Lin Tian's car keys and gave Lin Tian her own car keys. Soon, Lin Tian and the others left. That beautiful woman was so pretty. You still need money. People can find such beautiful women if they drive a curry. A young man nearby said with a sigh. Buddy, that beauty is Luo Bingning, the daughter of the Luo family. Horror. Family has assets worth tens of billions of dollars. She's not someone you can climb up to by owning a Kulin. But the more impressive thing is Lin Xiao. His master is a martial arts master, and he himself is probably a martial arts master. Another person said. Mr. Lin, I'll leave the person to you. Once the person is delivered, the police car will leave quickly. Get in. Lin Tian said coldly. I'm not going in. What are you going to do about it? You're a national security officer. Do you dare torture us? One of the two men said arrogantly, we were just robbing, it's not a big crime. Lin Tian patted him on the shoulder, you're right. How could I break the law? Then you stay outside. What about you? Are you coming in or not? Lin Tian looked at the other person. I'm going in. The other man was older and he felt something was wrong. He nodded and soon followed Lin Tian and the others into the villa. The one outside the villa fell to the ground. He tried desperately to shout, but no sound came out. He was in excruciating pain, but his acupuncture points were blocked, so even if he wanted to roll around on the ground, he couldn't. Honey, is that guy outside going to run away? Luo Bingning said with a slight worry. Lin Tian chuckled, I blocked his acupuncture points and used the separating the tendons and dislodging the bones technique. He won't be able to run away. The man who followed Lin Tian into the room changed his expression. Fortunately, he came in obediently, otherwise he would have suffered too. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't explain yourself in 5 minutes, you'll go outside and let your partner come in. He has tasted the power of the separating the tendons and misplacing the bones technique. Lin Tian said coldly. Lin Xiao, my name is He Peng, my partner is Ma Zihao. Someone told us to follow Mr. Luo's car and look for an opportunity to break the window and grab Mr. Luo's bag. We each received 100,000 yuan. They said they would give us another 100,000 yuan each after the job was done. We were both in need of money, so we agreed to do it. The man confessed honestly. The technique of breaking bones and dislocating joints doesn't sound very pleasant. Who asked you to do it? Lin Tianxuan asked. Brother Du gave us the task. We get a little work from Brother Du every month to make a living. This is the biggest job we've ever had. We don't know his name. We're just like everyone else. We call him Brother Du. Lin Tian nodded slightly. He could tell that the other person wasn't lying. The driver in front hit someone. Did you know that this would happen? Lin Xiao, we didn't know about this, but Brother Du told us to stay close, saying that there might be a chance. Luo Bingning said, honey, the driver in front of us did it on purpose. The pedestrians might have been arranged by them. The driver offered to take the pedestrians to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Tian nodded. Don't worry, if they have a problem, they won't get away. Bingning, there is a mole in your company. Luo Bingning smiled wryly. The departure of a core group of employees earlier led to major problems in the company, and now it has developed into a problem like this. Honey, am I useless? Luo Bingning's expression was a little downcast. Lin Tian shook his head, of course not. I'm the one who brought you all this trouble. As long as the price of betrayal is high enough, it's not surprising that half of your company is full of traitors. If the operation is carried out by a foreign superpower, it would be no problem for them to spend money to create a few internal traitors. Lin Xiao, I have already confessed everything. We should go to jail. He Peng said weakly. Lin Tian patted him on the shoulder and used the separating the tendons and dislocating the bones technique, but Lin Tian did not block his mute point. Ah! He screamed in an instant. His voice was miserable, and the pain from the separating the tendons and bones technique made him feel as if he had been thrown into a vat of boiling oil. The pain of having his ribs broken was nothing compared to the excruciating pain of the bone-splitting technique. Husband, this. Luo Bingning looked at He Peng, who was screaming in pain, in surprise. Lin Tian smiled, they robbed and frightened you. The law will punish them, and I won't let them off lightly either. Let them enjoy it for a while. Don't worry, they won't die, and the sound inside can't be heard outside. Luo Bingning nodded. She didn't feel any sympathy for He Peng and the others. The bottles of red beauty in her bag were worth a fortune. If they were stolen and someone registered them first, the loss would be enormous. Luo Bingning knew that Hongyan could definitely become a hit, that it could be promoted internationally, that it could steal the share of the international cosmetics giant, and that it was very important to the country. The global market share for cosmetics is $250 billion, and Hongyan definitely has the potential to grab $50 billion of that share. How much tax revenue will this bring to the country, and how many jobs? Lin Tian robbed some forces, $1 billion at a time, which sounds like a lot, but it is far from this. And that's just Lin Tian getting some money. The country doesn't get any tax revenue, and it doesn't create any jobs. Bingning, you go practice first. I will handle them, you don't need to worry. Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning nodded. He Peng was still here, and now was not a good time to talk about the beauty with Lin Tian. Lin Xiao, spare me, please spare me. I will never do it again. He Peng begged in pain. Lin Tian said indifferently, you enjoy yourself first. I'll go to my room and play a game. You can scream all you want. Luo Bingning went upstairs, and Lin Tian also went upstairs to his bedroom. He turned on the computer and started investigating. Tianha's security company. In a few minutes, Lin Tian found out that Du Guan He Peng's mouth was a senior consultant at Tianha Security. This Tianha Security Company is a gangster laundering. Gee, they used to collect protection money, but now they are collecting security fees in a legitimate manner. Lin Tian thought to himself. Tianha Security Company is a legitimate company on the surface, but it actually runs a lot of grey businesses behind the scenes. This time, Tianha Security Company, was it motivated by greed or was it behind the scenes? Lin Tian still didn't know. Chapter 234, Two princesses come to the door. 2 police officers, please. Lin Tian handed He Peng and the others over to the 2 policemen who had brought them. The 2 policemen had left before, but after Lin Tian and Tang Pengyuan had spoken, they came back to pick them up. No trouble. Mr. Lin, we'll be leaving now. The 2 policemen took He Peng and the others away. Lin Tian returned to the villa. Luo Bingning was practicing, so he prepared the ingredients and made a sumptuous dinner. Honey, it smells so good. Luo Bingning came down from upstairs and said happily. When she entered the dining room, she saw several dishes on the table, each of which looked very exquisite. Wow! Honey, the ingredients were average last time, and you didn't do a good job. This time, the dishes you made look like works of art. Luo Bingning said in amazement. She had always been confident in her own cooking, but now seeing what Lin Tian had made, she was quite shocked. But then she thought, this is my husband's cooking, so it's the same as if I had cooked it. Myself. Bingning, weren't you shocked today? I'll make you a big meal, so you can recover. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, I wasn't that scared, and what do you need to replenish after being scared? Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Lin Tian recognized the voices of Princess Kalina and Princess Yista. It's Princess Kalina and Princess Yista. Bingning, go and send them away. Lin Tian said to Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning got up and went to the door. The door opened, and it was indeed Princess Kalina and Princess Yista. Bingning, I heard that you were attacked today. I brought you a little gift. I hope you will be safe. Princess Kalina smiled and said. Sister Luo, I also brought you a little gift. Princess Yista smiled. Princess Kalina, Princess Yista, have you eaten? If not, let's eat together. Luo Bingning invited them to dinner. You can't turn away a smiling face. Since they came with gifts, she couldn't turn them away. Bingning, then we won't be polite. Princess Kalina smiled. Luo Bingning thought to herself, they came at this time, weren't they planning to eat at her place? Honey, Princesses Kalina and Esta are here. Luo Bingning took them to the dining room. Hello. Lin Tian smiled and greeted them. Looking at the dishes on the table, Karina exclaimed, Bingning, your cooking is really good. These dishes look delicious. Tian swallowed her saliva, I like Chinese food, and this looks even better than what I usually eat. Luo Bingning was about to speak, but Lin Tian spoke first, you are princesses, so you probably eat well and are used to eating well. But Bingning's cooking is really delicious. Today, Bingning made a lot, so you should all try her cooking. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian. Since Lin Tian had said that, she didn't say that Lin Tian had made them. If they knew that, they might be even more determined to pursue Lin Tian. Sister Luo, then we won't be polite. Karina and Yista quickly agreed. Honey, go to the wine cellar and get a bottle of red wine. Luo Bingning smiled. Lin Tian nodded and left. The wine cellar is in the basement of the villa, where the temperature and humidity are constant. Zhao Zongxiang has collected a lot of fine wine there before. Sister Luo, Lin Tian has offended more than one powerful force. Some of them are not weaker than a country. After today's attack, something like this might happen again, and it might involve your parents. Ta said to Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning said in English, so what do you mean? Ta said, Luo, are you considering giving up? We know about your illness. You're not well. Your love may be short-lived, and you still have your parents. If you give up, it won't affect them. Luo Bingning frowned slightly. Karina whispered, if you don't give up, we won't argue with you. How about you let us and Lin Tian have a child? This way, our relationship with Lin Tian will be closer, and the royal family behind us can become a powerful ally for Lin Tian. Our alliance will be stronger, and our enemies will be more afraid. You and your parents will be safer. Luo Bingning was silent. Kalina's words touched her a little. What if Lin Tian can't cure her illness? Lin Tian was very confident, and she also had a lot of confidence in Lin Tian, but she really didn't have 100% confidence. Lin Tian's medical skills have to reach the level of a grandmaster, and it is not easy to become a grandmaster. Lin Tian himself may not be 100% sure. Sister Luo, please think about what we said. We don't want to compete with you for Lin Tian's affection. For us, having a child with Lin Tian means we don't have to marry into his family, and we'll be free. Ta said seriously. Luo Bingning nodded slightly. Soon, Lin Tian returned with a bottle of wine. He looked at Luo Bingning with some confusion, and Luo Bingning looked a little strange. And there was an extra black iron treasure chest on her head. Originally, Luo Bingning only had a legendary treasure chest on her head, but now she had a legendary treasure chest and a black iron treasure chest. Luo Bingning and the others are all women, so he didn't enhance his hearing to eavesdrop on their conversation. Honey, I just told them about what happened during the day. Let's eat quickly, or the food will get cold. Soon the four of them sat down to eat. Wow! It's delicious. Karina and Ista were amazed. Lin Tian had prepared 6 dishes, which looked exquisite and tasted great. Lin Tian's cooking is superb. Ice, your cooking is amazing. Sister Luo, this is the best Chinese food I've ever eaten, and the best food I've ever eaten. Karina and Luo Bingning were full of praise. Bingning Luo smiled awkwardly but politely. She didn't cook it. After the meal, when Karina and the others left, Luo Bingning took out her bag and took out 6 bottles of red wine. 3 of the bottles were larger. The other 3 were smaller. The bottles are all very, very exquisite. Honey, these are the samples made by the company. There are 2 sizes, large and small. In addition, red beauty is divided into 3 different grades, high, medium and low. Do you think this will work? Luo Bingning asked nervously. Lin Tian smiled and said, you decide the rest. I'll just see if there are any problems with the configuration you've come up with. Lin Tian said, opening one of the bottles. He used his superhuman sense of smell, and with it he could clearly distinguish the ingredients of the contents. He could even tell the weight of the contents. Based on the ingredients and the amount, Lin Tian could deduce how effective these things were. It's very good. I don't think there's any problem. After 10 minutes, Lin Tian smiled and said. Luo Bingning was relieved. Honey, then we have to hurry up and apply for a patent, and we have to hurry up and bring Red Beauty to the market. Luo Bingning said happily. Lin Tian said, before that, there is one more problem. We have to find the traitor. Luo Bingning nodded. Chapter 235, Divine Sword Technique. Ding, the legendary treasure chest is open. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level sword technique. The voice of the system rang in Lin Tian's mind. The legendary treasure chest on Luo Bingning's head was taken by him, and the other black iron treasure chest was still on her head. A massive amount of information and power rushed into Lin Tian's mind. Lin Tian went to the master bedroom and sat cross-legged to start practicing. Practicing can channel the power, and he will feel much more comfortable. Half an hour later, Lin Tian had digested most of it, and he opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. It turns out that powerful martial artists can also wield swords. Lin Tian muttered to himself and a smile appeared on his face. The art of sword control requires a combination of internal strength and mental power, and it is very difficult to use. It was not easy for ancient cultivators to learn. Although he was a martial arts grandmaster before, and could be said to be proficient in all 18 weapons, he was not proficient in swordplay. Now that he has mastered the art of sword control, although his martial arts cultivation is still complete, his strength has increased by a large margin. First of all, he can now fly short distances on a sword. In the past, he could fly on the leaves, but if he fell from the air, for example, from a helicopter, he would die. Now he can fly with the sword for 3 or 5 kilometers. Even if he falls from a height of 1,000 meters, he can fly with the sword and ensure that he lands safely. Second, he can attack with the sword. In the past, he could use various concealed weapons to kill targets 150 meters away, which was already very good. However, there are limitations to this. First, the distance is not very far, and many firearms have a larger range than this. Second, the attack power decreases significantly at longer distances, and if the opponent is well protected, the attack effect will be greatly reduced. The effect of the opponent's attack from the car is also affected. Third, the hidden weapons he threw before could only go straight, and if the target reacted quickly, they could be avoided. These shortcomings are all gone with the divine sword technique. The maximum range of a sword attack is 500 meters, which is beyond the effective range of the Type 95 automatic rifle. The power of the sword attack does not decrease much at long distances, and it can maintain a strong attack power at the farthest distance. Most importantly, the sword can turn. If the enemy is hiding behind a wall, he can use his superhuman sense of smell to determine the location and use his sword to kill the target very flexibly. Even if the enemy is driving a tank, the sword he controls can drill through the observation hole and instantly kill the enemy inside. If my combat effectiveness was 100, now it is estimated that it can reach 300. Lin Tian smiled faintly. His martial arts cultivation is still at the level of a grandmaster, but with the help of his god-level sword control, his combat power has definitely reached the early stage of a martial arts saint, and it is possible that he may even reach the middle stage of a martial arts saint. With so many enemies recently, his combat power has increased, and Lin Tian is much more at ease. He needs to make a batch of swords. Lin Tian thought. The sword he wanted was not an ordinary sword, but a sword without a handle. The handle was a pure nuisance to him. In addition, the sword body should be light and have high strength. 2 types of specifications are needed. One is relatively wide, and it can support a person standing on it. This is for flying with the sword. The other is only 2 fingers long, and attacking with the sword can reduce his consumption. Lin Tian quickly designed the shape on the computer. General Yang, am I disturbing you? Lin Tian called General Yang Jiheng. On the other end of the line, Yang Jiheng laughed loudly. What's the bother? I'm happy when you call me once a day. My father talks about you every day. Recently, you bought Jiangshan Ruifu for those old scientists, and he has praised you countless times. My ears are getting calluses. Lin Tian smiled and said, General Yang, next time I go to the imperial capital, I'll go to the Tianshui sanatorium to visit old Yang. Sure, what do you need? If you weren't in trouble, you wouldn't have called. Yang Jiheng said with a serious expression. General Yang, I want to use the best materials to make a batch of flying swords. The military should have a lot of advantages in this regard. Yang Jihun smiled and said, I thought it was a big deal. Send me the relevant information and I'll help you build it. Okay, thanks. Lin Tian quickly sent the relevant information to Yang Jihun. He only wanted 10 large flying swords, 1,000 small flying swords, and 1,000 miniature flying swords. The miniature flying swords are only about an inch long. They can enter very small spaces and are more flexible to control, but their quality is too small, so their lethality is reduced. Lao Dong, I have a job for you. These things are what Grandmaster Lin wants. Yang Jihong contacted an old classmate from the military factory. Master Lin wants them? Even if it's difficult, we'll make it. Dong Tsuinyuan, Lin Jihong's old classmate, promised on the other end of the phone. I looked at it and it's not that difficult, just the materials are a bit more demanding. Besides, Grandmaster Lin only needs a small amount, so why don't you just make a bit more for Grandmaster Lin? Okay. It's not difficult. We'll make it today. It was getting late at night. The Tianhe security company was brightly lit and heavily guarded. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a dull sound rang out one after another, and a dozen people jumped off the roof of Tianhe security company. Someone jumped off the building. So many people are dancing, what's going on? The people at Tianhe security company were quickly alarmed. 2 minutes later, they discovered in horror that all the senior executives of their company were inside. Not one of them was left behind. Was this done by Master Lin? It should be. We were all in the company, and with so many people guarding it, who could have done it except Grandmaster Lin? Master Lin killed more than 10 people. Some of them didn't deserve to die, did they? Isn't that a bit too cruel? There are more than 100 people in Tianhe security company, and many of them are whispering. Woohoo, woohoo. Someone called the police, and soon several police cars and an ambulance arrived. But it was probably not necessary. The death of a dozen people is no small matter. Drip. Lin Tian was sleeping when his phone rang. It was Tang Pengyuan calling. Lin Tian was a little confused. What was Tang Pengyuan calling him for at this time? Uncle Tang, what's the matter? Lin Tian asked. Tang Pengyuan said, Lin, where are you now? Lin Tian sat up and turned on the light. Uncle Tang, I'm at home. Is there an urgent case that needs help? Shaolin, I'll call you on video. Tang Pengyuan hung up the phone, and soon he called back with a video. He saw that Lin Tian was really lying at home. If Lin Tian wasn't there, then it definitely wasn't Lin Tian who did it. Shaolin, there's been an accident at Tianhe Security. A total of 16 people jumped to their deaths, including the top management of Tianhe Security. Tianhe Security Company worked overtime tonight, and the news quickly spread to the internet. Tang Pengyuan said in a low voice. Lin Tian was stunned. Uncle Tang, are you suspecting my master? Tang Pengyuan said, Xiaolin, this matter is likely to cause a lot of public opinion. If Grandmaster Lin is somewhere else, it would be best to prove that he was not there. Uncle Tang, my master doesn't know where he went, so I came over. Lin Tian hung up the video call after saying that. This is a trap. The incident during the day was just an introduction. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Chapter 236, A Big Puddle of Dirty Water. Honey, are you going out? Lin Tian came out of the room and Luo Bingning opened the door and asked. She had been practicing late and was still awake. Something happened. The 2 guys who robbed you during the day were hired by Tianhe Security Company. Just now, Uncle Tang called and said that more than 10 people from Tianhe Security Company jumped off a building. I'll go take a look. Lin Tian hugged Luo Bingning and kissed her. Luo Bingning frowned slightly. Honey, I feel something is wrong. I was robbed during the day and many people saw it. And there were several surveillance cameras in that place. Behind them was Tianhe Security Company, and as a result, more than a dozen people from Tianhe Security Company jumped to their deaths. In the eyes of others, it is very likely that you or Grandmaster Lin did it. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian had been at home all night, and there was no doubt that it could not have been Grandmaster Lin who did it. Someone is deliberately setting up a trap to smear you. Tianhe Security Company is just a pawn in their game. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with brilliance. Luo Bing's eyes showed concern. More than a dozen people jumping off a building together, even if no one hyped it up, it would still be a hot news story. If the media stirs things up, the impact will be even greater. Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, Bingning, I'll go over there first and take a look. I'll take care of it, so you can sleep peacefully. Honey, I'll go over there too. I can prove that you were at home all night. At least this has nothing to do with you. Lin Tian shook his head, you don't need to go over there. Uncle Tang and I just had a video chat, and he can prove that I wasn't there. Tianhe security is more than half an hour away, and it only took the company's top management a dozen minutes to jump off the building. You need to rest well. Lin Tian said, an array of internal strength entered Luo Bingning's body. Luo Bingning's drowsiness quickly came flooding back. I'll carry you to bed. Lin Tian carried Luo Bingning to the bed. Honey, I'm so sleepy. Be careful when you go out. After saying that, Luo Bingning quickly fell asleep. Lin Tian lowered his head and kissed Luo Bingning again. He covered Luo Bingning with a quilt and quickly left the villa. The villa has a formation that he set up, so Luo Bingning's safety is not a problem. It would be difficult for a master to enter even if he wanted to. Squeak! Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at Tianhe Security Company, and then more police cars came, a total of 10 or so. There were more than a dozen bodies, and the forensic doctors were still examining the bodies. He is Lin Tian. Suddenly someone in the crowd yelled. Suddenly, 20 or 30 people rushed angrily towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian, your master must have killed him. Where is your master? How can he kill innocent people? Can a martial arts master just kill people at will? Where is justice and the law? I used to admire Grandmaster Lin, but I never thought he was like this. More than 20 or 30 people roared in anger. Lin Tian shouted, shut up. His powerful aura intimidated everyone, and they all quieted down. Lin Tian swept his piercing gaze over the crowd. Everyone, I understand that you have lost family members. But first, listen to me for a moment. First, my master didn't kill anyone. You're accusing him of something he didn't do. Second, you should know what they did back then. If you keep making trouble, I will help the police to find out everything. Many of the people present felt guilty. Those who died were not on the right path. They may not have been as bad as they deserved, but if they were investigated thoroughly, many of their assets would not be allowed to see the light of day. That property might be seized. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're trying to make a big fuss because someone died, and maybe if you make a big fuss, my master and I will have to pay you a lot of money. I advise you to think carefully about your nonsense. My master doesn't want to kill Chinese people, but if someone makes him extremely angry, what if he kills them? Lin Tian said coldly. Everyone felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water. If you anger Grandmaster Lin, he will really kill you. Will the law punish him? Let's see if we can catch him first. Everyone, calm down. Go back and wait for news. Our public security authorities will get to the bottom of it. Tang Pengyuan stepped forward and said, Director Tang, I hope the law will do us justice. One of them said in a deep voice. Lin Tian said in a low voice, Commissioner Tang, he is the family member of Gui Zhishan from Tianhe Security Company, right? Gui Zhishan has made a lot of money through illegal means, and I have a lot of evidence. I'll give you the evidence later, you can check it out. The money should be recovered if it's recoverable. Tang Pengyuan nodded. Don't worry, our public security authorities will definitely investigate thoroughly. The person who spoke for the Guo family looked very unhappy. Gui Zhishan was his father, and he knew full well that most of the Guo family's wealth was ill-gotten. Some of the Guo family members were even involved. Including him. If the police investigate him thoroughly, he will probably have to go to jail. Director Tang, we'll be going back first. The rest of us left quickly. They were worried that if they said anything more, their family would suffer the same fate as the Guo family, and they would lose a lot of money. Director Tang, what's going on? These people are leaving. Lin Tianxuan asked. Tang Pengyuan said in a low voice, more than 10 people jumped off the building, but we didn't find any traces of a fight. Tianhe Security Company's building is 6 stories high, and they all jumped from the top floor, falling to the cement ground and not surviving. Lin Tian looked up at the roof and used his superhuman sense of smell. He could tell from the traces that they had reached the roof and then jumped off one by one. There was no trace of the others on the roof. And the dozen people who jumped all did so without any hesitation. "Uncle Tang, can I go up and take a look?" Lin Tian asked. Tang Pangyuan nodded. He and the other two policemen accompanied Lin Tian to the roof, and Lin Tian also took the opportunity to inspect the building. "Lin Tian, there is no surveillance on the top floor, so we can't see what's going on," Tang Pangyuan said. Lin Tian nodded. "Uncle Tang, I've only learned the basics, but I can tell that the building's feng shui is fine. They didn't jump off the building together because they were possessed." "I can guess what kind of force did it," Tang Pangyuan asked. "What force?" Lin Tian shook his head. "Uncle Tang, it's not convenient to say, and I don't have any evidence to prove that they did it. But I can say for sure that my master didn't do it." Tang Pangyuan said worriedly. "Lin Tian, more than 10 people died, this is a big case. Since you are sure that your master is not involved, can you help solve this case?" Lin Tian nodded. He said helplessly, "Uncle Tang, I have no choice but to help. The other party is targeting me and my master. First, they planned a robbery at the intersection, and then they died en masse. It makes people think that I or my master killed them in retaliation." Tang Pangyuan frowned. "The incident during the day was spread on the internet, and the news has spread online. Tomorrow morning, the two incidents will probably be fully fermented." Lin Tian said, "Director Tang, I will try to contact my master and have him come here tomorrow to handle this himself." Chapter 237, Grandmaster Lin is here. Tang Pangyuan was a little worried. Things will definitely ferment, and tomorrow more people from the families of the deceased may come over. "Will it be bad if your master comes over?" Lin Tian Dao, "I will talk to my master. As long as others don't mess around, my master is still easy to talk to." "Uncle Tang, I won't come tomorrow." "Bingning, don't go to work tomorrow either." "I'll stay home with her." Tang Pangyuan nodded. "This matter is initially related to Bingning, so don't let some people gather and rush to her company." Lin Tian sneered. "Bingning was robbed, she is the victim, who dares to target her, don't blame me for being rude." Cough. Tang Pangyuan coughed lightly. "Uncle Tang, I was just blowing off steam." Tang Pangyuan thought to himself, Lin Tian doesn't seem to be indulging in idle chatter, and there are police officers nearby. Lin Tian added this sentence. "If anyone really targets Luo Bingning, Tang Pangyuan estimates that Lin Tian will never let them have a good time. Director Tang, we'll be going down if there's nothing else," one of the two police officers said. Tang Pangyuan nodded. The two policemen left, and Tang Pangyuan said, "Lin, who do you suspect of being the murderer? Can you tell us now?" Lin Tian thought about it for a moment. Tang Pangyuan used to be in charge of public security, but now he is in charge of criminal investigation. It's okay to let him know. They should have been deeply hypnotized. It is more likely that the lizard people did it. The fact that they were able to make them jump off the building probably means that a master-level strongman was involved. But they don't call them that. We, the masters, are called S-class evolutionists within their ranks. Tang Pangyuan was stunned. Lizard people? Lin Tian nodded slightly. The Western bloodline and the lizard people are all real, and I have conflicts with them. Tang Pangyuan was shocked. Although he is now the deputy director and in charge of criminal investigation, he really doesn't know about the blood-release lizard people. They have hidden it so well. Tang Pangyuan said in disbelief. Lin Tian smiled lightly. There are vampires and lizard people in TV movies, but who would believe it if someone came forward and said so? That's true. Tang Pangyuan nodded slightly. He pondered, if so, then this is probably a dirty trick to throw mud at you. I was a little surprised before. If it was a robbery, why would they rob at the intersection? There are a lot of people at the intersection and there are definitely cameras there. Lin Tian nodded. I and Bingning also think so. Tang Pangyuan sighed. Shaolin, although this is a trap, since the other party is doing this, it is likely that they will not leave any clues. They can hypnotize them at any time, and it is almost impossible to find evidence. Lin Tian frowned slightly, which was also his concern. The other party killed more than a dozen people, and it is unlikely that they left clues for them to investigate. If the other party had just killed someone, he might have been able to find them with his godlike sense of smell. But he just made sure that there was no murderer nearby. Uncle Tang, I'll be going back first. By the way, there's no need for you to spend too much time investigating here. There are no traces of the murderer here. Tang Pengyuan nodded slightly. I believe you, but after something this big has happened, we have to investigate. You won't be able to sleep well tonight. Lin Tianxia went downstairs and drove away. He came here to find out if the murderer had left any evidence. Since it has been confirmed that the murderer is not here, there is no need for him to stay here at night. Luo Bingning probably hasn't even gone to sleep. Honey. When he returned home, he heard a noise and Luo Bingning opened the door. The black iron treasure chest on her head had suddenly turned into a silver treasure chest. Bingning, you're not being good. Why aren't you sleeping? Luo Bingning said worriedly, I've been reading a lot of news, and this thing is making a lot of noise on the internet. Some of the comments made me angry. Lin Tian hugged Luo Bingning and kissed her. He said, didn't there used to be some black spots when nothing happened? When something like this happens, some people desperately try to discredit the normal, and there is no need for you to get angry with them. Luo Bingning said angrily, honey, I'm really angry. Even if some people don't know about it, Master Lin has done a lot for the country. The typhoon turned and destroyed the Tosakagumi, and recently bought the Jiangshan Ruifu neighborhood for billions of dollars. Lin Tian chuckled, Bingning, some of them are 1450. You talk to them about patriotism, isn't that like talking to a cow about music? Some people are Chinese on the surface, but they are mentally American or mentally Japanese. What you just said has hit them in the lung. Luo Bingning said in a low voice, that's true. Honey, did you get away okay? Lin Tian shook his head, no, but there was nothing to gain either. No traces of the murderer were found. Luo Bingning frowned. If the murderer can't be found, what will happen to public opinion? Bingning, don't think too much. I will definitely handle this matter well. Lin Tian smiled slightly, saying that things couldn't get any worse, and that he was thick-skinned and couldn't be influenced by public opinion. Nonsense. Luo Bingning said coquettishly, honey, you should get some rest. You'll probably have to deal with this matter tomorrow. Lin Tian nodded slightly, don't go to work tomorrow. I'll leave in the evening and go there as Master Lin. It was still dark when Lin Tian left. He changed into the appearance of Grandmaster Lin and put on another set of clothes. Tang Pengyuan and the others were still at Tianhe Security Company, so maybe they could find a clue here. Master Lin. Lin Tian approached, and a police officer guarding the perimeter called out. Lin Tian nodded slightly, you've worked hard, young man. You haven't slept all night, have you? Can I go in and take a look? The policeman quickly said, Master Lin, you're not tired. Tang and the others are still inside. Please come in. Master Lin, there are a lot of family members inside. Lin Tian nodded slightly. He entered Tianhe Security Company, and Tang Pengyuan and the others got the news and came out of the building. Master Lin. Hello, Grandmaster Lin. Tang Pengyuan and the others all greeted him. Lin Tian smiled slightly. I rushed over after seeing Lin Tian's message in the middle of the night. Is there anything I can help you with? Tang Pengyuan coughed lightly. Master Lin, I'm sorry to disturb your meditation and thank you for coming. Lin Tian smiled lightly. There hasn't been anything recently, so long as you don't take me to the police station. Master Lin, although there are some rumors on the internet, we don't have any evidence to prove that you are a suspect. Tang Pengyuan said. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Let's go inside and talk. Tang Pengyuan hesitated a little. Grandmaster Lin Tian had previously sent some of the family members back, but more people came later to ask for an explanation, and they are here. Chapter 238, Operation Control Shark. Lin Tian smiled and said, it's okay. Even if they all fight together, they still can't beat me. I'm confident. Tang Pengyuan. Master Lin, please come in. Lin Tian followed him into a large conference room, where there was a blackboard with the case records and photos displayed on the projector. Deputy Director Tang, do you think these are appropriate? Lin Tian asked. Tang Pengyuan nodded, yes, of course. At the moment, there is no evidence to suggest that Grandmaster Lin is a suspect. Master Lin, we are only grateful for your help with our investigation. Lin Tian nodded slightly. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door. Dozens of the victims' families heard the commotion and came over. Master Lin, you have to give us an explanation. Even if Luo Bingning was robbed, it's not worth killing so many people, is it? Isn't this too cruel? An eye for an eye. Many people who had squeezed into the conference room spoke up. The first group of people who came were mostly young, but now many of the people who came were older. They all spoke up, and the meeting room was as noisy as a market. Lin Tian looked at Tang Pengyuan and said, "Deputy Director Tang, I'd like to borrow your gun for a moment." With a murder case like this, Tang Pengyuan and the others brought their guns. Tang Pengyuan hesitated a little. Lin Tian smiled lightly and said, "Deputy Director Tang, don't worry. I don't need a gun to kill someone. It's so slow to kill someone with a gun. Master Lin, here." Tang Pengyuan took out his gun and gave it to Lin Tian. The people who were making a lot of noise in the conference room quieted down. They looked at Lin Tian, who was holding a gun, with fear. Bang! Lin Tian raised his gun and fired a shot at his own forehead. A loud gunshot rang out, and the bullet shot toward Lin Tian's temple, but it was blocked by his powerful inner strength. Clang! The bullet fell to the ground with a crisp sound. "Everyone, did you see it clearly?" Lin Tian smiled. "Bang, bang," he said and fired 2 more shots. Naturally, the bullets did not hurt him in the slightest, and the 2 bullets fell to the ground. "Deputy Director Tang, thank you." Lin Tian smiled and returned the gun to Tang Pengyuan. "Everyone, if there is no evidence that I killed anyone, I shouldn't have to pay you compensation, right? If there is." Lin Tian said this, and a terrifying aura burst out of his body. The people around him changed color. Some of the police officers couldn't help reaching for the pistol they were wearing at their waist. "You'd better pray that Deputy Director Tang and the others don't find any evidence. I'm a law-abiding person, but if I break the law, I might as well kill a few more." Many of the people who had squeezed into the conference room were pale. Lin Tian's aura was terrifying, and what he said was also terrifying. If they were really sure that Grandmaster Lin was the murderer, they might all have to die. "Everyone, I don't want to see you gather in crowds again. Can you cooperate and go home?" Lin Tian said in a low voice as he calmed down. You dare to kill us?" An elderly man who was older than him said in a condescending manner. Lin Tian looked at the other person. "Young man, you're not even 80, are you? When you reach my age, you'll know that some things aren't a matter of daring or not daring. It's a matter of whether you want to or not. As long as you want to, what can't you kill?" The other party was speechless. Lin Tian's comment about him being young had broken his defenses. He usually argued a lot because of his age, but Grandmaster Lin was probably much older than him. He was looking for the wrong person to take advantage of his age. "Everyone, you should go home first. This incident was not done by Grandmaster Lin. The Yamaguchi Gumi provoked Grandmaster Lin, and the head of the Yamaguchi Gumi is still alive. Master Lin wouldn't kill them for such a trivial matter." Tang Pengyuan persuaded him. The crowd left one after another. Lin Tian's 3 shots and his words had just stunned them. They realized that if they were to fight with others, they might be able to make a lot of money, but if they fought with Lin Tian, they might lose their lives. "Deputy Director Tang, I just used your gun. If anyone bothers you because of this, you can tell me and I will explain to the higher-ups," Lin Tian said with a smile. Tang Pengyuan shook his head. "After all, I am also a deputy director, no one will make trouble over such a trivial matter. Master Lin, I've talked to Lin Tian about this case, and I'm afraid it won't be easy to find the murderer." Lin Tian nodded slightly. "I had someone check the internet, but there are no clues. This case may only become a cold case. If he can determine who did it, he can take action. If he doesn't know who the murderer is, even if he is very powerful, can he just find someone to take revenge?" Tang Pengyuan hesitated and said, "Lin Tian has a suspect. Can you put pressure on them to hand him over?" Lin Tian shook his head slightly. "Lin Tian also told me that there is a high probability that they did it, but that doesn't mean they definitely did it. Maybe someone with influence is deliberately stirring up trouble." Tang Pengyuan sighed. "That's true." Lin Tian continued, "If there is evidence, we have the upper hand, and they killed someone, I can do whatever I want. It's not good to act without evidence. Of course, it's not good for me, it's bad for the country." Tang Pengyuan nodded. Another policeman said, "Master Lin, I think you should do something even if you don't take action. Otherwise, this kind of thing might happen again, and the other side might try to smear you with dirt again and again. Tang Pingyuan's heart tightened. More than 10 people jumped off the building, and this case is already very difficult. If this kind of thing happens again and again, that would be terrible. Even if he doesn't step down and let someone else take his place, he'll have a hard time dealing with all these cases. Lin Tian nodded slightly. You make sense. Someone has made a move, and I will definitely take action. I'll take a look around, maybe I can find some clues. Soon, Lin Tian left. Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at his yacht. Go to this location. Lin Tian ordered. It was just dawn today, but the people on his yacht were on standby at all times. As long as he needs it, the yacht can go to sea at any time. The place Lin Tian was going to now was not very far away, only 100 kilometers or so, and it would take no more than 2 hours to get there at full speed. Boss, we will arrive at your designated location in 1 nautical mile. The captain respectfully said to Lin Tian. The ship is in Lin Tian's name, but the captain knows that Lin Tian is the boss, and Lin Tian's master, Grandmaster Lin, is the big boss. When we get there, stop. Throw some blood food down to attract some sharks. Lin Tian smiled lightly. Okay, boss. Soon the yacht arrived at the designated location, and the sailors threw something down. It wasn't long before several sharks came. Lin Tian used his supreme animal control technique. It was easy for Lin Tian to control these sharks. By hacking into the US military network, Lin Tian knew that a large black fish was lurking in the waters nearby. He controlled the sharks to hunt the big black fish. He didn't know who the enemy was, but when something like this happened, venting anger on the United States was almost always the right thing to do. Go. Lin Tian used his psychic power to send a message. After the sharks finished eating, they left immediately. Chapter 239, Shark vs. Big Black Fish. Using telepathy, the sharks understood Lin Tian's meaning. The submarine was not far away and was large, so it was not difficult for the sharks to find the submarine. After 10 minutes, one of the sharks approached the submarine, its mouth holding a discarded fishing net. Something is approaching. It must be a shark. Inside the submarine, the sonar operator reported. Roger that. Continue monitoring. The captain, who had received the report, didn't think much of it. It's not unusual to encounter sharks in the sea. Although China has a simulation shark, they can still tell the difference between a real shark and a simulation shark. The sonar information is a bit strange. The sonar operator listened carefully and said with a puzzled expression. What's strange about it? Captain, I'm sure it's a real shark, but the sonar information is slightly different from that of a normal shark. It's as if it's dragging something. The captain nodded, as long as it's a real shark. At this point, the shark got even closer. The submarine was slowly moving forward, and the shark passed quickly in front of the submarine's propeller with a fishing net in its mouth. The net was several dozen meters long, and the propeller quickly sucked it in. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. The dozens of meters of fishing net wrapped tightly around the propeller, which slowed down. Soon, the submarine's propeller was completely at a standstill. Captain, we have a power failure. It is suspected that the propeller has been entangled by something. The submarine captain was quickly informed. Fuck! The captain cursed, thinking of the shark. Could it be that the shark had gotten caught in the fishing net? Their propeller had probably taken the net with it, and the shark had been saved. They were in a very awkward situation. The propeller was tangled and they had no power. They had only one choice, to surface and clear the propeller of the tangled object. But now they were close to the coast of China, and it was a bit embarrassing to surface. Can we restart it? Captain, we've already tried, it's no use. Captain Philip said in a low voice, ascend. Hurry up and get rid of the entanglement. At this time, it doesn't matter if they are discovered. Captain, we will definitely be discovered. Philip sneered, we are the mighty US Navy, and this is not Chinese territorial waters. We can sail freely here. Execute the order. Yes. The submarine quickly surfaced. Hurry up and clean up. The hatch opens and soon someone comes out of the submarine. Splash. The submarine soldier, with his diving equipment, jumps into the water and soon sees the tangled fishing net. Fuck! The fishing nets are very strong, and it is not easy to cut through the tangle of nets with a knife. Captain, shark, shark! A shark is rapidly approaching the working submarine soldier. The submarine soldier hid behind the propeller, and normally a shark would not attack again in this situation. But this shark is no ordinary shark. Instead of swimming away, it continues to try to attack. Quick, save the man! The captain said in a low voice. Several of them quickly put on diving equipment and soon they were jumping into the water with their weapons. The guns in the water were not very effective, but they had special weapons that were more than enough to deal with a shark. However, they were not facing just one shark. As soon as they had dived into the water, 7 or 8 sharks swam towards them from different directions at high speed. Sharks, a school of sharks. Oh my god! The submarine crew panicked. They could easily handle 1 or 2 sharks. But 7 or 8 sharks were more than they could handle. What's more, these sharks were acting on Lin Tian's orders, and they were much more ferocious than normal sharks. When normal sharks are attacked, they may choose to leave, but this group of sharks definitely won't. Ka chow! Soon someone was bitten by a shark. The blood further stimulated the ferocity of the sharks, and the blood also affected the submarine crew's vision. Ah! Click! The submariners desperately tried to escape, and some of them reached the surface, but they were still attacked and killed by the sharks. After the first one, a total of 7 submariners went into the water. The next 6 who went into the water all died within a minute, and the blood stained everything red. Fuck, fuck! Philip's face was ashen, and he cursed. The submarine was caught in a fishing net, which was bad enough, but then it was attacked by a school of sharks and 6 people died. He had only sent 6 men to rescue them after the sharks were spotted nearby, and they had all died. With this kind of thing happening, Philip felt that his career as a submarine captain was coming to an end. Captain, Terence is still alive. His oxygen tank can only last for another hour. We have to save him. Philip was comforted by someone next to him. Wait a minute. The blood may have spread, and the sharks may have left. Philip said in a low voice. Time passed, and the sharks did not leave. Philip's face was grim. He had 2 choices. The first was to send no help and watch Terence die. He would probably be court-martialed. The second option was not to abandon or give up, and send more people to rescue. More people might die, but he wouldn't have to worry about being court-martialed. Guys, the sharks don't seem to be leaving. Terence is still hanging on. We have to save him. We can't abandon any of our brothers. On the top of the submarine, Philip said in a low voice, his eyes scanning the row of divers standing in front of him. There are more of them. Captain, please give the order. Captain, we will definitely save Terence. Philip nodded, drop the bombs. Boom! Boom! Soon they dropped some bombs, which were slightly further away so as not to affect the submarine. The sharks that came later were scared away and quickly left. The shark that was at the back of the submarine was still there. The sharks have left, so it's time to save the people. Plop! This time, 12 divers jumped into the sea, and even if 3 or 4 sharks returned, they could handle it. The sharks are coming back. Prepare to drop the bombs to drive them away. Several bombs with a low explosive power are dropped again. A normal shark pack would surely be driven away. But these sharks have Lin Tian's orders. They will leave if there are no suitable targets, but there are so many targets there, they definitely won't leave. Ka chow. With so many sharks, they are overwhelmed and in the chaos, some of them are quickly bitten by sharks. After a few minutes, Terence managed to escape to the submarine, but 8 of the 12 people in the second rescue team were killed by the sharks. Philip's face was ashen. He had saved the people, but 14 people had died in total. How was he going to report this? Terence, how is the propeller? Philip asked. Terence replied bitterly, Captain, the fishing net is too tightly wrapped, I need to go down again. Philip. He'll go crazy if anyone else dies. Chapter 240, Hello, can I borrow a net? Captain, should we contact our destroyer? Asked the adjutant standing next to Philip. Philip frowned. It would take a long time for the destroyer to arrive, and the Chinese warships would definitely arrive before the destroyer. If they are surrounded by the Chinese warships, they might even make the front page of the international military news. See if there are any other ships nearby, and contact them to get their sailors to do it. Our soldiers' lives are precious, but the lives of Chinese fishermen or sailors are cheap. For a small amount of money, they will work happily. Philip said in a low voice. Yes, Captain. Hearing Philip's arrangement, the rest of the men were relieved. They didn't want to go down again. 12 people had died, and they were already haunted by the ghosts of the dead. Captain, there is a ship in the vicinity, less than 10 nautical miles away. Shall we call them? Philip asked, what kind of ship is it? Captain, it's a luxury yacht called the Star. We can ask their sailors for help. Philip was stunned. Did you say the starship? Yes, Captain. Philip's face was dark and gloomy. Ordinary sailors might not know, but he knew who the Star was. Captain, isn't the starship the yacht of the Chinese Grand Master Lin? It's registered under Lin Tian's name. Philip's deputy frowned and said, we're in trouble, and he's so close to us. The sharks were acting strangely today. Could it be that Grandmaster Lin was on the yacht and was responsible for the attack? Philip gritted his teeth, it's possible. But the distance is 8 or 9 nautical miles, and the sharks that attacked us are still the ones we have no evidence against. The lieutenant whispered, Captain, if Grandmaster Lin is on board, we could kill him with a torpedo. We can say it was an accident afterwards. Philip was suddenly excited. He knew very well that Grandmaster Lin was now a thorn in the side of the United States and a great threat to the United States. If they kill Grandmaster Lin, then even if many people die this time, he will be fine. Maybe he would even be promoted. But if they fail to kill Grandmaster Lin, the other side would be furious and they would all be destroyed, including the submarine. Contact them and ask to speak to Grandmaster Lin. Philip's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Yes, Captain. The submarine quickly called out, Starship, this is the U.S. Navy. We want to speak to Master Lin. We have an emergency. Captain Su Zidao in the yacht's cockpit said, this is the Starship. Grandmaster Lin is fishing. What is your emergency? I can relay it. Philip's eyes showed surprise. Grandmaster Lin was really on that yacht. Starship, our submarine is entangled in a fishing net, and we have been attacked by sharks. We need your help. Philip said in a low voice, we will pay you. Wait a moment. Su Zhe quickly told Lin Tian about the situation. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The Americans actually asked him for help. Their submarine had an accident, and he was very close. Don't they suspect anything? Lin Tian didn't think so. These bastards aren't going to attack my yacht with a torpedo, are they? Lin Tian thought to himself. Their yacht was 8 or 9 nautical miles away from the submarine, within torpedo range, but a little too far away. The enemy might want to attack closer. If they are close, even if they find the torpedo, they will have much less time to escape. Grandmaster Lin, I feel there is a trick. We'd better not get too close. They may want to kill you. Su Zhe was a little worried. Lin Tian smiled and said, reply to them and say that we will help them contact the Chinese Navy for rescue. Tell them to wait where they are. Su Zhe nodded, okay, Grandmaster Lin. Su Zhe quickly informed the Coast Guard of the situation, and the Coast Guard would inform the Chinese Navy of the situation here. The Starship is calling. We have informed the Chinese Coast Guard of your situation, and they and the Chinese Navy will definitely provide assistance. Please be patient. Philip's face turned black when he heard Su Zhe's words. The Chinese military was originally unaware of the situation and might investigate first before coming over. They will have more time. Great, it won't be long before the Chinese warships gather to watch them. Captain, should we fire torpedoes? The lieutenant asked in a low voice. Forget it. If they don't come close, Master Lin will definitely suspect us. In that case, our torpedoes can only destroy the yacht, and it's highly unlikely that Master Lin will be killed. Philip said with a bitter heart. At a distance of 8 or 9 nautical miles, it will take some time for the torpedo to get there. Captain, someone is coming. A few minutes later, someone shouted from the top of the submarine. Philip quickly reached the top of the submarine. His eyes widened as he saw someone in the distance paddling rapidly towards him. It was Lin Tian, of course. He crossed the waves with his hands behind his back, and every step he took could advance him 20 to 30 meters. With his god-level sword-flying skills, Lin Tian's speed has increased a lot even without using his sword. "Captain, should we shoot?" someone whispered next to Philip. Several of them were aiming their guns at Lin Tian. "Put down your guns." Philip took a deep breath and ordered, "The other party is very fast, so the chance of them hitting the other party is not high. Their guns might not be able to hurt Grandmaster Lin." "Yes." Several soldiers put down their guns. Philip frowned. What was Grandmaster Lin doing here at this time? He didn't believe that the other party was here to help. "Seal the hatch and be on guard." Philip gave the order. He led a dozen soldiers outside, and the submarine's hatch was quickly sealed. Soon Lin Tianfei landed on the top of the submarine that had surfaced. Philip and the others noticed that Lin Tian's shoes were not even wet. Seeing this with their own eyes, their worldview was greatly impacted. How can humans fly on water? This is not science. "Grandmaster Lin, thank you for coming to help." Philip smiled a little. He thought that this incident was probably caused by Grandmaster Lin, but they urgently needed help. "Sorry, I'm not here to help. I don't have internet on my yacht, so I came to borrow some." I suddenly felt like broadcasting a live stream. Lin Tian smiled. Philip. He knew that Grandmaster Lin had 80 million fans, and if they broadcasted a live stream, how many people would see them make a fool of themselves? No. Philip categorically refused. "How many of your people died?" Lin Tian asked. Philip stared at Lin Tian with a gloomy expression and said, "We have 12 brave soldiers who have sacrificed their lives, and someone has to pay for their deaths." 12? Lin Tian thought to himself. A total of 16 people from Tianhe Security Company jumped off the building. "The sea is windy, so you'd better stand in the middle. There are sharks in the sea, so it's dangerous to fall in," Lin Tian said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew up, and the 4 soldiers on the side were blown into the sea. "Help! Help!" The 4 soldiers screamed in fear. Crack! The sharks were right under the submarine. They moved quickly, and the 4 soldiers who fell into the water were soon dead. "Lin, you're the one who's up to no good." Philip looked at Lin Tian and shouted. The remaining soldiers pointed their guns at Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned slightly. "Don't say anything stupid. I just kindly reminded you to be careful. I'm angry that you're pointing a gun at me. But since you just lost someone, I'll let you off the hook for using my net to broadcast live."